Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 121, The Final Ranking Battle Begins. Chapter 121, The Final Ranking Battle Begins. Although he said that he didn't care, Shiryu still felt a little sad when he saw his exciting videos. At that time. Why didn't I prepare more? Until now, Shiryu still stubbornly believed that their cooperation was pretty cool. Sword kinesis, wasn't this more handsome than beast taming? But the problem was that his clothes and behavior didn't match at all. He was riding a panda and wearing a panda short-sleeved shirt. He was using a wooden sword to fight the enemy, so he looked a little strange. What Shiryu wanted the most now was not to delete the video, but to regret not wearing some strange clothes back then. If he were like other candidates and wore some strange clothes, the contrast might not be so high now. Learn from this lesson. Be careful next time. Shiryu turned off his cell phone and found an empty place to enter the ruins. At that moment, he only wanted to enter a weakened state through adding points to numb his brain. Then, he wanted to hold on until the competition began. He had agreed not to add points, but Shiryu didn't want to go anywhere now. Ancient Capital Arena. Although the exciting episode of the survival assessment just now was very interesting and worth analyzing, the most important thing now was still the assessment. As the assessment time arrived, battles had already begun everywhere in the venue. For a time, the sounds of battle in the huge venue shook the sky and earth, and the roars of pets were endless. In any arena, extraordinary creatures with outstanding races could be seen fighting each other. At the various rings, examiners stood solemnly at the side. Among these new vocations, only a few could control the battle situation well. Most of the time, the examiners and judges had to judge the winner. "Excuse me, can I interview you?" After an examinee left the assessment area, they were immediately pestered by the media. The various media outlets began to look for candidates for interviews. Only a reporter team walked pessimistically among the audience, looking for something. No. Looks like Shiryu didn't come. After the survival trial ended, the female reporter and the cameraman who interviewed Shiryu were abnormally regretful. She remembered how she said to delete this part. The female reporter wanted to slap herself. How could they know that the random passerby they found would be the super hot topic examinee in the future? It was not only them. At this moment, many financial groups and even other top-level institutions were searching for Shiryu. Although Shiryu had already decided to enter the Ancient Capital University's Department of Archaeology, they had to at least try to get him. These were adults, after all. If they couldn't get Shiryu, that meant one thing. Their offer wasn't good enough. Currently, the 16 seated examinees were the main targets of the various large factions. Of course, the remaining 700 or so examinees were also not to be missed. On the first day, the ranking assessment was carried out in full swing. In a remote corner not far from the arena, in the ruins bead, Shiryu silently added points to recuperate. The next day, the ranking battle reached its most intense moment. Shiryu was still lying flat and resting. On the third day, excluding the seated candidates, the top 16 of the ranking battle were announced. Shiryu finished increasing his points and the recuperation ended. He was like a wuxia cultivator in isolation from the outside world. He would occasionally go out to eat and look at the progress of the ranking battle on his cell phone. As for his own news, Shiryu didn't click on it at all. Shiryu browsed through the information on the candidates who advanced as well as the seated candidates. There were a total of 32 people. There seemed to be 30 people who had commander rank pets. Only he and a Gu master named Miao Dongdong had transcendent pets. However, although Miao Dongdong's pet was of a transcendent race, it parasitized the corpse of a monarch species creature. It was also a cheat. After seriously reading the current known information, Shiryu began his final preparations. After 3 days, 11 didn't change much, but the changes in Buggy weren't small. Green Silkworm. Skill, Worm Silk, Max, Absolute Sleep, Expert, Illusory Phantom, Expert +4, Deterrent/False Dragon Might, Proficient, Super Sight, Proficient, High Speed Healing, Proficient. Shiryu also taught it Supervision and High Speed Healing. High-speed healing and supervision were both intermediate-level skills. With supplements, the pressure to teach wasn't high, unlike high-level skills. During the ranking battle, due to the restriction of the rules, Buggy couldn't use the Ice Dragon Whiskers. It could only use a level 3 Ice Element energy crystal that Shiryu had bought. However, using this and transforming into an Ice Dragon wouldn't be able to unleash much strength. It was probably only within the medium range of the commander race. This way, even with 11 protecting it, if it encountered any accident, Buggy would be in great danger. After all, its physical fitness was really weak. Therefore, for the sake of the worm's safety, Shiryu arranged for it to have supervision and high-speed healing skills. He even specially upgraded them to the proficiency level. After all, entry-level skills definitely had many flaws and weaknesses, so they were easy to counter. With more skills, Shiryu felt much more at ease. Until August 10th. Shiryu only appeared at the most critical moment of the professional assessment ranking battle. This time, he changed into a black and red battle suit, even wearing a black cap and black sunglasses. His aura changed drastically. Now that he was a celebrity, in order to not be harassed by the reporters, he should pretend. You are. In the examination candidate's passageway outside the arena, the security personnel looked at Shiryu with a stunned expression. Why was he dressed so strictly? Shiryu took off his sunglasses slightly, took out his candidate certificate, and showed it to the other party. The security personnel immediately widened his eyes as if he had seen his idol. You're Shiryu. My 8-year-old daughter likes your performance. Please do your best for the assessment. I'm curious. Are you still going to fight today's assessment yourself? Today was the last day of the ranking battle assessment. According to the rules, the top 32 contestants today were to have their ranking completely determined. There were several battles in a row without any rest. After a battle every day, they would have to rest for a day or two. This was showbiz. There was no need for such a performer in the professional field. Though, what was needed was an elite beast tamer with strong resistance abilities. Without stamina and energy 8 times a day, it was as if one had kidney deficiency and would not be suitable to be a professional beast tamer. After all, if another disaster really happened in the future, professional beast tamers would face high pressure. No ferocious beasts would give the enemy sufficient time to rest. However, in order to be relatively fair, after every battle, professional medical staff would still provide supplements, medicine, and treatment services, helping examinees and pets recover to their peak state as much as possible. Have you seen Shiryu? In the arena, Zheng Yingjie, the head of the 7 archaeological elites, asked. Although the viewing spots for the vocation assessment were an internal invitation system, they originally did not have the right to come, but they treated directly to a meal, after all. In any case, the arena was very large, so they successfully joined the student recruitment team of Ancient Capital University. This meal wasn't for nothing. I understand. It's social death. If it were me, I would definitely escape from planet Blue overnight and go to the moon to live. Lin Yuer smiled secretly. She really wanted to know how Shiryu had suddenly escaped from the research institute. He was too good at it. He said he's already here. Senior Panda looked at the message on her cell phone and said, he should be in the prep room. As long as he's still alive. I thought Junior had taken his own life. Qi Yingjie and the others nodded. It was not a big problem if he could still participate in the final assessment. As the saying went, youth was wasted if you didn't do stupid things. Everyone had gone through this before, so they understood. With that said, everyone looked at the surrounding audience and discovered many important figures. Although the ranking battle of the vocation assessment was essentially a competition, the current atmosphere was not like that of a regular competition. There were no VIP guests or commentators, only candidates and examiners participating in the battle. Regardless of the identity, background, or strength of the audience, they would find a place to watch the battle themselves. Be it the student recruitment instructors of the 9 academies, the representatives of the 5 major consortiums, or the officers of the Beast Tamer Corps. The members of many factions were all sitting obediently in their seats, watching the big screen in the main venue. Among the people from the 9 great academies, the audience from Ancient Capital University who came to the scene was the most important. After all, Ancient Capital City was the home ground of Ancient Capital University. Most of the beast tamers who came to Ancient Capital City to participate in the vocation assessment would also choose Ancient Capital University or related businesses. Therefore, the recruitment instructors from the other colleges were purely here to gather information and see if they could find an opportunity to scout people. On the seats of the Ancient Capital University, the dean of the admissions office, Lu Dongsheng, and a group of student recruitment mentors were all here. Apart from the regular customers of the vocation assessment, Dean Li of the archaeology department, Teacher Ding, and a group of members led by the beast-eared girl Whitebrook also came to join in the fun. Lu Dongsheng looked at the group helplessly. He knew very well why they had come. Haha, student Shiyu was internally decided by our archaeology department. Dean Lu, you don't have to help other departments to dig people up. I know you have a good relationship with old He from the battle department, Director Li said with a smile. The corners of Lu Dongsheng's mouth twitched. He had indeed asked him to help recruit Shiryu to the battle faculty if he had the chance, although the chances were indeed not high. Shiryu's archaeological discovery of the evolution of the iron-eating beast was no secret to some leaders in Ancient Capital University. I know. Dean Lu smiled and shook his head. He didn't intend to trouble himself on this matter. The mission of their enrollment was not to serve a certain department and target a certain person, but all of them. They wanted to try to invite the 700 new professional beast tamers to study at Ancient Capital University. Only if the students were outstanding enough could these top educational institutions obtain more education funds, then become more comprehensive and stronger, and finally attract more outstanding beast tamers. This was a positive cycle, and they couldn't fall behind any year. Big sister, is it really good to slack off to watch the assessment? On the Ancient Capital University side, apart from the archaeological 7 elites and the others, some people from the battle club had also come. Faced with the other members' questions, Whitebrook rolled her eyes and said, "Who asked you to come along? When we go back, our training will be super doubled. I have to think of a way to trick Shiryu into joining the battle club." Whitebrook looked at the screen again. That day, after Whitebrook saw Shiryu's video performance, she was silent for a long time. As expected of someone she had taught. Her battle style had been deeply imparted to him, and he was a malleable talent. Whitebrook had the urge to drag Shiryu to various places to compete after he entered school. In any case, how could there be so many ruins for Shiryu to explore during his university days? It was better to nurture his strength first and follow them to compete. Well, only by nurturing Shiryu's battle power could Shiryu be a better tool for Senior Lu. There was nothing wrong with that. Apart from these people, there were also many important family members of the examination candidates. For example, Yushu's mother, the top-notch dragon tamer, was quietly smoking in the corridor, waiting for the assessment to begin. There was also Legend Ian, who was very concerned about his son, standing calmly on the high platform of the venue with an old friend, looking down quietly. Every candidate had a separate prep room. At this moment, Shiryu had experienced many difficulties and finally arrived at the prep room. He felt exhausted. It was too difficult. The pains that he had taken to come all this way. It was one thing to be wary of passers-by and the media, but why did the assessment staff also climax when they saw him? He even said, "You're the idol of my 8-year-old daughter. My daughter thinks you're very handsome." He directly forced Shiryu to comprehend the earth escape skill, almost using his toes to dig out an escape path. Shiryu sighed slightly and looked at the supplements, medicine, and nutritional supplements filling the prep room. Then, he shook his head and finally looked at the most critical small television. The opponent matching in the assessment had not been updated. The other 31 candidates were probably waiting outside, looking at the big screen outside. However, Shiryu was out of place. In order to avoid trouble, he hid in the prep room and waited. In the main venue, as the assessment time approached, the main examiner, Master Chu Jie, appeared again. After he appeared, the assessment was about to begin. The thousands of spectators present looked at the big screen in the venue. At this moment, the screen was playing the exciting battle episode of the 16 candidates who advanced in the previous ranking battle. These 16 people were also very outstanding, not much inferior to the seeded candidates. Those who couldn't be chosen as seeded candidates might lack some luck, such as luck that was heavily edited by the heavenly eye. After 3 days of screening, 752 candidates had already obtained the approximate ranking of their vocation assessment. Today was the last day of the assessment. Among the 768 candidates at the start, the 16 candidates who had broken through the tight circle would fight the 16 seeded candidates at the start of the ranking battle. The rules were mainly based on the elimination system. The winner would advance, and the loser would carry out the subsequent ranking competition. At the moment, as the final cycle of the battle album ended, the scene on the screen immediately changed. 32 names appeared and constantly rolled and combined. According to tradition, the advancement candidates and the seeded candidates should face each other first. At the candidate area, Yushu leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and curled his lips. It didn't matter to him. He only wanted to hit Shiryu now. Just as Yushu finished thinking about it, a name suddenly appeared on the big screen, accompanied by a half-body photo. 2 big words appeared in everyone's vision. It's him. After discovering that the first candidate today was actually Shiryu, everyone revealed excited expressions. The effect of the opening assessment was explosive. Furthermore, under Shiryu's square name, everyone was immediately amused when the photo of him riding a panda appeared. F***CK. In the prep room, Shiryu looked at his profile picture and his face darkened. When would this end? They arranged for him to be first and even used this as a profile picture. Shiryu refused to believe that they weren't plotting something. However, it was indeed what everyone hoped for. Holy shit, it's an iron-eating beast night. Towards Shiryu, the thousands of spectators present were not unfamiliar. The candidates who had been eliminated in the survival trial and the candidates who had completed their rankings looked at Shiryu's profile with complicated feelings. After analysis, Shiryu was indeed strong. But it was still a little painful to be weaker than such a guy. In this day and age, not only were honest people bullied, ordinary people also had no future. Shiryu. Now, with the appearance of Shiryu's name, the eyes of the remaining 31 candidates flickered. They wanted to meet Shiryu, but they also didn't want to meet this fellow too early. But before they could think about it carefully, Shiryu's opponent's name immediately rose up as well. One of the 16 candidates for advancement, Han Dong. Upon seeing this name, everyone immediately recalled his information. Beast taming talent, frost strengthening. Pet beast, low-class commander species frost tree, high-class transcendent species ice elemental sprite. In the basic test, the frost tree's energy level was 1,300. At this moment, this candidate named Han Dong was standing at a corner of the venue in silence, staring at the big screen. Speaking of which, he and Shiryu also knew each other. On the plane to the destination of the survival assessment, the two of them were neighbors. Now that he was facing Shiryu, he had a strange feeling. Next, please head to the home ground. The assessment battle will officially begin in 5 minutes. Below the venue, Master Chu Jie's very penetrating voice sounded in the arena. Next was the battle of the best 32 people in this batch's vocation assessment. The judge would be personally held by him, a top-notch master. Not only did he have to ensure that the beast tamer was not injured, but he also had to ensure that their pets could be safe and sound. This Han Dong, the trump card, is probably that high-level transcendent ice elemental sprite. Some of the audience present began to review the battle video from before. In the video, a frost tree stood on the arena with dozens of ice element sprites surrounding it. The scene was abnormally spectacular. Opposite them were opponents who had already become incomplete ice sculptures. Although the species level of that frost tree was higher, that ice elemental sprite was his initial pet and trump card. The other party probably used some ice-type spirit item on the ice elemental sprite to let it learn the elementalization ability that only elemental creatures could master after commander rank. However, because of the item, it could do so before commander rank. Elemental creatures with the ability to elementalize could be greatly immune to some attacks. At the same time, they could have better control of their own attributes. This was a very impressive talent of elemental creatures. On the home ground, Han Dong, who was wearing a blue battle suit, had already arrived. After greeting the main examiner, Judge Chu Jie, he stood quietly at the side and waited. Where's Shiryu? After Han Dong appeared, Shiryu didn't appear for a long time. The audience began to feel puzzled. They looked at the candidate passage, wondering if Shiryu would come out on the iron-eating beast later. But clearly, they were thinking too much. A moment later, a handsome young man in a black and red battle suit with clean black short hair and a calm expression walked slowly to the arena. There was nothing strange about him. The thousands of spectators felt that it was very normal. But because it was too normal, it didn't match his previous style, so they felt that it was even more abnormal. Handsome, who are you? What about Shiryu, who was riding an iron-eating beast? Shiryu walked to the assessment venue like a quiet pretty boy. After nodding slightly at the judge and opponent, he also quietly waited for the assessment to begin. His whole body tensed up, and his expression was stable and expressionless. He tried his best to not say a word and not let others find any flaws. Master Chu Jie and Han Dong looked at Shiryu, who had suddenly returned to normal with strange expressions and seemed to have no reaction to what had happened previously, and felt strange. Not only them, but everyone from Ancient Capital University and the audience also looked at Shiryu in silence. What was wrong with this guy? Where's your sword? On the other side, Han Dong couldn't help but ask. He really hoped that Shiryu would still act cool this time. Because in that case, the pets needed to be more careful to protect Shiryu. With Shiryu, the beast tamer, as the target, no matter how strong Shiryu was, as long as the judge determined that Shiryu was in danger, victory would be his. In a normal battle, he really didn't have much confidence. No matter how low the level of Shiryu's two pets was, their skill proficiency was terrifyingly high. He was convinced that low and intermediate skills with high proficiency wouldn't affect them. After all, the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm didn't seem to be able to cooperate. Moreover, Shiryu himself had the gift of telepathy, so he couldn't suddenly increase the battle power of his pet. But his frost tree and ice elemental sprite were different. In addition, with his talent increase, it might not be impossible to fight. At this moment, Shiryu wanted to say that he didn't need to use his sword to deal with him, but these words were something an 8th grader would say. He was afraid that he would be recorded and made into an emoji again. Beep. After a moment of silence, Master Chu Jie whistled, and Han Dong's expression became serious. At 8:10 a.m., the first round of the assessment officially began. Beep. Master Chu Jie blew the whistle to open the battle beginning again. In an instant, Han Dong's expression became even more serious. He also knew Shiryu's terrifying strength. The moment the battle started, the ice elemental energy around him surged, instantly activating his frost-strengthening talent. Right on the heels of that, under the condensation of the snow and wind, a creature that was 3 to 4 meters tall and looked like a pine tree, but its body was as white as frost. The tree crown was fluffy like a blue ice cloud as it took root in the frozen area and appeared outside. In addition, inside the frost tree, a lump of ice-blue crystalline creature that looked like a 9-pointed star floated. The ice elemental sprite also revealed its figure. Frost tree. Skills: Cold Breath, Blizzard, Snowfall, Ice Block. Name: Ice Elemental Sprite. Skill: Snow Concealment, Clone, Self-Explosion, Ice Ray, Elementalization. Swoosh. 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 The moment the two pets of the Han Dong appeared, the ice elemental sprite, which was like a frost 9-pointed star, immediately elementalized and condensed into dozens of clones that densely circled around the frozen tree and merged into the snow. It was impossible to tell which was the real body. On the opposite side of the Han Dong, on Shiryu's side, the summoning array appeared. A 1-meter-tall little iron-eating beast stood on the field, and a green worm lay on the head of the iron-eating beast. The two pets stared at the ice and snow in front of them, their expressions as calm as Shiryu's. Who can win? In the audience, an examinee who had lost to Han Dong looked at the venue intently. Because he had fought Han Dong before, he knew very well how terrifying this fellow was. There was no solution. That frost tree, which seemed to have a higher racial level, was actually the charger of the ice elemental sprite. As long as the frost tree kept creating snow and wind, the ice elemental sprite that could elementalize could always have an almost immortal physique. Together with the clones and self-destruction, it made the clones charge at the opponent like a suicide squad. It was simply disgusting. With the slowing and freezing effect of the frost, it was a nightmare for melee pets. Isn't it obvious? Another candidate sitting beside this candidate muttered. What do you mean? Transcendent level hardening, perfect level thunder palm. Isn't this a crushing proficiency? Also, you don't really think that the proficiency of their other skills will be low, right? You don't think that the deterrent skills displayed in the video can only deter the enemy but not cause any damage, right? Bai Qi looked at him and said. If not for cooperating with Shiyu's posturing, the mental deterrence that appeared in the video would probably be enough to instantly kill all opponents. Bai Qi, who came from Icefield City and had competed with Shiryu for the evolution Sacred Spring, whose initial pet, Wings of Wind, was instantly killed by Shiryu's iron-eating beast's monarch aura, looked at the arena with a mocking gaze. With the Charger's support, a large number of clones self-destructing tactics that could allow unlimited revival. It was alright to deal with ordinary candidates, but against a monster like Shiryu. On the venue, the candidates had just summoned their pets. Facing the powerful combination of the Frost Tree and the Ice Elemental Sprite, Shiryu was still expressionless. 11 and Buggy were also extremely calm. In the next moment, 11 raised its head slightly and looked at the Ice Elemental Sprite and the tall Frost Tree. Buggy closed its eyes slightly and yawned. This seemingly ordinary action suddenly caused the ice and snow around the Frost Tree and the Ice Elemental Fairy to change shape. Woo 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 woo. The cold wind that was still howling just now seemed to be whimpering at this moment. It was extremely chaotic. In an instant, a huge mental deterrent spread from the little Iron Eater and the green silkworm. At this moment, a huge frost dragon phantom seemed to have formed behind them. Buggy directly conjured the dragon's might of the frost dragon. The terrifying spiritual deterrence wave was almost physical. On the dragon's might, there was an even more terrifying spiritual deterrence, like a roaring tsunami, covering the sky and covering the earth around the dragon's might, pushing it towards the ice and snow ahead. In the next second, 2 fused spiritual deterrents suddenly swept across the Frost Tree and nearly 100 ice elemental sprites. Then, with a bang, the venue shuddered from the thunderclap. Countless ice elemental sprite clones exploded. The snow and wind triggered by the appearance of the Frost Tree and Ice Elemental Sprite almost instantly returned to calmness, and the venue was instantly peaceful. Shiryu raised his head slightly and looked at the extremely weak Frost Tree, which was unable to move anymore, and the remaining Ice Elemental Sprite that fell weakly onto the tree. He knew that the victory and defeat had been decided. He took another look at Han Dong with an explosive expression and finally looked at Master Chu Jie, who was slightly agape. Can I go now? Shiryu asked. The aura of an expert-level deterrence, coupled with the Frost Dragon's dragon might. This kind of ice-type creature was not a match at all. After a moment of silence, Master Chu Jie looked at the speechless Han Dong and nodded. Shiryu advanced in the first round of the assessment. As soon as he finished speaking, 11 and Buggy's figures disappeared on the field. They were summoned back to the beast-taming space by Shiryu. Then, Shiryu's expression was calm as he slowly left the field under the shocked expressions of thousands of people. It was completely different from what everyone imagined the Panda Knight to be. At this moment, everyone suddenly recalled the battle just now and couldn't help but show shocked expressions. 16 elite beast tamers who had advanced from more than 700 new professional beast tamers. He couldn't even last one round against one of the seeded candidates, Shiryu, and were insta-killed. King's aura. That's dragon might. How is that possible? At this moment, the venue erupted. The archaeological 7 elites pointed at Shiryu in a daze. Expert-level deterrence, dragon's might. What was going on? Come down. Sister Panda learned about it earlier than everyone else. 11 was expert level in deterrence, and 11 had mastered it before the transcendent level. As for dragon's might, Shiryu had told her about the use of the moonlight powder. After all, only a small number of people knew about the aura of a monarch. At this moment, as Shiryu displayed this godly skill of demolishing weaklings, many master-level figures fell silent again. The members of the Battle Club from Ancient Capital University were almost collectively shocked. There were also 30 other candidates whose pupils constricted. Among them, only a small portion of the seeded candidates quickly recovered their calm after being shocked by the expert-level deterrence. Obviously, they had ways to resist. It was just Han Dong, so of course he was insta-killed. At this moment, in the noisy venue, Shiryu's footsteps were even faster. From this match, he had to quickly correct the stereotypes these people had of him. With the image of Panda Knight gone, he wanted to take the newcomer king persona in the ancient capital. Chapter 122, Wuji Airlines is here. Chapter 122, Wuji Airlines is here. It's so difficult. In the candidate passage, you could not hold it in any more after arriving. It was too difficult to pretend to be aloof. He still liked to chat with his opponent before the battle and communicate with them. After the battle, he would shake hands with his opponent's pet to show his friendliness. Pretending to be cold and aloof didn't fit the overpowered character setting. In the passage, Shiryu rubbed his face with both hands. He was too tense. He should relax first. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Shiryu's face immediately tensed up again. He looked beside him mechanically and turned around with a calm expression. "What's the matter?" It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged woman in a floral dress. Shiryu saw the examiner's sign on her chest and understood her identity. "I'm one of the examiners of this vocation assessment and also a medical staff member of this ranking battle." The auntie grinned and looked at Shiryu in appreciation. "Follow me, I'll take you to the treatment." She was also one of the 9 master examiners this time. She had been paying attention to Shiryu since the 3rd assessment. It was rare to see such a beautiful young man who was not restrained by trifles and had changes in personality. This reminded her of her first love. "Thank you, but no need for now. My pet didn't suffer any injuries or consumption in this battle. It just needs to recover with the nutritional supplements in the prep room." Shiryu sensed the enthusiasm of the master examiner and immediately said that he would definitely do it next time. "I see." The medical examiner was rather regretful. It seemed like it. Shiryu was not injured at all in this battle. "Don't you need to look for that Han Dong?" Shiryu asked. "That makes sense." The examiner was stunned, then nodded and said, "Then I'll wait here for him to come." In this day and age, the people who should be taken care of the most were taken seriously. However, at this moment, Shiryu kept feeling that he had missed an opportunity to encounter a rare healing ability. But it didn't matter. It was still enough to injure 11 in the next battle. 11 in the beast-taming space. Inside the venue. The audience was still in shock. Regarding the strength of the seated candidates, the info might be limited to video. But Han Dong and the other advanced candidates were ruthless people who killed their way out of more than 700 candidates under everyone's eyes. Then, such a big boss was insta-killed in a single move. Were Shiryu and the others monsters? How can an extraordinary iron-eating beast master deterrence? And it's an expert-level deterrence. Isn't the most ridiculous thing that should be that green worm? Dragon might, dragon might. Moreover, judging from its aura, that green worm's growth level has also reached a transcendent level. This doesn't make sense. How can a green silkworm be like this? I would even believe it if it was a young green dragon. But one thing is for sure, it's really similar. Maybe it's really a dragon cub. Could it be a hybrid pet of the insect and dragon family? Bullshit, there's reproductive difficulty between the bug and dragon types, alright. The audience was very noisy. The iron-eating beast that had mastered the aura of a monarch, the transcendent-level green silkworm that had mastered the dragon might. At this moment, the thousands of candidates in the venue were all numb. Even some master-level beast tamers couldn't understand. F***CK. In the crowd, Yushu's eyes were red. Shiryu really gave the dragon soul grass to the green silkworm to use. A proficient level dragon's might. 3 days, heavens. His expression darkened. Even if Shiryu didn't have any high-level props, he still didn't know how to resist the dragon might and king's aura. Mom should be at the scene. I have to find her quickly to get a piece of mental equipment. This time, the new skills Shiryu displayed in the video stunned most of the audience. Yin Jingfan and the others were a little silent, including big shots like Master Chu Jie. However, the assessment still had to continue. Being expert level in deterrence wasn't impossible. At this moment, the second round of the assessment connected seamlessly. Everyone looked at the target of the second assessment. Seed candidate Fang Ji versus advanced candidate Li Hanfei. According to the updated rankings, Shiryu should be fighting the winner among them next. In the prep room, Shiryu summoned 11 and Buggy and let them eat the nutritional supplements in the room to replenish their energy. 11 and Buggy each carried a bag of snacks and stared at the small television as intently as Shiryu. From here, one could also see the battle situation on the home ground. It was a live broadcast. Although it wasn't as clear as the real world, they could make do. Woo! Gee! As they gobbled the snacks, 11 waved excitedly. When it saw the television, it wondered if it had not recorded their performance just now. Buggy looked forward to it too. Also, now that they had used up power to bully others, could they arrange for the next battle to showcase Wuji Airlines? I don't know. Shiryu was also bored and ate the low-level supplements in the prep room like candy as if it was the most normal thing to do. It was obvious how bottomless Shiryu's physique was. I asked Senior Lin Xiuzhu to help. I wonder if she helped you guys film it. It was too ridiculous for him to take the photo. He had taken the wooden sword in the survival assessment, and if he brought a camera to the arena, he guaranteed that he would make the headlines again. Woo! Gee! Hearing that someone was in charge of filming, 11 and Buggy relaxed. However, in the next second, they looked at Shiryu. What about Wuji Airlines? They looked at the venue. It was open air, and the sky was blue. This was also to give some flying pets enough space to play. But now, it seemed that 11 and Buggy were very satisfied. This strategy, Shiryu looked at the small television. It's not impossible. On the screen, a 2-meter-tall, ferocious-looking, and huge red tortoise was standing in the arena. There was also an illusory snake floating around it. Name, Anti-Injury Black Tortoise. Skill, Thorn Fire Armor, Explosion Shield, Earth Chain, Earth Protection, Berserk. And LT, Name and GT, Illusory Serpent. Skill, Spiritual Fang, Spiritual Protection, Phantom, Spiritual Wave. Obviously, from the perspective of the pet race, this candidate was very shameless. The anti-injury black tortoise was a rare species that didn't have active attack skills. It could only activate in rage when it was bleeding and obtain powerful attack power. However, although it didn't have the ability to take the initiative to attack, its thorny flame armor and explosion shield skills were all disgusting. Not only could it increase its defense, but as long as the opponent attacked it. In close combat, it would reflect part of the attack back and deal stronger damage to the attacker. On the other hand, in the face of the various defensive and recovery skills of the black tortoise that were far superior to the attack, the opponent also had to consider whether it could break through the defense and which party had more stamina and faster recovery speed. After all, the Earth Chain was a skill that allowed the damage reflection technique to connect to the ground and use the power of the earth to recover its physical strength. The Earth Protection was similar to Impregnable, and it was a very comprehensive skill that increased defense. Therefore, at the same level, very few pets could defeat the black tortoises and injure them. Therefore, in nature, these pets had no natural enemies at all. As for the illusory snake, it was relatively weak. However, it could attach itself to the tortoise shell to attack the enemy. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to catch it. These two pets were the pets of the seeded candidate Fang Ji. At the moment, his opponent, the other advanced candidate, Li Hanfei, was extremely disgusted. Her mighty strength golden armor bug and the Fei Luo vine that specialized in control skills couldn't do anything to the black tortoise. Looks like this Fang Ji is going to win. Shiryu couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that the girl named Li Hanfei couldn't break through its defense the whole time. Then, she was slowly destroyed by the anti-injury skill and the illusory snake hiding in the shell. He couldn't blame this candidate named Fang Ji for having a disgusting battle style. He walked the defensive consumption route, after all. This kind of tactic was actually the easiest to crack. Just have an even higher defense and power. Of course, it was easy to say, but most pets couldn't do it. Actually, there was another way to crack it. In the end, this girl called Li Hanfei could no longer tolerate it. She directly took out a dagger and took the initiative to attack Fang Ji personally under the cover of the vine, planning to directly control the beast tamer. If one could directly attack the beast tamer. After all, the beast tamer himself could also participate in the battle. This was allowed by the rules. However, in the previous ranking battles, very few beast tamers were used to doing this. Their mentalities clearly hadn't changed completely. This girl was one of the few beast tamers who took the initiative to do this. Unfortunately, the moment she approached Fang Ji, she was stopped by an invisible barrier. The earth protection that injured the black tortoise could be used on all life forms standing on the ground, including the beast tamer himself. After losing the first attack, Li Hanfei, who had entered the battlefield, was instantly entangled by the illusory snake flying over. She was so scared that Li Hanfei's face turned pale. I admit defeat. She didn't want to fight anymore. Thank you for letting me win, Fang Ji said to the pretty girl in front of him with a smile. The illusory snake didn't continue attacking. Killing someone was against the rules. He didn't have the habit of ruthlessly destroying a pretty flower. If we also attack beast tamers, I reckon that our next opponent will probably have to find some mental equipment at the last minute. Seeing this battle, Shiryu chuckled. Otherwise, even if the pets could defend against the deterrents, those beast tamers themselves would probably find it difficult to resist. Of course, even if he knocked out the beast tamer himself, it wasn't the end. At most, it would make it impossible for beast tamers to use their talent to power up their pets. If the pets in the outside world weren't dealt with, it still wouldn't be the end of the battle. After all, some pets that had established bonds with beast tamers knew who their enemies were. Therefore, very few candidates in the assessment took the risk to attack the beast tamer themselves. They would win if they directly defeated their pets. Why don't I use this guy to test the Ji Chong Kong battle strategy? Shiryu said. The other party had earth protection and spirit shield skills that could be stacked to defend against deterrents. The chances of insta-killing it were not high, at most it could cause a certain amount of spirit damage. Since it couldn't be insta-killed, it was better to change tactics. Woo! G. 11 and Buggy's eyes lit up. They felt that it was alright. 11, prepare to be injured. Will receive master-level treatment later. Don't heal all your injuries in one go after the battle. So, its high-speed healing was just a decoration. 11 was angry. In the outside world, the battle between the seeded candidates and the advanced candidates was especially intense. However, the battles made the candidates discover a ridiculous fact. 1, 2, 3. After 7 or 8 consecutive matches, there was still no candidate who could defeat the seeded candidates. In the 7th round, the spell goddess Zhang Qian sent out a pet, the Thundercloud sprite. Just like Shiryu, a bolt of lightning directly completed the insta-kill operation. In the 8th battle, Yushu's soul-armored bone dragon also used a soul fire dragon breath to sweep the 2 pets out of the arena in one go. When it came to Yin Jingfan, the Zonian rock beast he summoned didn't even move. The space crystal butterfly instantly killed the advanced candidate's pet with a spatial shackle. They were on completely different levels. After the 16 battles ended, all 16 candidates who advanced were eliminated. The thousands of candidates in the audience fell silent almost instantly. The candidates who advanced actually all lost. Many shocked voices came from the audience. However, some people felt that it was only natural. It's the same as our batch. Zheng Yingjie smiled. The situation in our batch was the same. The panda senior smiled. As expected, these seeded candidates were still something. This also indirectly illustrated the eyesight of these master-level examiners and the eye of heaven's will. You couldn't be chosen as a seeded candidate, not because you weren't outstanding enough, but because you weren't the best. Unless some candidates deliberately hid their abilities, it was very difficult to fail the segment of the seeded candidates under the gaze of the eye of heaven's will. After all, even the phantom illusions of Buggy and 11's almost passive supervision could be analyzed. The strength of these candidates was as clear to the eye of heaven. The skill heavenly eye was much stronger than perfect supervision. The 16 battles in the first round only took slightly more than an hour, and on average, less than 5 minutes each. This was still because some seeded candidates were taking their time. Seed candidates like Shiryu and Yin Jingfan defeat their opponents in less than a minute. The second round is about to begin. As the first round of the assessment ended, the audience was filled with anticipation. This meant that it was Shiryu's turn again. Everyone wanted to see if Shiryu was still as normal as before. Shiryu's name appeared on the battle map. This time, Shiryu appeared very quickly. When the candidate named Fang Ji went down from the other side, Shiryu also came out of the passage that connected to the prep room. The two of them stepped onto the arena at the same time. Fang Ji's expression was serious and a little nervous. The defense power of the anti-tang technique, could it defend against Shiryu's iron-eating beast skill? Fang Ji started to do analysis. Even if his iron-eating beast skill proficiency is ridiculous, it's still a pet of a middle-level transcendent race. Even if the anti-injury black tortoise doesn't use any skills, it might not be a problem to stand and let the iron-eating beast use hardening below expert level on it. Besides, it's not like the anti-injury black tortoise doesn't have skills. The thorn fire armor and the explosion shield are both intermediate level skills that it has trained to the proficient level. In addition to the earth protection and its elemental resistance strengthening talent, they might not necessarily be able to break through the defense, Fong Ji analyzed in his heart. His analysis made him believe it himself. The difference wasn't that big. However, although that was the case, Fong Ji still felt some pressure when he saw Shiryu walk across him expressionlessly. Considering that the rules allowed them to directly attack the beast tamer himself, he didn't dare to analyze it too fully. His beast taming talent might not necessarily be activated. This depended on whether Shiryu would attack him directly like that girl, and whether his two pets could help him block the deterrence. Beep. After seeing that the two candidates were ready, Master Chujie took a deep look at Shiryu and blew the whistle again. There was no chance. Fong Ji had no hope for this battle. Perhaps the professional-level candidates didn't understand. But these master-level beast tamers were very understanding. In the survival trial, Shiryu's iron-eating beast used the profundity combination skill of hardening and thunder palm. Just this alone could easily penetrate the defense of the black tortoise. Now, the only thing worth being curious about was the iron-eating beast's own defense. Because even if the iron-eating beast could injure the black tortoise, it would also have to bear a huge backlash. This was what was strongest about the black tortoise the most. The whistle blew, and Fong Ji and Shiryu summoned their pets at the same time. On Fong Ji's side, there was a red-black giant tortoise and a gray, transparent, and illusory snake. On Shiryu's side, it was naturally still the simple-looking 11 and the green worm on its head. Now, no one dared to underestimate the combination of the little iron-eating beast and the green silkworm. This batch of candidates was too unscientific. Shiryu's two pets had really broken everyone's understanding. They didn't understand how they were cultivated. At the start of the battle, both parties were in a stalemate. No one attacked first. At this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Staring at the cautious tortoise in front and the shameless snake hiding in the shell, 11 and Buggy denounced together. Damn, so that's how iron-eating beasts make noises. So cute. Many spectators were stunned. They looked at the fat iron-eating beast. It was difficult to imagine that such a cute pet could instantly kill an opponent of a commander race with one deterrence. The cry of the green worm is also interesting. Some candidates couldn't help but smile when they saw the green worm. Who said it wasn't a green worm? Its cry was exactly the same as the green worm. Although he didn't know if this was really a green silkworm, it immediately looked like a green worm. Its cry was also a green worm, so he called it a green worm. However, how was Shiryu going to fight this battle? Many people stared at the arena, wanting to see how Shiryu would crack this tortoise shell. Aren't you attacking? Fong Ji smiled. Shiryu remained silent and looked at 11 and Buggy. In the next second, Buggy closed their eyes slightly. In the instant that Buggy closed its eyes, just like in the first round, something ridiculous happened on the field again. Everyone realized that every time this green worm closed its eyes, nothing good would happen. For the first time, as it closed its eyes, a dragon phantom hit the arena to release dragon's might. At this moment, the second time it closed its eyes, a pile of white light spots suddenly condensed and materialized on both sides of the little iron-eating beast. In the blink of an eye, the little iron-eating beast formed a pair of white wings. Fong Ji was stunned. Then, under everyone's stunned expressions, a metal-eating beast actually swayed its wings on its back and flew up. 11 and Buggy were extremely excited. Many candidates looked at the little iron-eating beast that kept rising into the sky and were extremely confused. Fong Ji opened his mouth slightly. After being stunned, he was a little confused. What was he doing? Air battle. However, his anti-injury tortoise and the illusory snake were not pets that took the initiative to attack. Was there any point in fighting in the air? They looked cautiously at the little metal-eating beast that was flying higher and higher. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, the little iron-eating beast disappeared. Fong Ji. Roar. Hiss, the black tortoise and the illusory fish couldn't help but stick their heads out to take a look. Then, confusion. Letting your pet leave your side, do you want to leave the stage first? Fang Ji did not want to know what Shiryu meant anymore. After he reacted, he realized that there was not a single pet protecting Shiryu. He immediately gave the order. He made the illusory snake attack Shiryu directly, just like the previous one. Although Shiryu had no effect on the battle, and had only a talent in telepathy, the current problem was that Fang Ji really didn't know what to do without attacking Shiryu. At the same time, he also wanted to force Shiryu's two pets to appear by attacking Shiryu. Hiss. Following the beast tamer's command, the illusory snake was just about to attack when the sky seemed to collapse. A terrifying mental pressure suddenly pressed down, scaring the illusory snake into quickly entering the defensive state. The black tortoise was also instantly shocked. At the critical moment, its four skills were activated, using the earth protection to wrap itself and the illusory snake. With the earth protection and the spirit protection, no matter how terrifying the deterrence aura descending from the sky was, under the continuous ripples and the difficult resistance that almost shattered the defense, the two pets finally didn't suffer too much mental damage. It was just that their bodies were shocked until they couldn't move and were a little soft. Similarly, it included Fang Ji himself. Since he wanted to attack him, Shiryu did not stand still. Some of 11's deterrence directly pressed onto him. Even if Fang Ji had protection to increase his mental resistance, his brain instantly became dizzy and he almost fainted. This was enough. The current Fang Ji could not use the elemental resistance talent at all. You dare to attack me without buying any mental defense equipment? Shiryu thought. At this moment, everyone discovered that the little iron-eating beast's figure appeared in the sky again. But at this moment, the way it appeared shocked everyone. Where were your wings, your wings? And the green worm? In the sky, a 1-meter-long little iron-eating beast the size of a metal lump directly gave up its wings at an unknown height and jumped down with its supervision. At the same time, through deterrence, the enemy could not move and was locked on accurately. The black dot grew bigger and bigger. Fang Ji raised his head with difficulty. Then, his eyes widened. 11's falling speed was still very fast. At this moment, 11's speed might even exceed the explosive acceleration brought by the perfect level Thunder Palm. Holy shit, what's this? He jumped down. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the green silkworm to fly into the sky with the iron-eating beast just to jump down. However, at this moment, sensing the hardening iron-eating beast that fell like a black meteor, everyone understood the destructive power of its jump. At this moment, the black tortoise and Fang Ji had no time to react. It popped its head out of the shell and looked at the illusory snake that had fallen but was unable to move due to the deterrence. It immediately let out a pig-like cry. Sensing the fear of the illusory snake, although it had its defenses, the tortoise was also stunned to the extreme. It had been attacked by different enemies for so many years, but it had never seen such an attack pattern. Soon. In an instant, the little iron-eating beast that fell from the sky directly smashed into the anti-injuring black tortoise. The transcendent level hardening and the tortoise's anti-injury defense skill made contact, and dazzling light immediately blossomed between the two. A terrifying shock wave spread out. With the tortoise as the center, the arena immediately cracked open. With a bang, a huge hole several meters in diameter formed. The little iron-eating beast and tortoise were instantly buried in dust and gravel. The commotion was as if a demolition team had gone berserk. At this moment, the earth protection that protected the black tortoise and the deterrence of the iron-eating beast disappeared from Fang Ji's body at the same time. His eyes widened. Because his legs were still weak, he sat on the ground in shock. He quietly looked at the collapsed arena in front of him. A moment later, 11, who had mostly recovered and only had a little injury, crawled out excitedly from the smoke. Although the fall hurt so much, it felt so good. Smashing people was much better than simply hitting the ground during training. Right now, seeing that the little iron-eating beast had crawled out unscathed while his own pets were still in the smoke, Fang Ji was dumbfounded. He sensed that both pets had fainted from the heavy injuries. At this moment, all the masters fell silent. Especially Master Chu Jie, whose mind had been raised to the extreme. His mouth was slightly agape as he looked at the messy venue. He was a little confused. He was certain that all the masters had guessed that Shiryu would use the Thunder Armor Profundity art to break through its defense and injure the black tortoise. However, what the hell was with using gravity to accelerate and directly hardening it? This was a battle tactic that a normal beast tamer could think of. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that with such a huge impact, even if there was hardening protection, it had to at least respect the anti-injury skill of the black tortoise. Everyone looked at the lively and jumping little iron-eating beast and felt their stomach hurt. They didn't understand. Was this AF** King Iron Eater? At this moment, the little iron-eating beast raised its head. Everyone also looked up and saw the green silkworm slowly falling from the sky. It was indeed slow. Because it used the worm silk to make a parachute in the sky, it fell much slower than 11. The huge parachute was formed by white and transparent worm silk. It was easy to engrave words in this way. On it, the worm put up the words, Wuji Airlines. Seeing the engraved parachute, Fang Ji's mentality collapsed. What the hell was Wuji Airlines? F***CK, you call this a battle tactic? At this moment, the audience in the venue was collectively in a mess. The Panda Senior who was in charge of taking photos also trembled. Junior, sure you wanted him to record this. As expected, he's still abnormal. This thought appeared in everyone's minds. As for Shiryu, when he saw the engraved parachute of the worm, his eyelids twitched and he was stunned. Damn. He didn't know there was such a segment. Who asked you to mess around? This strategy was already ridiculous enough, and you even announced the name. Isn't this harming my reputation as a beast tamer? What if others think that I came up with this idea? Chapter 123, You're a Goo Master. Chapter 123, You're a Goo Master. Shiryu looked at the engraved worm silk parachute and felt 10,000 iron-eating beasts rolling across his heart. Could we discuss this in advance next time? Why didn't it transform into a wing like usual and weave a parachute instead? Shiryu wins. Shiryu was stunned. After Master Chujia announced the results, he finally couldn't tolerate it anymore and directly put it and 11 back into the beast taming space. Then, he turned and left, leaving the silent crowd behind. It ended just like that. Looking at the venue destroyed, everyone was speechless. And now, Fang Ji had completely lost his dream. He didn't know if it was because of deterrence or because of Buggy's frivolous actions, but his brain was buzzing. I'm just a beast tamer. Fang Ji didn't understand why he had to take this blow that didn't match his age. Unbelievable. A moment later, some master-level beast tamers in the audience also made comments. At the spectator area of Ancient Capital University, Dean Liu of the admissions office grinned and said, what seems like a simple strategy is completely not simple. Yeah. Archaeology Department Director Lee nodded. At that height, it can accurately lock onto the enemy. This seemingly ordinary attack contains something extraordinary. How many trump cards are they hiding? Wuji Airlines' supervision and deterrence were indispensable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a battle tactic, but suicide. Moreover, that little metal-eating beast at the end only looked to be slightly injured. Director Lee couldn't understand. This kind of physique, are you sure it's an iron-eating beast and not an iron-eating beast that had evolved? Director Lee had personally seen the evolution of the iron-eating beast that was comparable to a dragon's physique. However, that was the result of spending hundreds of millions. As for Shiryu, it was clearly just an ordinary iron-eating beast. But soon, Director Lee's expression turned cold. Holy shit, this iron-eating beast seemed to have also mastered transcendent-level hardening. Don't tell him that at the moment, this iron-eating beast was in a reserved state and had already completed its evolution. If that was the case, why would the other candidates fight? I want to know more about that green worm. Is that really a green worm? Dean Liu had a strange expression. He had never seen such a green silkworm. He could accept transcendent-level worm silk and transcendent-level length. However, the initial dragon might and the ability to create wings could no longer be explained by ordinary green worms. Haha, Chief Physician Lee laughed. Who the F***ck am I supposed to ask? The green silkworm could learn skills other than worm silk. He had never even heard of it. After all, the green silkworm was known as a pet that could not learn other skills before evolution. However, things weren't that absolute either. This was for ordinary green worms. If the green worm had some other bloodline, it might not be able to be defined as an ordinary green worm. Could it be a genetic skill? On the high ground of the arena, the white-bearded old man standing beside Legendine touched his beard. It should be, Legendine said slowly. Perhaps this was a special green worm that had broken through the racial restrictions and inherited new racial skills. Otherwise, even these top-notch masters and even legendary beast tamers couldn't think of a better explanation. That's right. How could a genius like Shiryu contract an ordinary green worm? In the examination candidate's passageway, Shiryu summoned 11 again. He took a look at 11's injuries and immediately slapped his forehead. Good lord, why were you almost healed? How could it receive treatment like this? 11 felt wronged. Because it had the transcendent hardening defense, no matter how strong the impact was or how many opponents injured it, it wasn't heavily injured in the first place. Then, if it used a high-speed healing to heal itself a little, wouldn't the injuries be almost non-existent? Gulp, but one way or another, this attack consumed a lot of energy. 11 rubbed its stomach and expressed that it was hungry. Shiryu rubbed 11's panda head. Sigh, it was also a problem for pets to be too outstanding. Such an outstanding pet, which outstanding beast tamer cultivated it. Then let's go look for food. No, I better go to the medical room to take a look first. No matter how small the injury is, it's still an injury. Then, Shiryu made a decision. Let's see if we can encounter rare healing skills and recovery skills. At the same time, he summoned Buggy that had yet to recover from their excitement and threw them at 11. Seeing Buggy come out, 11 looked excited and matched its secret signal. The parachute was really well made. If only the name of the beast tamer could be written on it. The words Wuji represented the two of them, but not their tamer. G. Buggy expressed that he would try it next time and carve a pill symbol. There's no need. Next round, listen to my command. Shiryu was afraid that the two pets would do it again, so he said with a dark face. In the medical room of the ancient capital arena. At this moment, the examiner Auntie was leaning against a chair in the room, watching a small television as she waited for the next injury number to enter. She yawned, looking bored. It was such a waste for a master-level beast tamer like her to be on duty in such a small battle. But these newly promoted professional beast tamers to be the future of ancient capital city. A knock. Come in. Sorry to disturb you. After Shiryu brought 11 and Buggy in, he immediately saw the examiner Auntie sitting on the chair. At this moment, she was looking at Shiryu excitedly. You guys are pretty fierce. Fighting head-on against the anti-injury black tortoise, it must have suffered a very serious injury this time. She felt that 11 was forcefully holding on. It must be a pile of internal injuries. Oh, as the examiner Auntie got up, a lying deer-shaped pet beside the seat also got up and let out a happy cry. This deer wasn't tall, and it had an earthen yellow body. It was very ordinary, but its antlers were like split green branches. No, to be precise, they were branches. True branch-horned deer. In addition, on the table, there was a pet that was dozens of centimeters long. It looked like a big white radish and had features like a child. A pet with green radish leaves on its head swayed up. Ginseng baby. At this moment, Shiryu only saw the two pets and immediately felt that his body was very full. The whiskers of a ginseng baby and the antlers of a real antler were all very nutritious. At the side, sensing the beast tamer's thoughts, 11 subconsciously observed the energy in the two pets with its supervision and opened its mouth slightly. This ginseng baby's energy level was at least 5 times higher than its own, and the energy purity was even more flawless. As for that deer, 11 felt that the energy in its body was dozens of times more than his own. It was ridiculously terrifying. Sob, 11 carefully tugged at the corners of Shiryu's clothes. Don't, we can't win. Wait for it to work hard for a few more years. I know. Shiryu slapped 11's bare paw away. It should be a commander-rank ginseng baby and a monarch-rank true branch-horned deer. Both pets had broken through the restrictions of their race level, just like Master Lin's iron-eating beast. At this moment, the true branch-horned deer looked at 11 and Buggy before turning to look at the beast tamer. Something was wrong with them. The middle-aged lady was confused. Then, after hearing Lu's explanation, she immediately stared at Shiryu and 11 in disbelief. Your iron-eating beast has mastered the high-speed healing skill. It treated itself just now. because the true branch-horned deer told her that the iron-eating beast didn't have many injuries, and its body had signs of self-healing. The examiner's auntie widened her eyes and cursed in her heart. In the end, it didn't look like it wasn't injured, but was it really fine? She originally thought that the accompanying move of this iron-eating beast was already ridiculous. Upon closer inspection, it actually discovered that it had wood element healing skills. This was unscientific. Ah, sure you was stunned. How could it tell? He said, yes, but this skill consumes too much energy. It hasn't been completely treated. It meant that you guys should heal it a bit. The examiner auntie was silent for a moment before looking at the true branch-horned deer. In the next second, the true branch ant nodded. The branch-like antlers emitted a green halo. The halo kept expanding, and the domain enveloped 11 and the worm. Then, the injuries on 11 instantly disappeared. Perfect grade high-speed healing. In addition to the healing speed, faster effects, and better effects, it could also become a multi-body healing skill. At this moment, the examiner auntie turned around and took out a box of nutrient solution from the drawer. This is an energy nutrient solution produced by liquefying energy crystals. The effect of replenishing energy is slightly worse than energy crystals, but the absorption efficiency is faster. The pet can completely digest in a few minutes. You should still have several battles ahead. Bring them all to your prep room. The effects are much better than the nutritional supplements there. Thank you, sure you took the nutritional fluid and felt at a loss. That was it. Sure you recognized the skill that healed 11. It was also super fast healing. It was just that its proficiency was a little high. However, it didn't matter if its proficiency was high. Sure you wanted to see rare healing skills and recovery skills. It was just an intermediate level skill. Could she show off a little? After sure you took the nutritional fluid, he looked at the big white radish sitting on the table, shaking its legs. He was curious about its skills. The third pet, why not raise a white radish too? It looked pretty tender. He could also produce supplements himself. Unfortunately, its race level was a little low, and its battle power was not high. What are you still looking at? You can't bear to leave. The middle-aged lady chuckled. You don't need this thing. Baby ginseng is for those beast tamers with enhanced talent to replenish their physical fitness and energy. You have a telepathy talent. On the battlefield, you're just a cheerleader who's watching the show. You don't need it. There was no need to be so direct. Who did his telepathy talent offend? I'm just a little curious about the cultivation method of this non-battle pet, sure you said. The examiner's auntie smiled and said, it's not bad to be curious. After you enter university, you will have a lot of knowledge in this area. A large number of crystals of wisdom from the Beast Tamer seniors are collected there, and it's much more profound than the public information on the internet. You can go and understand it when the time comes. However, the knowledge on pet cultivation is too big. Even in a single field, a beast tamer can't possibly finish exploring it even if they spend their whole life. Remember to differentiate between the main and secondary aspects. It's good to find your own positioning. Animals, plants, elements, machines, undead. There are also such magical goo worms. Each of them is a profound domain. This is also the reason why beast tamers are born into so many professions. The middle-aged lady looked at the assessment that was starting again. Now, it was the battle between the goo master Miao Dongdong and another seated candidate, Lin Kai. Sure you and the examiner auntie placed their attention on this little goo master with brown curly hair. The opponent's battle style was very strange. Although he only had the second-level beast taming space, he had 3 pets. Shadow goo, parasitic goo, and the corpse of the emerald tree python. Among them, the parasitic goo and the jade tree python's corpse could be seen as one, and were stored in the beast taming space. This pet combination was the magical thing about goo masters. In fact, before the final ranking battle, Miao Dongdong's beast taming talent and his other pet, the shadow goo, were very mysterious, and no one had known about it. However, as the assessment progressed to this point, the mysterious veil on his second pet and beast taming talent had been lifted. For example, this little kid. Because of his symbiosis talent, not only can he rely on his own flesh and blood to nurture various goo worms, he can also let them parasitize the body and display extraordinary strength. Perhaps only this group of people can understand the miraculousness of the path of goo worms. Outsiders will never be able to get started. The parasitic goo controlled the emerald tree python to fight the two pets at the same time. Although the level of the emerald tree python was not low, it was not its main body after all. The upper limit had been set. It seemed a little difficult to face the two pets carefully cultivated by the seed candidates. However, at this moment, Meow Dong Dong himself strangely controlled the shadow and assisted the emerald tree python to control the other party's beast tamer for an instant, interrupting the use of the other party's beast taming talent and seizing victory. This was his first pet, the high-level transcendent shadow goo. Because of the symbiosis talent, it had always been fed by Meow Dong Dong with flesh and blood to survive in Meow Dong Dong's body. The advantage was that Meow Dong Dong's physical fitness could be enhanced to the limit, far exceeding beast tamers of the same level and comparable to pets. In addition, his life and mental connection with the shadow goo would be even stronger. Because their life forces were shared, he also obtained the ability to control the shadow, like how he could control his hands and feet, and control the shadow goo. The coexistence talent of this goo master, the sharing talent of the shared skill, and the fusion talent of the fused pet had the same effect. Goo worms are too strange. Shiryu looked at the scene and shook his head in disgust. The essence of goo worms was worms. He couldn't imagine the feeling of the insect parasitizing his body. Is that so? According to the advancement rules, the next battle seems to be between you guys. The examiner's auntie was full of smiles as she said, I wonder which of you will come over to get treated first. Then I'll go prepare for the next assessment first, said Shiryu. Go on, prepare well. All right. Shiryu was speechless. He planned to leave with 11 and Buggy. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a look at the big, watery radish. He was curious about its whiskers and if it were better than divine beans. At the same time, he was considering the cost-effective ratio of contracting a pet that could produce supplements on its own. Sigh. In fact, it couldn't save much money in the end. After all, under the situation of conservation of energy, what he replenished would have to be consumed by the pets. The consumption of the pets would have to be replenished with various nutritional supplements. Moreover, the cost of cultivating a pet was not small. It was better to buy supplements directly. Or, it would be good to learn from Meow Xiaodong and contract a pet that could strengthen his physique. Just as Shiryu was about to leave, Fang Ji rushed over. When he realized that Shiryu and the others were also here, his expression immediately changed. He had just calmed down outside for a while, but now, his mind was blank again. 11 and Buggy greeted Fang Ji and asked for their evaluation of the airline's strategy. However, Fang Ji couldn't understand. He only felt annoyed when he heard 11 and Buggy chirping. Damn it, these pets and the tamer were nothing normal. Under Fang Ji's disdainful gaze, Shiryu left the infirmary with 11 and Buggy smiling. Although his reputation had been affected, Shiryu immediately had a bad taste when he saw his opponent in such a miserable state. He found it interesting. Buggy's handling of the situation had indeed almost made him laugh. It even caused Shiryu to want to prank him more. If he remembered correctly, one of the names of the various techniques that the worm had given its worm silk was called the parasite thread. It meant that it could use the worm silk to control someone like a puppet. Therefore, could it use the full-level worm silk to pull the parasite out of the body of the emerald tree python and let the worm control the emerald tree python? Becoming a pseudo-goo master to directly snatch a pet in front of Meow Dong Dong. Although he didn't know about goo worms, a full-level worm-type skill, worm silk, was just that magical. Isn't this too crazy? In this case, what's the difference between Buggy and the enemy? Chapter 124, Going Crazy Again. Chapter 124, Going Crazy Again. A moment later, Shiryu returned to the prep room. When he thought of interesting tactics, he couldn't help but want to experiment on its feasibility. This strategy looks very normal. Only by defeating his opponent in the domain the opponent was most proficient in could he showcase his strength. Omega, if he won through technique, would this battle power show that he was intelligent? Shiryu pulled 11 and Buggy over. When you face Meow Xiaodong in the next round, you guys will do this, then that, and finally this, understand? 11 and Buggy nodded blankly. They understood, but not completely. However, wasn't his name Meow Dong Dong? That's not important. Shiryu stuffed the nutritional fluid in front of them. Seeing the happy water, 11 and Buggy's expressions lit up. GGG. There was no need to consider battles for the time being. It was better to recover the physical strength that he had consumed previously. 11 held up the happy water and gulped it down, while the worm used the worm silk as a straw. As for Shiryu, he looked at the small television and paid attention to the subsequent battle. Next, he only paid attention to the battles of the winners. As expected, the ones who advanced were still those few people. As for the advancement battle of the losers group that had lost once, he was not interested. The chances of both parties encountering each other were not high. Time flew again. When 11 and the others had already patched up, it was time for Shiryu to fight again. 11 and Buggy blushed. They had eaten too many supplements. The energy in their body was in a very full state. Shiryu's mouth was slightly agape. Even if it was your first time drinking the nutritional fluid made of energy crystals, you didn't have to eat so much, right? These guys were even weaker at this than their tamer. However, this wasn't a big problem. They just needed to consume a little more energy. Buggy closed its eyes and projected 2 ice dragon babies to slap it. Then, they immediately recovered. 11, on the other hand, used transcendent level hardening to create a trophy and wished them the championship in advance. Seeing that the 2 pets were so abnormal, Shiryu reflected deeply. In the venue, the audience looked at the name and profile picture on the big screen with strange expressions. This was the 3rd round of the assessment. Iron-eating Beast Knight, Tactical Genius Shiryu versus the mysterious Goo Master Miao Dong Dong. They wondered what kind of sparks would fly between the 2 parties in this assessment battle. Although this Shiryu isn't stable enough, his strength is really not bad. He has a lot of potential. Unfortunately, he seems to have been reserved by Ancient Capital University. The teachers from the student recruitment offices of the other colleges who came from afar thought that it was a pity. The next time they met, they might be competitors. There were many conflicts between the 9 academies due to the allocation of educational resources every year. However, some financial groups felt that Shiryu was quite interesting. Even if Shiryu entered Ancient Capital University, it actually didn't prevent them from cooperating with Shiryu. If Shiryu became the top scorer of the Ancient Capital assessment this year, they would directly get Shiryu to endorse an artificial mechanical light sword pet and shoot an advertisement. The effect wouldn't be any better for those hot-blooded young men. In the arena, Miao Dong Dong, who was wearing a cotton shirt, had already walked up. After coming up, he let out a long sigh. Opposite him, Shiryu also stepped onto the arena as usual. After coming up, Shiryu kept staring at the ground before looking at Master Chu Jie. Not bad. 11 clearly created a huge hole. After being repaired by Master Chu Jie's Earth Element pet, there were no signs of battle at all. No wonder the construction companies outside all contracted workers with earth, metal, and wood pets. This kid. Master Chu Jie looked at Shiryu, who had ill intentions towards the arena and himself, in silence. He hoped that Shiryu could battle normally next. How was he supposed to judge his playstyle? Beep, beep, beep. The 2 candidates arrived at the venue. After making preparations, Master Chu Jie quickly announced the start of the battle. After all, it was almost lunchtime and everyone was hungry. As for the outcome of this battle, many masters still thought highly of Shiryu. Now, in the eyes of these master-level beast tamers, the only ones who had any hope of defeating Shiryu were Yin Jingfan, who really had the pet of a monarch, and Zhang Qianni, who had the talent for violent battles. As for Miao Dong Dong, his emerald tree python was a corpse. It could only be considered half a monarch's pet. In the arena, as Master Chu Jie announced the start of the battle, a lightning storm flashed across Miao Dong Dong's brain again, and his mind worked crazily. Our advantage is that the monarch shell of the emerald tree python is an excellent protection. It lives in the body of the tree python, and the parasitic goo can largely be immune to mental attacks. And since the shadow goo is in symbiosis with me, our mental fusion can also be immune to mental attacks to a certain extent. This way, half of Shiryu's trump card, expert-level deterrence, was wasted. Miao Dong Dong, who had brown curly hair, stood opposite Shiryu. He took a deep breath and felt the pressure for the first time because he wasn't facing a normal beast tamer. Although with the advantage of a Goo Master, they could reduce the impact of Shiryu's proficient-level deterrent skill to the minimum, his transcendent level hardening, perfect level thunderpalm, and that strange green silkworm still worried him. Let's fight. At this point, Miao Dongdong couldn't think too much. He looked at Shiryu sternly. In the arena, strong winds rose up. The two of them summoned their pets at the same time. After Shiryu quietly summoned the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm, a huge summoning array appeared on Miao Dongdong's side. A shocked roar immediately came from the array. A green python nearly 10 meters long suddenly appeared from the formation. It stood as tall as a tall building and looked down at Eleven and the bug with its green eyes in shock. This was the magic of goo masters and parasitic goo. It was hard to imagine that such a living emerald tree python was actually a corpse with another owner controlling it. This is the first time I'm fighting a goo master, Shiryu looked at his opponent and thought to himself. And LT, name and GT, parasitic goo. Attributes, worm. Race skill, parasitic, high-level bug-type skill. It can infiltrate the target's body and control the target. In the parasitic state, it can inherit the opponent's racial skill and have the ability to heal the target's injuries. It can also use the parasitic shell as a protective umbrella, immune to most attacks. This skill was very strong, but there was also a limit. It could only parasitize animals. At the same time, after the host was parasitized, it lost her growth ability. In the arena, the giant python roared. Miao Dongdong stood not far from the giant python and recovered his previous calm expression. On the other side, Eleven and Buggy were expressionless. They even felt that the other party was quite fierce. However, although it was fierce, pandas were even fiercer. Yen, howl. The little metal-eating beast's eyes widened. You dare to be arrogant again. As it howled, an extremely huge invisible wave of air erupted from Eleven's body. It stared at the emerald tree python and Miao Dongdong. At this moment, the air in the arena began to hum and vibrate. The almost material deterrence wave turned into a violent wind that swept across the arena. It's here. At this moment, the emerald tree python's body suddenly froze. The shadow under Miao Dongdong's feet disappeared instantly and fused with his body. A strange black tattoo appeared on Miao Dongdong's body. As the mental storm swept past, Miao Dongdong gritted his teeth and felt dizzy. He subconsciously clenched his fists and smiled. Similarly, the emerald tree python quickly shook its head, its gaze gradually becoming clear, and it roared. That's all. Facing the terrifying deterrence wave, Miao Dongdong was covered in sweat, but he quickly stabilized and recovered. The parasitic goo in the emerald tree python's body was clearly protected by the protective umbrella of the monarch's shell, almost able to withstand this terrifying mental impact. Next, it's our turn to fight back. Miao Dongdong raised his hand, and countless shadows appeared out of thin air, about to condense into a ball. It was surprisingly one of the abilities of the shadow goo, the shadow ball. At this moment, the body of the emerald tree python swayed slightly and made an attack pose, revealing its fangs. This was the first opponent Shiryu and the others had encountered to face Eleven's deterrence. Although he was affected, he could still continue attacking. As expected, when facing a slightly stronger opponent, deterrence was immediately not as omnipotent. He resisted it. Miao Dongdong is awesome. You're the first one to make the Iron Eater Knight fail. As Miao Dongdong and the others resisted the deterrence, waves of voices immediately erupted from the spectator area. Many people's eyes lit up. They felt that this battle would be very exciting. Those master-level beast tamers also revealed looks of admiration towards Miao Dongdong. The shadow goo and parasitic goo were only two transcendent species of goo worms, but they could be developed to such an extent by Miao Dongdong. He and Shiryu were simply the two great inspirational candidates for this assessment. However, at this moment, only a small number of people realized the severity of the problem. What are you guys causing a ruckus about? Do you have any eyesight at all? That's just a deterrence. The silkworm god hasn't made a move yet. In the spectator area, a pair of cousins stared at the worm that started to close its eyes and felt that things weren't that simple. This deterrence didn't look like it wanted to instantly kill the opponent. Instead, it wanted to attract attention. As expected, soon, someone noticed the worm with its eyes closed. This had already become the sign of Buggy's anger. Look. On the head of the emerald tree python. At this moment, everyone was shocked to discover that the green worm was still lying on the iron-eating beast's shoulder. However, another identical green silkworm appeared on the head of the emerald tree python. It was just like how the first assessment conjured dragon might and the second assessment conjured wings. This time, the green worm showed its own projection. At this moment, sensing the change, the emerald tree python and Meow Dong Dong were stunned. The emerald tree python was still opening its mouth foolishly. In the next moment, the green silkworm on its head bent its body and flipped its body 360 degrees. Like a diving trick, it jumped into the emerald tree python's mouth. This scene stunned everyone. The emerald tree python also felt that something was wrong. Meow Dong Dong, D. What the hell? Meow Dong Dong was momentarily stunned, not knowing what it meant. Attacking from the inside of the tree python. But the tree python's poisonous stomach liquid skill could even corrode metal. Suicide. Just as Meow Dong Dong didn't understand, the next moment, the emerald tree python suddenly widened its eyes and made a vomiting gesture, then showed an even more painful expression. Its body started to twitch crazily. Inside the emerald tree python, the green silkworm phantom erupted with countless worm silk, making the worm silk stab into the body of the emerald tree python like the hair of a lion. Gulp. The stomach liquid that surged up encountered the worm silk and constantly corroded the silk, but the strong corrosive effect actually couldn't affect the levelless worm silk at all. On the contrary, the silk were like small life forms with their own consciousness, launching fierce attacks on the emerald tree python. In its body, full-level worm silk was definitely a product that no one could understand, even if it was a legendary beast tamer. The effect of the silk that was derived from the full-level worm silk was something that even a transcendent worm silk didn't have, and it was something that only Shiryu's worm could master. At this moment, no one knew what was going on. They only knew that Shiryu seemed to be planning to attack from the inside of the tree python, and it seemed to have taken effect. Despicable city people. Meow Dong Dong, who came from the countryside, immediately recalled the warnings of his granny and the tribe. His eyes reddened. Sensing the parasitic goo's cry for help, he couldn't take it anymore. He quickly looked at 11 and the green worm, and a shadow instantly appeared under his feet and stretched. He wanted to use another skill of the shadow goo, shadow control, to lock the little iron-eating beast in place. At the same time, the shadow ball in his hand had already been condensed and he suddenly threw it at the green worm. Although he didn't know what was going on, it wasn't wrong to target the green silkworm. The shadow ball smashed at 11 and Buggy like a black meteor, but 11 didn't even have the intention to move. Shiryu, emerald tree python, blocked the attack. On the other hand, as a beast tamer, Shiryu issued commands to his pet. At this moment, the huge emerald tree python suddenly pressed down on the shadow created by the shadow goo. At the same time, it used its huge body to block the shadow ball. Meow Dong Dong was speechless. The shadow ball hit the emerald tree python's body, and the emerald tree python's eyes shone with a dark light. Its huge body only had a little scratch on it, and the injury was extremely light. This was the power of the physique of a monarch. Even without using any moves, it could still have an extremely strong pressure. Everyone opened their mouths slightly. It was strong, but something was wrong. Why did this emerald tree python listen to Shiryu's orders and help the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm resist the damage? Could it be the legendary parasitic worm? No, impossible. Meow Dong Dong was stunned. What was happening? At this moment, in a small room inside the emerald tree python, whose main body was only a high-level transcendent race and didn't have any other impressive skills, the parasitic goo looked at the active insect silk surrounding it. Would it dare to move? The only stomach liquid skill that could attack the invader in its body was useless against this worm silk. Would it dare to move? Gee. The insect silk made an excited sound. Gee. The parasite goo screamed like a chicken. Don't come over. What the hell was this? Was it a parasite or was the green worm a parasite? Why was this guy's insect silk able to invade and control the tree python's movements as if it had its own consciousness? This didn't make sense. The parasitic worm shouted at the beast tamer telepathically. This didn't make sense. Meow Dong Dong. Meow Dong Dong was stunned. In the outside world, everyone was stunned. Including the master-level beast tamers, none of them knew what was going on when they saw the emerald tree python helping the little iron-eating beast block the attack. In the arena, after helping the little iron-eating beast block the attack, the emerald tree python slowly stretched its body and approached the little iron-eating beast and the others. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the little iron-eating beast brought the green silkworm and climbed onto the huge body of the emerald tree python, transforming into a python riding panda. After riding the tree python, 11's transcendent level hardening was activated and immediately wrapped the tree python with powerful armor. Compared to the parasitic skill of the parasitic goo, Buggy's parasitic silk was still lacking in many ways. For example, it could only control its movements but couldn't inherit the moves. Therefore, if it wanted to have stronger output, it could only rely on 11's hardening. When everything was completed, the tree python and 11 looked at the tiny, helpless, pitiful, and confused Meow Dong Dong in hostility. Meow Dong Dong subconsciously took a step back with a blank expression. This is impossible, impossible. How is this possible? What exactly have you done? Shiryu looked at the little goo master opposite him whose expression was starting to look strange. His mental fortitude wasn't good. It's nothing. I just let the green silkworm hijack your parasitic goo into a worm hostage. Therefore, the one controlling the emerald tree python vest is the green silkworm. Don't worry, I'll return it to you after the battle. Damn, worm. At this moment, looking at the change in the venue, Master Chu Jie was confused again. As a judge, his professionalism didn't seem to be enough. He didn't know what had happened. He kept feeling that Shiryu was talking nonsense, but he couldn't refute it. Everyone's mouths opened slightly as they looked at the change in the arena. What the F***ck was going on? The battle was going in an unscientific and abnormal direction again. What kind of nonsense skills were Shiryu's pets using? Meow Dong Dong, PQ. Ah. At this moment, Meow Dong Dong took another step back and widened his eyes. He was the most confused. Human language. Who was the goo master here? He looked at the green python that was approaching him and was a little stunned. Parasitic goo and the emerald tree python were his trump cards. The shadow goo was to protect his own body. Now that his trump card had turned against him, how could he fight? Many candidates also looked at the helpless Meow Dong Dong in silence. A perfectly fine genius. Why did he become like this when he encountered Shiryu? In a certain place, the expressions of Yushu, Fong Ji, and the others darkened. Oh my, this time, another candidate would go crazy. This Shiryu was definitely abnormal. They advised him not to participate in other competitions in the future. He was deliberately messing with other people's mentalities. Chapter 125, Real Richness. Chapter 125, Real Richness. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the third round of assessment, Shiryu advanced without any surprise. But at the same time, another youth lost his dream. Until he was rolled into a wrapping by his emerald tree python, then flung onto the wall and slid down, the miserable Meow Dong Dong still didn't understand. Why could the green worm snatch away the parasitic goo's right to live with the green tree python? Someone explained to him. Even he, a goo master, couldn't understand, let alone the other beast tamers. Towards this battle, many master-level beast tamers could only grunt in silence. With their experience, they couldn't explain this development. Help! What was wrong with this newcomer? Could it be that the beast-taming method of the new era was developing so quickly? There was a generation gap between them. It didn't seem like it, because the surrounding young candidates were also extremely silent, feeling that it was ridiculous. For example, Yushu, Zhang Qianyi, Yin Jingfan, and the others who might encounter Shiryu next. None of them wanted to say anything. This indeed meant that there was something wrong with Shiryu. Yes, not bad. Even Yin Chuanqi and his cousin, who were at a certain place, only commented in silence, not wishing to look deeper. It was meaningless to guess. Let the guy be himself. Say, after he enters school, his archaeology direction is all right. But in terms of battle, will there be any teacher to teach him the battle direction? Dean Liu asked Director Li. Director Li. Forget about being a wonder in battle, our teachers can only teach limited archaeology. The archaeology of people from Bureau 11 was disgusting. It was like they were watching the History Channel. Bro, this is too showy. At the same time, the archaeological 7 elites looked at the arena and sighed. No, it's not that he is too outstanding, but the worm is too outstanding. I originally thought that Junior Shiryu's second pet was the green silkworm and was just a burden. Now it seems that I'm still too young and don't understand the world of cheaters. I, Zheng Yingjie, am willing to call it the strongest green silkworm. Zheng Yingjie said. The worm god is reborn. Although they did not know what was going on, everyone could tell that the green silkworm had seized control of the parasite over the emerald tree python. Good heavens, it was just a green worm. Not only could it release dragon might as a giant dragon, but it could also use itself as a wing to drop nuclear bombs. Now, it could even use it as a parasite to snatch pets in front of people. Impressive. Senior Lin, you've always known that Junior Shiryu is so awesome, right? Lin Yuer, a girl from the 7 elites, asked Senior Panda. Lin Xiuzhu, who was holding a camera. She felt that it was actually very normal before Shiryu contracted a pet. Including Pet 11, it was also very normal and encouraging. In the end, why did everything become like this, including the beast tamer himself and his pets? Lin Xiuzhu didn't know why. This is too showy. On the Battle Club's side, the members of the Ancient Capital University team exclaimed. During their vocation assessment, if Shiryu had shown off half his power, he would at least have become a vice president now. Unlike now, where they had to train bitterly under the president's gaze. Shut up. The beast-eared girl stared at the cell phone wholeheartedly. No matter how strong Shiryu was, he didn't attract her this time. Because she was chatting with her goddess. Lu Qingyi, I'm outside the Ancient Capital Arena. Whitebrook, Senior, I'll go pick you up. Lu Qingyi, no need, I'll look for you later. Whitebrook, all right. Whitebrook looked at the chat record and exhaled slightly. She could see Senior Lu again. Great. Although Lu Qingyi seemed to have come to look for Shiryu. Damn it, even though I was the one who talked to her first. After the battle ended, Shiryu returned happily. It felt good to experience the feeling of stealing a pet. Unfortunately, this was immoral. Only this time, just this once. But it did prove the power of the worm's parasitic silk. Apart from that, its insect silk could actually sew up wounds. Apart from not being able to let the target maintain their bodily functions and inherit their racial skills, it was really similar to the parasitic skill of the parasite. It was like the full-level worm silk had simulated other insect-type skills. Although it was a simple version, it felt a little like it was on track, as if it had come into contact with the insect-type rules. It meant that when a certain skill reached the pinnacle, it would come into contact with Tao if it advanced further. That was how the laws of the world worked. Since there are no records in history, why don't I give it a name? In the future, it'll be called Tao Proficiency. Shiryu stretched. Skill, Worm Silk, Tao Proficiency. Perhaps it was because the level of the Worm Silk skill was too low, and it could only be called progressing into the Tao. If it were a transcendent skill with max level points, it might really be able to touch the power that only mythical creatures like Origins and Rules could master. As for the divine skills mastered by mythical creatures, they were abilities that could directly mobilize laws and origins. Shiryu really wondered if the skill index could replicate this ability. Forget it, don't think too far ahead. The next round seems to be the battle between Yushu and that Zhang Qianyi. Shiryu touched his chin and returned to the prep room, planning to take a good look. He estimated that this boy, Yushu, might not necessarily win. Even he didn't have much confidence in facing the Zhang Qianyi. If he wanted to win, he would have to go all out. The opponent's talent was too terrifying for the pet's battle power bonus. A moment later, Shiryu returned to the prep room. However, just as he opened the door, he was immediately stunned. In the room, a woman with fair skin and short brown hair that glowed slightly was sitting on the sofa looking at her cell phone in a white shirt, a black uniform short skirt, and a white coat. Her long white legs were casually crossed. After discovering that someone had entered, she used the back of her hand to adjust her glasses slightly. She looked over and sighed silently. Senior Lu. Shiryu was at a loss. He didn't understand why Lu Qingyi would suddenly appear here. Luchini didn't know where to start. She wanted to cry. She didn't understand why Shiryu, who was still very normal in Pingcheng, had become like this. After watching the editing of Shiryu's survival assessment 3 days ago, she had insomnia for the entire night. She felt a little regretful that she didn't personally guide Shiryu and instead handed him to the similarly abnormal White Brook. In her opinion, Shiryu, who was riding an iron-eating beast and fighting personally, was even more ridiculous than White Brook. White Brook liked to fight herself, and her personality was crazy because of her fusion talent. However, Shiryu was an archaeologist with a telepathy talent, so why was he joining in the fun? If such a habit suddenly flared up during exploration of various ruins and mystic realms, it was very easy to court death. Luchini sighed slightly and rubbed her temples. Long time no see. Senior, long time no see. Shiryu's eyes lit up, feeling that something good would happen. After all, this person was the richest woman. Even the panda senior was a little inferior. He hurriedly poured some water and handed it to Luchini. What's this? Sorry, I took the wrong one. This is the happy water of the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm. Luchini. Your survival assessment and that so-called Wuji Airlines. Luchini took out her cell phone. On it was a screenshot of Shiryu's various performances that White Brook had given her. Luchini pushed out her cell phone and showed it to Shiryu, looking at him playfully. He was already so old, but he was still like a child. Shiryu blushed. She even snitched on him. Shiryu looked at the picture of himself riding a panda and thought to himself, Sister Beast Ears, I'll remember this. Cough, if I say that this was all Eleven and Buggy's idea, would you believe me? Shiryu pushed the blame. He was indeed framed. Luchini was stunned. Who was he kidding? An iron-eating beast and green silkworm could think of using gravity to accelerate. They could think of using worm silk to advertise. She didn't believe that no one had instigated it. Forget it. Although she was also very concerned about this matter, it was Shiryu's own business after all. As long as Shiryu was happy. When she returned, teaching White Brook a lesson was the most important. The root of the problem was definitely here. White Brook must have led Shiryu astray. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The approval of the iron-eating beast evolution plan has been passed. Luchini smiled and looked at Shiryu. Actually, she had been paying attention to this matter for a long time. She was very pleased that Shiryu could crack a new ruin in a short period of time after deciphering the ruin that he had awakened in Pingcheng. From the ruins of the iron-eating beast, Shiryu discovered the evolution method of the iron-eating beast king's potential and gave new research ideas. With these, it could actually prove Shiryu's talent. Shiryu already had the qualifications to become an official member of Bureau 11. Unfortunately, the assessment mission given to Shiryu was to crack the Ice Dragon ruins. Therefore, even if Shiryu had other achievements now, he still had to wait a while. He passed. When? Shiryu was stunned. He thought it would be the end of the month. So soon. Just this morning. If nothing goes wrong, the news of the iron-eating beast's evolution can be announced on the internet today. Luchini tapped her finger on the table and said, at the same time, your name should be able to spread throughout the country. Shiryu. Shiryu's heart surged. However, was he the kind of person who cared about his reputation? He wanted to know how much the reward for discovering the evolution of the iron-eating beast was. As the discoverer of the iron-eating beast's evolution method and one of the practitioners, and even the appointed chief iron-eating beast evolution planner, he was too poor. If it weren't for the sake of raising 11 and Worm, he definitely wouldn't care about the bonus. After all, his dream was to be a handsome man who didn't pursue fame and fortune. This was purely forced by life. That's not the most important thing. Luchini continued to smile. The most important thing is that I've read the evolution thesis you wrote. In it, it says that the iron-eating beast might still have a second stage evolution, right? Then, let go and study it. As a reward for discovering the iron-eating beast's evolution method, I've helped you apply for 1 billion yuan worth of evolution materials through Bureau 11's channels. You can use it to buy the materials needed for your iron-eating beast's evolution. Of course, it can only be used to study the iron-eating beast's evolution. Compared to other rewards, you definitely need this more. Luchini also knew that Shiryu was poor. Lin Hongnian had spent hundreds of millions on the evolution of his iron-eating beast. She felt that Shiryu's demand would definitely be greater. 1 billion. Really? Of course, Lu Qingyi said. Shiryu's discovery was worth this value. 1 billion. Even if 11 multiplied its size, it could still equip a full set of armor. His heart started to beat faster. He knew that something good must have happened since Lu Qingyi came. This was too big. Previously, when he sold resources, he couldn't be considered rich at all. This time, he was. All right. Shiryu's expression was serious as he said, the iron-eating beast's potential is difficult to estimate. This money can indeed solve the urgent problem. Let's carry out other experiments. I'll use it well. Since the country provided this sum of money, he was confident that he could develop an iron-eating beast's overlord race evolution path and provide a national-level pet to the Eastern Brilliance ancient nation. Lu Qingyi crossed her arms and nodded. At this moment, Lu Qingyi suddenly remembered the evolution method of the goddess of light butterfly she had given Shiryu. Your green worm shouldn't be planning to evolve into a goddess of light butterfly, right? She had a helpless expression. If she remembered correctly, when she first saw that green worm was still very ordinary. No, to be precise, including the iron-eating beast, they were also very ordinary. But now, this bug seemed to have more tricks than the iron-eating beast. Yes, I obtained some small gains in the ruins. The green silkworm obtained the inheritance left behind by an overlord-level fantasy clam, said Shiryu. Fierce beast phantom, dream clam, illusion phantom, Lu Qingyi nodded. This was the advantage of being an archaeologist. In exploring ancient ruins, one could always obtain unexpected opportunities from time to time. A green worm had changed its fate just like that. There was also Shiryu's iron-eating beast. Lu Qingyi estimated that it had also obtained quite a lot through the ruins. This was in line with its current achievements. However, Lu Qingyi didn't want to ask too much about this. This was a secret that belonged to Shiryu himself. Moreover, she was indeed not interested. Her gains in the ruins were much more than Shiryu's when she was young. She had even come into contact with some mythical opportunities. Lu Qingyi thought of something again. It seemed that she had yet to tell Shiryu about the 11 Bureau assessment and the plant pet Shiryu had mentioned to her. After you become a professional beast tamer, do you plan to explore the Ice Dragon ruins? Shiryu looked at the small television as he replied, I should go exploring before school starts. I hope I can crack it successfully at once. Lu Qingyi nodded and said, if you successfully crack it, you will be an official member of Bureau 11. As an official member of Bureau 11, we will usually distribute 2 items uniformly. Item. This was the first time Shiryu had heard of it. He couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyi. Yes. Lu Qingyi nodded and said, one is a technological product, equivalent to a universal illustrated handbook. It can directly detect the information of all creatures from transcendent races to mythical races recorded at the moment, as well as information on skills and resources. The level of access is very high. In addition, it can also detect the specific growth level of the pet. The upper limit is the Guardian level. It's also a very good battle power detector. At the same time, there are also all the maps of Donghuangs inside, including the distribution of some dangerous areas, mystic realms, and ruins. There are detailed records. Of course, they can also be used as communication devices. This index can be customized. What style do you want? You can use me as a reference. The index one have is a cell phone model, and it's equipped with a pair of glasses that can connect to the index data. This is more convenient. She pointed at her glasses. Well. Actually, contact lenses can also be done, but I was more used to wearing glasses when I was young. Lu Qingyi smiled. After becoming a beast tamer, one's physique would increase at the same time. Unless he was injured, there would basically be no short-sightedness. Lu Qingyi said that she was used to wearing glasses when she was young. This proved that it was before she became a beast tamer. Shiryu sighed. It looked like she had been a genius since he was young. But then again, this index sounded very fragrant. It was completely a super encyclopedia. He felt that there was no need to change his cell phone. This was enough. It was just that. It sounded a little corrosive. If he had this, wouldn't it mean that he wasn't allowed to memorize books seriously? Then I'll also use the cell phone model. Then, I want a matching contact lens, sure you said. Then, do you plan to install an intelligent life form in this index? Or do you just want a program? Luchini asked. It's probably the difference between a mechanical life form and an ordinary machine. Chapter 126, Expanding Benefits. Chapter 126, Expanding Benefits. In that case, what would he want? Wasn't it better to directly ask for the design of the beautiful cyborg? However, he didn't dare to say this, nor did he dare to mention it. He was afraid that after he said it, even his cell phone shell would disappear. What's the difference? Sure, you asked. Luchini replied, apart from the fact that one is purely a program and the other has its own consciousness, there's no difference in function. Of course. Don't expect to use it as a battle-type mechanical life form. The growth potential of such a mechanical life form is close to zero. At most, I'll be your personal assistant. She was looking down on him. As long as it was a pet, even if it was a cell phone, he could add points to become a nuclear bomb. Through upgrading points. Then, why don't we do a program? Sure, you thought to himself. 11 and Buggy didn't have enough money. If another gold eater came, he couldn't afford it. Even if he wanted to add points, wouldn't it be better for him to find a mechanical pet with more comprehensive abilities and a higher racial level in the future? Starting from a low-level race would cost too much and consume too much energy. At that time, if he added some points and bonded with it, he would be wanting to upgrade its configuration, and the evolution materials would cost hundreds of millions. Where would he find them? The 1 billion yuan that Senior Lu sent was barely enough for 11 to evolve, and it couldn't become multiplied by too much. Otherwise, it would definitely be hopeless to be fully armed. Luchini smiled and said, but there's no hurry to make a decision. You can consider it slowly. Then, Luchini stretched and said, you actually already have the second tool that will be distributed. It's the ruin bead on your neck. However, the quality distributed by Bureau 11 is better. It's a relic left behind by famous legendary beast tamers in history. It's relatively well preserved, unlike this defective product. Your spatial strength has an upper limit and is unstable. Letting extraordinary creatures enter is already the limit. A new ruin bead. Sure, you was stunned. Are these two items standard for members of Bureau 11? To be precise, it's the standard for official members. Luchini nodded. Both of them could greatly increase the safety of archaeologists. In the country, only Bureau 11 had this foundation. It's the same as this, no, even better than this. Sure, you touched the ruins bead on his chest and was a little shocked. Of course. However, this ruin pearl is a clue tool to explore the Ice Dragon ruins. It's still worth a little. Perhaps it's the key to open the Ice Dragon ruins. When the time comes, let's see how it's related to the Ice Dragon ruins. Sure, you nodded. At the same time, he sighed slightly. I'm a little glad to have joined Division 11 now. How generous. 10 million starting funds. Now he felt that it wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Luchini smiled. Would she lie to Sure you? The status of an official member of Bureau 11 was even higher than that of a legendary beast tamer. It was not a simple thing. And the value that a person with the talent to listen to the voice of history could create was not what a legendary beast tamer could compare to. The discoveries in those mythical ruins could almost be described as priceless treasures. It was the path to becoming a god. But these can only be distributed after you become an official member. Now you have the motivation, right? Yes. Sure Yu's heart surged. After the vocation assessment ended, he immediately decided that he would want to go to the Snow Mountain and pulled Old Feng, Old Lin, and the others to crack the Ice Dragon ruins. No, it wasn't safe yet. It would be best to gather all the masters from all districts and counties in Icefield City to form a team. If there was another legendary tamer, Sure Yu felt that it would be even more stable. He fell into deep thought again. Speaking of which, Ice Dragon Ruins was also a huge ruin space. However, no one had been able to find a way to open it until now. Of course, this was also related to the low potential value and lack of attention in the Ice Dragon Ruins. It was very easy to ignore. After all, apart from the Ice Dragon ruins, there were many mythical ruins in the country that had not been conquered. Shiryu was a little curious. After the Ice Dragon ruins was cracked, was there a similar ruin pearl? Also, could there really be an Ice Dragon inside? Then here's the last thing. Lu Qingyi heaved a sigh of relief. She felt so tired. She was clearly preparing to nurture Shiryu into an assistant, but why did he feel like she was Shiryu's assistant tool person instead? Was it an illusion? Investment, everything was still investment now. It's about plant-type pets, Lu Qingyi said. I wonder if you're still interested. I've already chosen a few targets for the plant-type pets you mentioned to me before. When your vocation assessment is over, I can take you to take a look. Therefore, when the time comes, don't be in a hurry to leave the ancient capital. He still had to see with his own eyes to determine if the contract was compatible with him. Sometimes, race levels were very confusing. The few plant pets he chose for Shiryu were all types that were useful for archaeology and had diversified development directions. Shiryu was stunned. She remembered. Seeing Senior Lu's expression, he felt that she had prepared another big gift for him. No problem, Shiryu agreed with a glint in his eyes. Looking at Lu Qingyi was like looking at a goddess. 1 billion evolution materials, super illustrated handbook, high-level ruined space, news about plant pets. These pieces of information made Shiryu feel that the vocation assessment was boring and he wanted to end it quickly. I'm done talking. Lu Qingyi glanced at the time, then at the small television. Then you continue preparing for the assessment. I'll go find Whitebrook. If they continued chatting, she was afraid that Shiryu wouldn't be in the mood to take the assessment. At the moment, the assessment was still more important to Shiryu. The better the assessment results, the better it was for his future development. All right. Shiryu looked at the small television. At this moment, the battle between Yushu and Zhang Qianyi was already at the climax. A black cloud thundercloud sprite with golden lightning flashing floated in the sky. Inside it were two strange little spirits. One was a wind sprite the size of a water bottle, similar to a small green tornado, and the other was a fire sprite similar to a flame. They were both elemental creatures of medium-level transcendent races. They were Zhang Qianyi's first and second pets. Although the race level was not high, they had also learned high-level skills outside their race. The current battle power was also extraordinary. At this moment, Yushu fell into a huge disadvantage. Under the thunderclap skill of the thundercloud sprite, the battle intent of the undead-type soul dragon was greatly affected, including Yushu's mentality. Skill, Thunder. And LT, Introduction and GT, with the power of thunder, it can intimidate the enemy and make them afraid. Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky, the sound shocking the heart. This was a thunder-type skill called Thunder Deterrence. Yushu clenched the silver necklace on his chest tightly. He was very glad that his mother had asked for level 3 mental defense equipment at the last minute. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to show his talent in this battle. But now, even if he activated his talent, the situation was still pushing him back step by step. The girl opposite was too violent. With a wave of her hand, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. A storm swept past, and it was simply unsolvable. This girl is so strong. Is she really from an ordinary family? How can she have such a talent? At the spectator area of Ancient Capital University, Qi Yingjie and the others looked at Zhang Qianyi standing on the ground and spoke one after another. It was fine if she faced other contestants previously, but Yushu was an internally determined genius in the battle department of Ancient Capital University. His parents were both top students who had graduated from Ancient Capital University. Now, they were already top-notch beast tamers. Even so, Yushu's soul-armored bone dragon was still retreating under the attack of the other party's 3 elemental sprites. Drip, drip, drip. In the arena, the thunder cloud sprite summoned the rain clouds, causing the entire arena to enter a rain state. Under the rain, its lightning was even more violent. In addition, under the combination of Zhang Qianyi's elemental coordination talent, the Thunder Cloud Sprite's high-level skill Lightning and the Wind Sprite's high-level skill Storm directly formed a dual-element combination skill Lightning Storm in this weather. A strong wind swept with the lightning and crushed towards Yushu's soul-armored bone dragon in an even more violent manner. This lightning and storm were both proficiency levels, and it wasn't even expert level. Moreover, it was used by 2 different pets. In theory, it was definitely impossible to fuse them. But at this moment, it had indeed successfully fused together, forming an exponentially greater power. The lightning storm swept over, and thick dark green flames appeared on the opposite side. The soul-armored bone dragon could still resist it with the soul fire dragon breath. However, in the next moment, Zhang Qinyi's expression froze, and she got the fire sprite to join the battle. As soon as the super 3-element combination skills formed by the high-level proficiency skills lightning, storm, and fire vortex were formed, the soul-armored dragon's soul flame dragon breath was instantly obliterated. Metal, green, and red storms blew over. In an instant, the bone dragon was swallowed. The strengthened bones began to suffer the stimulation of violent lightning and flames. The recombination speed was far slower than the enemy's destruction speed. The powerful destructive power immediately caused the bone dragon to wail. As the beast tamer of the soul-attached bone dragon, Yushu felt his heart trembling at this moment. F***ck, how unreasonable. On the other side, Yushu was about to explode in anger. Girl, this combination skill of yours was F***king unscientific. Wind, thunder, and high-level fire skills were completely unrelated. The proficiency was not high either, and you could just combine them. This elemental coordination talent was too unreasonable. Facing this elementalist with outstanding looks and her 3 elemental sprites, Yushu and the soul-attached bone dragon were directly defeated a moment later. This was also the first time Zhang Qinyi had all 3 pets attack and use 3 high-level combination skills. Zhang Qinyi advances in victory. At the side, Master Chu Jia looked at the unwilling Yushu and the slightly tired Zhang Qinyi and announced the results. In terms of beast-taming talent strength, Zhang Qinyi's elemental coordination talent was indeed stronger. At the moment, it was alright. When her pet touched on 7 or 8 attributes and its level was a little higher, the super combination skill formed would be incomparably sick. In comparison, although Yushu's soul-strengthening talent was also extremely rare, it was still slightly inferior. Of course, in the end of this battle, although the soul-armored bone dragon was heavily injured in the aspect of pets, Zhang Qinyi, who supported the combination skill of the 3 elemental sprites, still consumed more energy. At this moment, her face was pale, looking like she had consumed too much energy. Obviously, it was not easy to support pets to use 3 combination skills. Thank you for the fight, Zhang Qian said to Yushu. On the other hand, Yushu was very unhappy. Unfortunately, I can't bump into Shiyu. Among the two, the winner would encounter Shiryu. It was clearly not him now. Shiryu, Zhang Qian was slightly stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that Yushu would care about this after losing to her. Well, although you defeated me, I don't think you can defeat him, Yushu said. Zhang Qinyi. The pressure Shiryu gave Yushu was much greater than this Zhang Qinyi. Even if that bug couldn't use high-level props to transform into an ice dragon, he still felt that Shiryu had many trump cards. Shiryu was his greatest goal in this assessment. Although the other party had defeated him, only he, Yushu, could defeat Shiryu. This idiot. Somewhere in the audience, Yushu's irritable mother saw her son talking to the bright girl opposite after the competition and immediately cursed. It's none of your business whether Shiryu is impressive or not. How are you going to find a girlfriend like this? Your son is really a straightforward man. Just as Yushu's mother was extremely irritable, her cigarette was extinguished, and her lungs were about to explode from anger, an old woman walked over and smiled. Yushu's mother looked over and said, "You've taken in a good disciple. This Zhang Qinyi's use of talent is very good." The old woman nodded and said, "Yes, it's a pity that her physique is lacking and she can't use your talent multiple times. If only she were a boy. Girls are better." Yushu's mother's face darkened. At this moment, when they heard Yushu's conversation with Zhang Qian, the venue let out a cry. This Yushu had a very high evaluation of Shiryu. The two of them were both popular seated candidates. Could it be that the two of them knew and had contact? This unlucky child, why is he drawing attention to him? In the prep room, after Lu Qingyi left, Shiryu ate potato chips. 11 and Buggy had happy water and watched the small television together. Seeing that Yushu did not forget to draw attention for him even after losing, Shiryu immediately felt that there was a huge grudge and hatred. Wasn't it just stealing 3 stalks of dragon soul grass? However, that girl called Zhang Qinyi, her output was so high. Sure you looked at 11, and 11 quietly licked the happy nutrient solution. Your Thunder Palm plus Hardening Thunder Armor Profundity seemed to be a little difficult to resist that. Woo. 11 nodded. After all, it was 1 against 3, and the other party had the enhancement of her beast taming talent. But if we add multiplication, it should be okay. Then, with your rich experience of being beaten and your recovery ability, our chances of winning are still very high, sure you analyzed. Although the other party's move was strong, after that girl used it once, it looked like she would become weak. GGG. Buggy said to not forget about it. You. Sure you looked at Buggy and said, next, be it the thunder flame storm or the lava explosion of Yingjingfan's main rock beast, are you sure you want to go deeper into the battle? Gee, the green worm was stunned. It looked at its weak body and fell into deep thought. It imagined the scene of himself being minced into pieces in the thunder flame storm. It imagined himself being burned into a worm's ashes in the lava eruption. Buggy shuddered. All right, then it would assist at the edge. It would be a cheerleader. After showing off so much, it was time to give up his position as the leader. Gulp. Gulp. 11 finished the happy water in one go and placed the bottle on the table with a confident expression. It raised its hands high. No problem. We have to fight the next 2 battles well. Shiryu's expression was also serious. Not only did he have to let 11 be the main force, but he also had to win beautifully. It was time to announce the evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast. He had to win first place with the Iron-Eating Beast no matter what. Chapter 127, Splitting Thunder. Chapter 127, Splitting Thunder. After the 3rd round of assessment, it was a short break. Whether it was the audience or the candidates, they could find something to eat. Shiryu stared at the small television quietly. There was still the last match. Yingjingfan versus Ji-Ko. Ji-Ko was that seated candidate in strange clothes that looked like ancient wuxia clothes. Her strength was not bad either. The 2 pets walked the technical path. For example, her water blade mantis used the water slash skill as the core to create a fancy saber art. Unfortunately, it encountered Yingjingfan. With a deterrence from Yingjingfan's Zonian rock beast and a spatial shackle from the sky crystal butterfly, he directly took away her 2 pets' winning chances. Yingjingfan's Zonian rock beast also mastered deterrence, but when Yingjingfan showed it, no one was surprised. In the matches earlier, there was a green silkworm that could master the dragon's might. Mid-level transcendent iron-eating beasts could master deterrence. The Zonian rock beast was a pet of a monarch race. It was too scientific to awaken its king's aptitude. Although the technical stream is good, you have to have the ability to support it. After watching the battle, Shiryu only had this feeling. Under the same battle power, it was indeed quite outstanding, but when it came to experts, it was immediately weak. Letting 11 use the continuous Thunder Palm to execute a set of gorgeous and fancy palm skills was far inferior to directly multiplying it and using the Thunder Palm at full strength. It was simple and convenient. That lump of Thundercloud sprite has thunder deterrence, and this Zonian rock beast has deterrence. It's not easy. 11 and Buggy ate quietly, not wanting to hear Beast Tamer's troubles. Being difficult meant that the enemy couldn't be insta-killed. That was indeed difficult. Fortunately, Yingjingfan didn't contract too many pets. Shiryu got up and stretched his body. Yingjingfan had the beast taming space strengthening talent. In theory, he could contract 4 pets now. However, because he had been a beast tamer for too short a time, he couldn't nurture them. Currently, he only contracted 2. If he completed the contract, the pressure on Shiryu and the others would increase. I'll go order a box lunch, Shiryu said to 11 and Buggy. Although he had eaten a bunch of snacks and supplements in the house, he still had to make do with lunch. Woo. Gee. 11 and Buggy raised their glasses to send him off. After the 3rd round of assessment ended, there were immediately only a few scattered people left. During lunch break, regardless of whether it was the contestants or the audience, they had to eat. This time, Shiryu held the lunchbox and sat quietly on the high platform. With fewer people, he looked down at the venue from the perspective of the audience and other candidates. From this angle, he must be very handsome. It's faded, Shiryu finished the last mouthful of lunch. Then, just as he was about to get up and return to wait for the battle to begin in the afternoon, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was from Senior Panda. What's wrong? Sure you took the phone. Where are you? The assessment passed. She was talking to the iron-eating Iron Beast evolution details. Just now, my father and Director Lee received the news. On the other end of the phone was Lin Xiuju's excited voice. Sure you smiled. Although he already knew, he still said, really? Well, look at the time. It will be announced on the Donghuang Network at 1300 hours p.m. Donghuang Network, the official media of the country and the most formal information website. Sure you glanced at the time. It was currently 12:30. In other words, half an hour later. At the same time, it was also the time for the first round of the afternoon assessment to begin. Against Zhang Qianyi. I'm looking forward to it. Sure you looked at the time. Then I have to show off a little. After the battle, I'll advertise on the spot. There were so many big shots present. Perhaps he could pull in some investment. Now, sure you and Panda's Bamboo Stone Dojo and Iron-Eating Beast Breeding Base were in a win-win situation. Iron-Eating Beast Breeding Base, cultivated iron-eating beasts. Bamboo Stone Dojo, teaching the method to nurture iron-eating beasts. The other industries of Panda's senior sister grew iron-eating beast-related food resources. He was the chief evolution planner of the iron-eating beasts, the spokesperson of the iron-eating beast breeding base in Pingcheng. He could completely arrange the beast tamers who wanted to nurture iron-eating beasts clearly. Previously, Hall Master Lin had begged Shiryu to join their family business almost every day. As the chief evolution planner of the iron-eating beasts, Shiryu was almost the spokesperson of any iron-eating beast breeding base. Any place with his face on it would become the orthodox symbol. Behind him represented huge benefits. Hall Master Lin, who had spent hundreds of millions on the iron-eating beast's evolution, was counting on Shiryu to save his life. As for Shiryu, in the face of Hall Master Lin's passionate request, did he have a choice? So the current situation is that the richer Senior Panda's family is, the richer I am. Forget about everything else, I'll definitely have 11's food in the future. Shiryu sighed. This time, he shouldn't be considered a pretty boy of rich ladies, right? He had also played a huge role. However, in that case, he had to think of a way to let Pingcheng's breeding base. No, let the economy of Pingcheng rise. After all, the business of Lin Xiuju's family had always been closely related to the economy of Pingcheng, and it was half country-based and personal-based. Speaking of which, if he could crack the Ice Dragon ruins, he would be able to obtain the index and new high-level ruin space. He just didn't know what use the ruin bead in his hand had when breaking through the ruins and whether it could be preserved after the battle. If it could be preserved, its best use had already appeared. Through this ruin bead, the largest iron-eating beast breeding base in Pingcheng, the village of giant pandas in Donghuang, the planting a large number of iron-eating beasts-related spiritual plants. In the future, as the iron-eating beasts became monarch races and overlord races, Icefield City might be able to become a first-level city with this. Many cities really developed under the light of unique pets. After returning, he had to discuss it with Old Feng and Old Lin to make the greatest use of the ruin beads. The premise was that when he cracked the Ice Dragon ruins, this ruins bead would not be destroyed, God bless. He also wondered, after the Ice Dragon ruin space was broken, would there be new ruins? Shiryu fell into deep thought. He suddenly understood why Bureau 11 had so many ruin beads to distribute. January 10th. The ancient capital arena became lively again. Many candidates and spectators returned to the arena after lunch to watch the afternoon assessment. Although I didn't pass this year's assessment, I've learned something new. They're both transcendent pets, but other people's pets can actually be so strong. Damn it. In the audience, a candidate complained. You're all right. I've already grown 3 years of experience. My beast taming space has already reached level 3, and I can't even pass the 3rd survival assessment. Brother, it's all right. We'll work hard together in the next assessment. Let's give it a try. Various discussions came from all over the venue. The most discussed voices were the advancement battles of the next 4 semi-finals. Iron-Eating Beast Knight, Tactical Genius, Master Player Shiryu vs Elementalist Zhang Qianyi, who had the higher chance of winning. This time, Shiryu should be punished, right? Many people thought so. It wasn't that Shiryu attracted a lot of hatred, but he was really a little out of place. Many beast tamers were secretly unhappy that they weren't as good as this guy. Could it be that acting like an 8th grader with 8th grade syndrome was the correct way to become a powerful beast tamer? They didn't believe it. Unless Shiryu could get first place, only then would they reluctantly follow the trend. Zhang Qian's beast taming talent is stronger. Compared to Shiryu's telepathy talent, she's clearly better. However, how did Shiryu's talent manage to train his pet to be so strong? In terms of pets, Zhang Qian's beast taming space has reached level 3. Forget about the strength of the pets, the number of them already won. Moreover, Zhang Qian can perfectly coordinate their strength into one. This is another advantage. The ordinary candidates analyzed, and the masters also analyzed. This battle was difficult to say. Although Zhang Qian had hope of defeating Shiryu, Shiryu also had a very high chance of defeating Zhang Qian. In the promotional video, the iron-eating beast's thunderpalm and the profound skill of hardening were edited. As for this profundity, because the opponent was too weak in the video, the duration it could be maintained was too short. It was only for an instant, so the power displayed was not obvious. Now, the only thing that these masters were puzzled about was how Shiryu's iron-eating beast's coordination was. Could it really control the profundities and to what extent? This might be the most important deciding point of this battle. Because, no matter how strong Zhang Qian's combination skill was, it was only in the category of combination skills. It was something professional beast tamers played with. As for profundities, they were in another field. They were the unique skills of masters. Beep! After the big screen displayed Shiryu and Zhang Qian's avatars, Master Chu Jie whistled and signaled for the two candidates to go on stage. He couldn't see his expression, but he was very curious about what Shiryu would do this time. Zhang Qian was a very orthodox battle-type beast tamer. Facing a beautiful girl, Shiryu couldn't possibly destroy her, right? It was a normal battle. Leave a good impression on the girl. Don't copy the Yushu style from the previous round. Master Chu Jie didn't know why he was worried about the young people. A moment later, Shiryu walked out of the candidate passage. He was still so handsome and cool. Junior Shiryu, charge. At the spectator area of Ancient Capital University, the 7 archaeological elites cheered for Shiryu. If the top scorer this year could become a new student in the archaeology department, the archaeology department would definitely be very in a comfortable state for the next year. Shiryu represented their future. After Shiryu walked onto the stage, opposite him, Zhang Qian also stepped onto the stage at the same time. There seemed to be more voices calling out to her. The girls might not necessarily cheer for Shiryu, but the male candidates would definitely cheer for Zhang Qian. As Shiryu stood in the arena, he only felt that the world was cruel. That's the sword hilt. You brought a sword. After coming up, when Zhang Qian observed Shiryu and saw something similar to the hilt of a light sword at his waist, she was immediately stunned. Could it be? Could it be that Shiryu's battle with her this time would be as crazy as the survival trial? Wasn't he afraid of being struck by lightning if he went on stage? She couldn't guarantee Shiryu's safety. Holy shit, Shiryu seems to have brought a sword. What do you mean? Is he going to overcome the lightning tribulation with the sword? Many spectators also realized that Shiryu carried a prop with him and could not help but be surprised. No, Shiryu said, this is only an umbrella. Your thundercloud sprite's rain area is too large. I don't want to become a drenched chicken like Yushu. Master Chu Jie. The audience, including Yushu. Beep, Master Chu Jie's expression darkened. He immediately blew the whistle, indicating for the competition to begin. Stop chatting, hurry up and fight. This is a professional assessment, not a chatting stage. The whistle sounded. Both Zhang Qian and Shiryu immediately summoned their pets. Zhang Qian's summoning array appeared in the sky, while Shiryu's summoning array appeared on the ground. The figures of the thundercloud sprite, fire sprite, and wind sprite, as well as the little iron-eating beast and green silkworm, appeared on the arena in an instant. The moment it appeared, the thundercloud sprite that looked like a black thundercloud activated its thunder skill. Electricity surged inside. A deafening sound immediately spread throughout the venue, making many candidates cover their ears, their hearts trembling. However, the main targets of this sound were still the little iron-eating beast standing in the arena and the green worm on its head. At this moment, with a boom, rain clouds immediately appeared on the field. The rain clouds condensed almost instantly. Raindrops fell, and the sky was pitch black. The thunder was deafening. Woo! Gee! Seeing that the other party actually took the initiative to attack and used a deterrence skill, the dual deterrence of 11 and Buggy suddenly erupted. Although the energy value of the thundercloud sprite was above 11, 11's deterrence proficiency was higher, and he had the support of Buggy. The substantialized aura was intimidating, making the raindrops distort and disappear in midair. At this moment, the deterrence collision of the three sprites on the field and even the candidates outside the field could clearly feel that it was abnormally scary. With a bang, it was as if the air was colliding with each other. The entire arena was wrapped in two huge auras. As the auras collided, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. However, an instant after the collision, the deterrence power of the thunder deterrence was quickly suppressed. Zhang Qinyi's expression didn't change. She didn't expect that the thundercloud sprite's deterrence could defeat the deterrence of the little iron-eating beast. As long as it could withstand it, it would be considered a victory. Her killer moves were still not used yet. After the thunderclap, along with the rain, a thick thunderbolt accompanied the thunderclap as it rumbled down. With the double strengthening of storm and deterrence, the power of this high-level thunder skill had reached its maximum. At this moment, the several-meter-thick thunder pillar descended. 11 showed an excited expression, making Buggy's eyes widen as it hurriedly jumped away from 11. Lightning Blade, said Shiryu, who was holding an umbrella at the edge of the arena. Upon hearing Shiryu's command, 11 roared. A strong blue and white electric current began to appear in its palms. At the same time, the lightning began to spread throughout its body and invade it. In the next moment, all the hair on its body stood up. Its perfect level supervision was also activated. It formed a profundity with the thunder palm and looked at the lightning in the sky. Its body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning itself. Then, in this berserk state, 11 took a deep breath and finally stepped hard. A crack appeared in the arena. The little iron-eating beast's figure disappeared on the spot. The audience's breathing tightened. What was it doing? After a moment, all the candidates looked at the sky. Their hearts trembled violently, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In midair, the high-level skill lightning that the thundercloud sprite released, which looked like a lightning pillar, was actually divided into two at this moment. It was as if it was sliced apart by the sharpest weapon. And the energy dispersed stopped in midair. Everyone saw that the one who sliced and tore apart the lightning was the little iron-eating beast that leaped up with all its might. At this moment, the blue and white lightning on its hands formed a sharp contrast to the golden lightning summoned by the thundercloud sprite. Many people widened their mouths in shock. This could also be done. The lightning was so fast. How did this little metal-eating beast cut through the lightning so accurately and quickly? Zhang Qinyi and the thundercloud sprite's expressions changed almost at the same time. Is this the power of the perfect level thunder palm? The candidates looked at the little metal-eating beast that had fallen onto the charred ground again with high battle intent, and their hearts trembled. Fuck. Previously, it had always been Buggy showing off. Now that they saw the little iron-eating beast attack, it immediately gave the candidates an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. Apart from the perfect level thunder palm, there's also the perfect level supervision, Legendary Ian said quietly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for this iron-eating beast to capture the movement of the lightning and the weak points of energy so easily and successfully cut it open. This move couldn't simply be considered a perfect level thunder palm anymore. Instead, it was a profundity formed by perfect level thunder palm and supervision. It was a profound skill that could allow the little iron-eating beast to perfectly control the lightning stimulation. Senior, is this the thunder palm of your bamboo stone dojo? Impressive. The 7 archaeological elites in the audience seats of Ancient Capital University said. The panda senior was silent. She kept feeling that Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast's thunder palm had never been so smooth. Chapter 128, The Evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast. Chapter 128, The Evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast. The audience was getting noisy. Even those master-level beast tamers were shocked to see the little iron-eating beast cutting through the lightning so easily. After all, this iron-eating beast seems to be Shiryu's trump card. Everyone looked at Buggy, who had crawled to the edge of the arena to watch the commotion, and suddenly remembered that it was the second pet. What about this move? In the arena, the girl frowned. She was very dissatisfied with the thundercloud sprite being used as a foil for the little iron-eating beast's posturing. She held her hands in front of her, her palms facing each other. Green and gold energy fluctuations immediately appeared between her hands. Whoa! In the sky, as Zhang Qianni used the elemental coordination talent, there was a strange connection between the thundercloud sprite and the wind sprite, as if their minds were also connected. Zhang Qianni could use 2 high-level combination skills multiple times, but using 3 high-level combination skills once was her current limit. The lightning couldn't affect Shiryu and the others. Zhang Qianni immediately activated his second most powerful combination skill, Thunderstorm. It was also called Thundercloud Storm. Thunder rumbled. In the sky, the thundercloud sprite and the wind sprite laughed wildly. The fire sprite distanced itself from them in disdain. Then, their bodies quickly turned around. In an instant, a powerful black thundercloud storm formed. This tornado-like storm had black thunderclouds sweeping inside. Electricity flashed inside, containing a terrifying power of thunder. Seeing the formation of this super combination skill, many candidates swallowed their saliva. How violent! In the next second, the black thundercloud tornado was like a black thunder dragon as it swept towards 11, who had just finished showing off. Thundercloud Storm. G. At the edge of the arena, the bug cheered for 11. This move was indeed strong. Unless it used the ice dragon whiskers to transform into an ice dragon, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, it was left to the leader. However, even Yushu's soul-armored bone dragon's soul fire dragon breath could resist this move, so 11 was even less concerned. Woo! This time, 11 also went all out. His whole body hardened, and a metallic texture filled his whole body. At the same time, he activated the perfect level Thunder Palm. This time, he chose to use the profundity of the transcendent level hardening and perfect level Thunder Palm. At this moment, it looked like it was wearing lightning armor. Realizing that the little iron-eating beast had entered this special state, many master-level beast tamers stood up one after another, wanting to see if it could control this arcane skill. If it could, then Shiryu and the others were too monstrous. They had just become professional beast tamers, but they had already mastered the master-level profundities. They could no longer be described as geniuses. Woo! In the face of the thundercloud storm, 11 roared and made a charging action under the state of the thunder armor. Thunder Armor Profundity, a serious attack. Buzz. When 11 gathered strength, the air seemed to be trembling, and the surrounding lightning shot out intensely. The ground under its feet was also trembling continuously, and cracks spread continuously. The thundercloud storm that came from the sky was almost instantaneous. 11, who felt that it had accumulated strength to the limit, looked up. Its black eyes seemed to have turned into blue lightning that contained peerless battle intent. At this moment, the Thundercloud sprite and the other elemental sprites were in the sky and had also released a powerful move. But suddenly, they had a bad feeling. As the little iron-eating beast on the field moved, their bad premonition grew stronger. 11 finally moved. Under the full power of the Thunder Armor's profundity, the ground under 11's feet shattered again. The powerful reaction force helped 11 accelerate and rush out. At this moment, its speed could be described as godly. At this moment, under the enhancement of hardening and the Thunder Palm, its speed and strength reached their maximum. 11 leaped up and directly hit the descending thundercloud storm. 11, who was a meter tall, was much smaller than the thick thundercloud storm. However, when 11's Thunder Palm made contact with the thundercloud storm, a terrifying power wave erupted from its body and directly changed the form of the thundercloud storm. The tornado-like thundercloud storm was hit by this terrifying palm until it was like a bent bow, and it changed shape with a bang. In the next moment, between the perfect lightning armor's profundity and the thundercloud storm, a huge storm swept up, directly tearing apart the floor with cracks. Under the dazzling light and energy explosion, the entire arena was lit up. Boom! In an instant, the thundercloud storm directly disappeared in midair, as if it had been scattered by a punch. Under the sweep of the energy tide, the terrifying storm suddenly blasted towards the sky, forcing the thundercloud sprite and the other elemental creatures to rise into the sky with frightened expressions. At the same time, the little iron-eating beast was also blown down by the reaction force of the energy explosion. However, when the scene on the arena was clear, everyone could see that the little iron-eating beast was standing there unscathed, as if the combination skill just now was only SOSO. Zhang Qianyi, the thundercloud sprite, and the other pets had extremely serious expressions. Yushu, Yin Jingfan, and the others had especially solemn expressions. What the F***CK, in the venue, everyone looked at the little iron-eating beast that was unscathed and opened their mouths slightly. The thundercloud storm was gone just like that. It was no problem to resist the thundercloud storm, and Yushu's soul-armored bone dragon had also done it. However, the problem was that regardless of whether it was the thundercloud sprite and wind sprite that used the thundercloud storm or the soul-armored bone dragon that used the soul fire dragon breath, they weren't alone. They were a two-pet combo. Moreover, the combination skills had been enhanced by the beast tamer's talent enhancement. In such a situation, it was very normal for their big moves to be evenly matched. But now, everyone looked at the green silkworm that was cheerleading at the edge of the arena. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like a little iron-eating beast. They directly defeated the joint attack of Zhang Qianyi, the thundercloud sprite, and the wind sprite without any effort. 1 vs 3. This was too sick. This didn't make sense. The power of this move isn't enough. What about the three-element combination skill that you used to instantly kill Yushu? Shiryu asked. It was as if facing two combination skills was very unsatisfying. Yushu, F***CK. In the spectator area, Yushu's expression darkened. How was he insta-killed? He clearly lasted for a few seconds. However, was Shiryu serious? That three-element combination skill was not something that an extraordinary pet could withstand. Zhang Qianyi ignored Shiryu. In the next moment, she clasped her hands together. Three-colored starlight seemed to flicker in her palm, and an elemental rain descended from the sky. Wind blades and electric arcs intertwined, water and wind blades entangled, and electric arcs fused with water. Dozens of small dual-element combination skills descended from the sky, completely suppressing the enemy. Seeing the skill that fell like a small meteor shower in the sky, many candidates opened their mouths slightly. Show them more of your power, Shiryu said slightly. 11. Woo. On the ground, 11 howled loudly. With a wave of its small right arm, the hardening substance was released. A hardening black umbrella was formed and raised up by 11. Its movements couldn't be said to be very similar to Shiryu, who was holding an umbrella beside the arena. It could only be said to be completely the same. Gee. Buggy quickly crawled back to 11's shoulder to avoid being affected. The three types of meteor shower suddenly made the already low visibility venue even worse. In the face of this move, 11 used transcendent level hardening to easily block it. Thunder Chain. Zhang Qian shouted, and lightning flashed from the thundercloud sprite in the sky again. The arena filled with water and electricity suddenly produced a chain lightning that sealed the entire arena and quickly spread close to 11 and the bug. Intermediate lightning control skill, Thunder Chain. At this moment, the entire venue became impossible to stay in. This was a control skill with a strong paralysis effect. It wouldn't cause any damage, but it would numb the whole body, causing lightning restraints and affecting mobility. Even pets of the Thunder family couldn't escape. 11's hardening and high-speed healing couldn't defend against this move, and its thunder resistance wasn't enough to be immune to this skill. It could only dodge. It's useless. As the sky stopped raining, Shiryu put away the umbrella. The lightning chain flowed crazily in the arena. Under everyone's gaze, white light condensed on the little iron-eating beast's back again, and a pair of wings appeared, slowly flying it up. Everyone was stunned. They quickly looked at the green silkworm on its shoulder, which had indeed closed its eyes again. The insect god is making a move. The phantom illusion is here. Beautiful dodge. At this moment, when they saw the worm starting to support the iron-eating beast, many candidates revealed excited expressions. Half a day had passed. In this internet era, according to the insane performance of the green worm, literally everyone knew about its playstyles. Although they didn't know why a green silkworm could master illusions, in short, the worm god was awesome. As it had practiced it many times, Buggy's movements were relatively agile as he flew with 11. However, the lightning chain on the ground also rose into the sky at the same time, turning into a lightning snake that chain in the sky, trying to catch up to 11 and Buggy. In fact, after leaving the water stain on the ground, the current lightning chain was much easier to deal with. 11 could completely use the lightning palm to cut it open, and the worm could also cut it with the worm silk. However, as everyone looked at the little iron-eating beast and the worm chased up by the lightning chain, their gazes flickered and suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed like Zhang Qianyi didn't want to control his opponent at all. She purely wanted to force him to move. Thunder Flame Storm. 3 colors flashed in Zhang Qian's palm again. Her expression was firm. Since Shiryu wanted her to use the 3 combination skills, she would use them well. Her teacher had said that even commander-level creatures would be injured if they resisted this move. She was extremely confident in this move. In the sky, the thundercloud sprite, fire sprite, and wind sprite locked onto the flying little iron-eating beast and green silkworm. She wanted to see how they could dodge this in the sky. Although they flew pretty well, the combination of the bug and 11 was actually full of flaws in the eyes of the pets that could really fly. "Damn, this woman is so ruthless," Yushu said as he looked at the venue. Even if that iron-eating beast could withstand it, the worm was in danger. It wouldn't directly evaporate, right? At this moment, the judge, Master Chu Jie, narrowed his eyes. He was already prepared to control the situation at any time. After judging this move, even if the worm had hardening defense, it would be very difficult to resist. After all, the basic attributes weren't enough. However, for beast tamers with rich battle experience, it was not impossible. At this moment, they could directly summon their pets back and then summon them again. The beast taming space was a perfect transit station. In the wild, by taking back some pets from battle in time, they could largely avoid fatal injuries. Of course, the premise was to take back the pet. The safety of the beast tamer himself had always been guaranteed. Sure, you could totally do that, but in a normal competition, recalling pets was generally regarded as giving up the right to fight for the pet to avoid danger. Countless masters looked at Shiryu. However, at this moment, everyone realized that Shiryu was not flustered at all. He even crossed his arms and looked at the sky. Calmly. It was as if 11 and Buggy flying into the sky wasn't forced by the opponent at all, but because they wanted to do it in the first place. Under the lockdown of the thunder cloud, fire, and wind sprites, 11 and the bug flew higher and higher, quickly surpassing the height of the 3 elemental elves. F***CK, don't tell me they still want to play Wuji Airlines. These elemental elves aren't living targets like Fang Ji's elves. Fang Ji, are you crazy? Many spectators realized that Shiryu seemed to be showing signs of wanting to play the airline's battle tactic again. Could it be that he was going to add the thunder palm this time? A palm that descended from the sky in the state of the thunder armor. There was no point. At this height, it might not necessarily be able to match the explosive speed brought by the thunder palm. Its power wouldn't increase much. Moreover, the position was too awkward. Most people didn't know what Shiryu wanted to do. Only those who were familiar with Shiryu at the spectator area of the ancient capital university suddenly remembered something. Holy shit. They looked at 11, who was facing the 3 elemental elves who had condensed thunder flame storm in the sky, and suddenly remembered something. At this moment, under Zhang Qianyi's weak expression, the thunder flame storm condensed with a bang. The golden, green, and red-colored storm intertwined with each other swept into the sky in a very violent manner, targeting the Iron Eater. Yushu's soul-attached bone dragon was directly insta-killed under this move. The terrifying destructive power could be clearly sensed by the audience from very far away. Can he block it? No, can he dodge it? Everyone stared at the sky, but in the next moment, their expressions gradually became strange. That was because in the sky, facing the rolling thunderstorm, the little iron-eating beast let out an excited howl again. Its eyes were filled with battle intent. F***CK, he's crazy. All the candidates saw the little iron-eating beast's wings suddenly disappear. Then, wings appeared on both sides of the worm. The worm opened its eyes and continued to fly into the sky with horror in its eyes, as if it wanted to fly away, leaving the little iron-eating beast without wings to face the thunder flame storm alone. It was going to fight head-on. Or in the sky. Just as everyone was at a loss, they suddenly opened their mouths wide. They saw an extremely shocking scene. In the face of the thunder flame storm, the 1-meter-tall 11 fell and hit the thunder flame storm with a palm. The process was very much like a mayfly shaking a tree. However, suddenly, 11's black hard palm increased dozens of times under everyone's stunned and unbelievable expressions. In an instant, a huge black palm with a diameter of more than 10 meters covered the sky with a bang. On the black palm, there was an intense and violent terrifying blue lightning. This time, compared to the palm, the thunder flame storm became a lot smaller. It was expert level in one of the uses of multiplication, partial multiplication. How is this possible? The shocking change made Zhang Qianyi widen his eyes. In the next second, a huge hardening thunder palm that was more than 10 meters wide directly hit thunder flame storm. Bang! With a bang, the thunder flame storm that originally made Zhang Qianyi extremely confident was actually instantly distorted by the slap when it touched the huge lightning palm that fell down. Along with a terrifying explosion, it dissipated with a bang. Then, the three types of energy fluctuations quickly wrapped around the thunder palm, but it was quickly swallowed by the violent lightning power contained on it, unable to break through the hardened defense layer. The huge palm was still falling. In midair, looking at the black shadow that fell, the thundercloud sprite, fire sprite, and wind sprite also widened their eyes and widened their mouths. But at this moment, facing the huge palm, they also felt a strong deterrence at the same time. This deterrence almost made them unable to react at the first moment. They couldn't escape the area where the huge palm landed. The huge palm gently swatted down, pressing down the three elemental elves and continuing to fall towards the arena. In a short moment, it was as if the sky was collapsing. As the huge palm fell, the entire arena suffered the most tragic destruction from the start of this match. With a crack, the entire center of the arena was directly flattened. A huge palm print was imprinted in the center of the arena. At this moment, the palm that destroyed the arena actually had a small tail. It was surprisingly a much smaller bear cat. Woo! The little bear cat let out a fierce roar. How was it? It named this move. Before 11 could finish naming it, the huge palm quickly shrank like a leak. Even shrinking was the size of 11's main body. After all, this move consumed too much energy. When 11 shrunk to about 10 centimeters, it could breathe calmly. Woo-woo, the hanging-sized little iron-eating beast climbed onto the gravel and looked at the three elemental elves who fainted in the rubble, as well as the bug that jumped down from the sky again. This time, Buggy didn't do the job of advertising the skill name, but 11 expressed his poor judgment. Add the name of my combination skill. The small iron-eating beast, the green silkworm, and the three unconscious elemental elves. There was also the smiling Shiryu and the stunned Zhang Qianyi, forming the final battle scene. Silence. In the entire ancient capital arena, there was an unprecedented silence. Yin Jingfan, Yu Shu, and the other seated candidates who had already been eliminated looked at the venue in shock. Not to mention them, countless master-level beast tamers were opening their mouths wide at this moment, feeling that it was ridiculous. How is this possible? Zhang Qianyi's teacher, an old woman, said in shock. Beside her, Yushu's mother was also stunned. This was multiplication. Transcendent level hardening plus perfect level thunder palm plus expert level hardening. Another high-level skill above proficiency level. This is a mid-level transcendent iron-eating beast. Are you sure you're here to participate in the vocation assessment and not the master assessment? Countless candidates' mindsets exploded. Isn't this iron-eating beast a little too ridiculous? May I ask, where is it for sale? It's indeed multiplication, only the archaeological 7 elites swallowed their saliva and had an expression of, as expected. Senior Panda and the others' hearts were thumping. They were extremely excited when they saw the little iron-eating beast's performance. At this moment, the one who was most shocked was still Shiryu's opponent, Zhang Qianyi. She opened her mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but she was already so tired that she couldn't say anything. She stared at Shiryu with a pale expression, as if she wanted to see through him. Even Master Chu Jie had mixed feelings. Are you trying to ask why the iron-eating beasts of medium-level transcendent races are so strong? Moreover, they can multiply. Shiryu looked at Zhang Qianyi. Zhang Qian was stunned. Actually, it's very simple. My iron-eating beast has awakened its ancient bloodline and is in a state close to evolution. Evolution. The moment Shiryu spoke, the entire venue froze. Iron-eating beasts could evolve. Why had they never heard of it? Many young candidates showed blank expressions. Iron-eating beasts can indeed still evolve. Master Chujie took a deep look at Shiryu and announced the assessment results. Shiryu advanced successfully in the 4th round of the assessment. Those who want to understand the evolution of the iron-eating beast can go to the Donghuang network to check the information. As the person in charge of the assessment who had been paying attention to every seated candidate, Master Chujie knew more. When Master Chujie finished speaking, many candidates were stunned. Then, they subconsciously took out their cell phones and searched Donghuang net. Just as they entered the page, the headline was a piece of news that stunned them. The potential evolution of the iron-eating beast monarch is born. Discovered by archaeologist Shiryu. Chapter 129, Fame Across the Nation. Chapter 129, Fame Across the Nation. The iron-eating beast king's potential evolution. Discoverer, archaeologist, Shiryu. Many candidates widened their eyes and browsed the news. They suspected that they had not seen clearly. Even some master-level beast tamers were very shocked at this time. Iron-eating beast, mid-level transcendent race. Race skill is low-level hardening. In ancient times, this pet had an ancient evolution form. It's currently named, Ninely War Beast. Archaeologist Shiryu, through deciphering the ruins of the iron-eating beast in the ancient capital, successfully found the evolution method of the iron-eating beast. Moreover, in September last year, Master Lin Hongnian, owner of the Bamboo Stone Dojo of the United Ancient Capital University, confirmed the feasibility of the evolution method. The first Ninely War Beast in the modern era was born, and its race level was judged as mid-level monarch. As they extracted the main content of the news and read, the expressions of the candidates became stunned. They had a ridiculous thought. Firstly, they were shocked that the species level of the iron-eating beast was actually so high after its evolution. Second, they were shocked that the archaeologist mentioned in the news was actually Shiryu, who was nearly their age or even younger than them. He looked very much like an 8th grader previously. After the iron-eating beast evolved, is it that powerful? A monarch race was a super race that might evolve out of millions of creatures. They had the king aptitude that stood above the transcendent. Even in the entire blue planet, there weren't many creatures with monarch races. All of them were favored by the heavens and had extremely high positions in nature, at the top of the food chain. Until now, the beast pet of the monarch race had always been the best pet pursued by all beast tamers. It almost represented the highest race that beast tamers might contract under normal circumstances. As for strategic overlord-level pets, at the moment, no country had a stable breeding channel. For legendary beast tamers, they were also hard to come by. Therefore, the discovery of another monarch species pet was definitely super big news for the beast tamer domain. The monarch race meant that as long as the growth situation was good, the growth level would definitely reach the monarch level. The chances of breaking through the racial limit and becoming an overlord were also many times higher than the pets of transcendent and commander races. If the iron-eating beast's evolutionary species level was that of a middle-level monarch, this meant that even among monarch species pets, the iron-eating beast's evolutionary potential and battle power were very good for battle. In comparison, although iron-eating beasts were rare, they weren't very precious pets. However, someone had actually discovered an evolution path from a middle-level transcendent race to a middle-level monarch race. This evolution path almost crossed 2 levels. Everyone immediately knew what this meant. The iron-eating beast was going to be awesome. Shiryu was going to be awesome. No, they were already very impressive. Everyone looked at the king-like Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast below and was speechless. They finally understood why the combination of the unknown Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast was so powerful. 10 years ago, Drs. Wu Jiangyun discovered the evolution conditions of the low-level monarch race, the ice phoenix moth. She shocked the entire academic world and received both fame and fortune. She had been talked about enthusiastically until today. Actually, most people could accept this. After all, Drs. Wu Jiangyun had been very famous before. But now, a beast tamer who had yet to pass the vocation assessment had discovered a monarch race evolution method of pets. This was even more ridiculous news. I see, in the spectator area, Yin Jingfan looked at Shiryu and the little iron-eating beast with a complicated gaze. He understood what his father meant by, "There's always someone better." Through Shiryu's achievements, he understood why Shiryu was so strong. Yushu and the others also opened their mouths slightly. It was difficult to imagine that the main praise for this news would be Shiryu in the arena below. This feeling was like being a student, using his parents' money, but others had already bought a car and a house with his talent. Comparisons were odious. Relying on a telepathy talent to defeat a group of second-generation heirs, Shiryu made everyone realize what a true genius was. All of this might have come from Shiryu's unique cultivation method for pets through archaeology. Hiss, an iron-eating beast that had only awakened a portion of its evolution bloodline was already so strong. What if it completely evolved? At this moment, many candidates were envious collectively. They had the urge to contract an iron-eating beast. After all, after evolution, it would be a pet of the monarch race. If cultivated well, it would basically be 100% able to help them enter the master realm. At this moment, not only was the professional assessment venue in ancient capital shaken. Instead, the entire archaeological world had different degrees of impact. Apart from the archaeology department of the ancient capital university, the archaeology students and mentors of the other 8 top universities saw the news immediately. Divine Capital. One of the 9 great first-tier cities of Donghuang. If it was said that the ancient capital was famous because it was the capital of many ancient dynasties, then the divine capital was famous because there were the most mystical ruins here. It was a super metropolis with a very rich mythical atmosphere. Some guardian-level creatures lived inside to protect the Donghuang continent. Just like ancient capital university, the archaeology department of Divine Capital University was also famous in Donghuang. At this moment, the archaeology department of Divine Capital University was in an uproar. Many students were cursing. In the class groups of various grades, one could see the mentors expressing their disappointment at their failure to meet their expectations. Students, you have to work hard. Many archaeology students' faces darkened. What was the use of their hard work? The professional accomplishments of their own mentors weren't as great as this Shiryu. Many archaeology students had a question. What was the background of this Shiryu? Archaeology was a subject that consumed a lot of experience. At the same time, many ruins with great value were accompanied by a large amount of danger. The requirements for strength were also very high. Why hadn't they heard of this guy before? Union Ancient Capital University. Some people also discovered the key point. After all, the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University was famous. From the looks of it, it was really impressive. This news also indirectly promoted the archaeology department of Ancient Capital University. Apart from that, Master Lin Hongyan from Pingqing Bamboo Stone Dojo also received extensive attention. At this moment, Icefield City. In the many districts and counties under Icefield City, apart from Pingqing, some master-level beast tamers from the other districts and counties browsed the news in disbelief. They knew Lin Hongyan. He was the richest man in Pingqing and one of the master-level beast tamers in Pingqing. His strength was not bad. It was actually his iron-eating beast that completed the first evolution. Middle-class monarch race. Pets that had this race would be nurtured seriously in the future. Not to mention Pingqing, after that, Master Lin Hongyan's battle power would definitely become the top even in the entire Icefield City. But the most important thing was Shiryu. Shiryu had become somewhat famous in Icefield City. Back then, it was President Feng of Pingqing who led Shiryu to beat up the geniuses chosen from their district counties until they were speechless. Then, it was also him who cracked the Pingqing ruins. In the end, not only did he crack the ruins of Pingqing, but he also unknowingly went to the ancient capital and cracked an iron-eating beast ruin on the way. Holy shit. The master stared at the news with blank expressions. After all, this Shiryu was only an 18-year-old beast trainer. This experience was too surreal. Ha 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 ha. Many beast tamers who knew Shiryu in various parts of Pingqing had actually already received the news of Master Lin Hongyan's iron-eating beast evolution. For example, President Feng, the apprentices of the dojo, and Commander He. At this moment, when they saw the news again, they revealed excited expressions. Although they didn't know what was going on, Pingqing must have become popular too. Following the official media's announcement, the other major media outlets also crazily revolved the news of the birth of the iron-eating beast. Many comments below the websites were all asking where there were iron-eating beasts. Although I've used up most of the assets left behind by our ancestors to buy evolution materials, from the looks of it, this is the right step. Master Lin Hongyan looked at the news and kept sighing. Dr. Lu Qingyi coming to send Shiryu over was not her asking Bamboo Stone Dojo to take care of Shiryu. From the looks of it, it was clearly sending a god like Shiryu to take care of Bamboo Stone Dojo. Not only did he fulfill his wish and let the iron-eating beast successfully evolve, but his family's business might also soar into the sky with this. At this moment, a group of archaeological big shots, including Lu Qingyi, were also watching the news quietly. The rise of a new star in the archaeological world was definitely a good thing for the entire nation. Discovering the evolution of a pet monarch was considered a huge achievement. Some archaeologists couldn't find such a valuable discovery even if they studied it their whole lives. They just didn't know if this would be the starting point of Shiryu or the end point. Who exactly is Shiryu? At the same time, this question quickly appeared in the relevant comments section. After all, the news of the iron-eating beast's evolution was more about introducing the iron-eating beast. There was not much information about Shiryu. However, it was not a big secret who Shiryu was. After all, the iron-eating beast Knight's meme had unknowingly spread throughout the entire ancient capital. I think I know of a Shiryu too. He's a candidate for the ancient capital vocation assessment. He also contracted an iron-eating beast. Holy shit, it can't be the same person, right? Quick, look at the Ancient Capital Association's official website. There should be a video of him on it. Expect something really crazy. Many candidates basked themselves in the online questions about who Shiryu was. At this moment, Shiryu, who had just finished advertising, completely did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Shiryu, the iron-eating beast, and the iron-eating beast breeding base. It was time to become popular, but the way to become popular might be a little different from what he imagined. This feeling is really good. This time, the genius archaeologist will probably replace the iron-eating beast Knight as my greatest label. As expected of me, I'm so outstanding in everything I do. At this moment, Shiryu stood in the center of the venue. He felt the shocked gazes of everyone and felt a little emotional. However, 11 seemed to be even more excited than Shiryu. After defeating its opponent, it raised its head and put its hands on its hips. It was so awesome. Unfortunately, little 11, who was only about 10 centimeters tall, didn't receive much attention. Buggy couldn't help but chuckle beside it. It felt that the shock it would cause after its evolution would definitely be stronger than that of its leader. On the other hand, after Zhang Qian put away her pets, she silently watched the news on her cell phone. So, was the multiplication skill caused by the awakening of the evolution bloodline? Deterrence was also because of evolution itself. Therefore, awakening a king's aptitude wasn't that strange. The pet species level was lower than hers, their numbers were fewer than hers, and his beast-taming talent was inferior to her. In such a situation, she still lost. Zhang Qianyi could only admit that her skills were inferior. With that, she turned and left. In the spectator area, seeing the genius student she had accepted stop here, Zhang Qianyi's teacher sighed slightly. It couldn't be helped, the opponent was too monstrous. After his opponent left, Shiryu also turned around and left. He walked towards the prep room with genius steps, planning to prepare for the final battle. There should still be little Yin Jingfan left. He had to study battle tactics carefully. The other party probably didn't know that the transparent worm silk of the green silkworm could capture ethereal targets, right? Perhaps he could use this point to catch them off guard. If it went smoothly, the bug could fight against the spatial crystal butterfly. As for the monarch species Zonian rock beast, it would depend on whether 11 could defeat it. As Shiryu thought about it, he kept feeling that he had forgotten something. In the arena, 11 and Buggy looked at Shiryu, who turned and left calmly, with stunned expressions. You forgot your pets. Take us back before you leave. The two pets quickly caught up to Shiryu. Everyone looked at Shiryu, who suddenly stopped in his tracks. He only recalled his pet halfway through before thinking about all that stuff. Shiryu sighed. After returning, 11 and Buggy immediately hugged the nutritional fluid and started drinking crazily. 11, in particular, had consumed a lot of energy this time. If it didn't replenish his energy quickly, the next battle would be difficult. Fortunately, the absorption effect of the nutritional fluid was pretty good. 11 had shrunk and could recover faster with absolute sleep, so it shouldn't be a problem to recover to his peak state before the next battle. As for whether it would tire out in battle, these were the most difficult factors to overcome in a continuous battle. They didn't exist for 11. After all, it could stay up late to undergo high-intensity training. There was no such thing as fatigue in the dictionary. While 11 and Buggy were resting, Shiryu, who was also browsing the news of the iron-eating beast's evolution, suddenly cursed. His face was pale, his hand trembling. F***ck, why was the video of the survival assessment that was only circulated in the professional forums and media in ancient capital previously edited? This time, there were news media all over the country reposting it. Shiryu saw many comments below. Is this the archaeologist Shiryu who discovered the evolution of the iron-eating beast? I feel that it's a little different from what I imagined. Survival assessment. Why does it seem so fun? So iron-eating beasts are used as mounts. Then is the 9-Li war beast also a mount? Please explain. So, is the iron-eating beast a battle beast or a support-type pet? I'm confused after watching the video. The iron-eating beast evolution discovery is actually so young and a vocation candidate. Who has the latest news of the ancient capital assessment? I'm an examinee. The iron-eating beast is awesome, and Shiryu is awesome. He can defeat high-level commander-level racial pets without evolving. He's definitely invincible after evolving. F***ck, really? Is it too late to buy one before the price increases? He silently turned off his phone, wondering if these people had paid attention to the wrong point. However, he didn't feel that they had paid attention wrongly. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Damn it. Senior Panda, transfer the money. Chapter 130, Before the Decisive Battle. Chapter 130, Before the Decisive Battle. On the same day, the commotion caused by the iron-eating beast's evolution was still brewing. Shiryu also realized that those who watched the commotion and liked it were basically young people. And these people often forgot about the incident the fastest. It seemed like everyone was asking where to buy the iron-eating beasts and whether the price would increase. Though, there probably weren't many who would really do it in the end. When you care about whether the iron-eating beast will increase in price, it means that you have no faith with evolution. Shiryu analyzed silently. But I have to say, the evolution materials of iron-eating beasts are indeed not cheap. Among all the known evolution paths of monarchs, the conditions are also very harsh. After all, level 7 meteor iron is needed, and it comes from outer space. It's a rare resource that can't be replenished. The number is really limited, and it's not just for the evolution of the iron-eating beasts. In other words, the more people who nurture iron-eating beasts, the higher the price of the resource. Shiryu was silent. Indeed, it was more suitable to call it a gold-eating beast. He believed that when he researched the iron-eating beast's overlord race evolution method, these people would not regret it. At that time, the national treasure would definitely continue to increase in price and become a national-level strategic pet. Every beast tamer who cultivated iron-eating beasts would probably be taken extra care of. Therefore, the most important thing now was to use the iron-eating beast to get first place in the assessment. After all, judging from the direction of the internet comments, many people were paying attention to the ancient capital vocation assessment now. They wanted to know if he could take first place this time. After 11 and Buggy finished eating and drinking, they also opened their cell phones. After looking at the post about the vocation assessment for a while, they were slightly stunned. In the forum, a group of spectators who did not know the truth were asking about the situation. The professional candidates who participated in this batch expressed their views on the iron-eating beasts. Even the iron-eating beast that had awakened part of the evolution bloodline could crush the thundercloud sprites of the high-level commander races. 1 against 3, the true iron-eating beast's evolution form was definitely impressive. Please don't worry about investing in it. Gee. Buggy raised its head. Was this considered false advertising? The leader had indeed awakened the ancient evolution bloodline, but the benefits it brought were only seeing the evolution form and multiplying its physical fitness. It wasn't as ridiculous as what was said here. If it were a real iron-eating beast evolving its form, it would probably be very difficult to do so. Sob. 11 showed a proud expression. After all, not every iron-eating beast was like 11. This, Shiryu looked at the cell phone shared by the two pets. They inputted together, low, low, low expectations, you people. It's not a problem to crush a dragon. Fortunately, because their cell phone numbers weren't tied, their identities as bystanders were restricted from commenting. Otherwise, 11 and Buggy would be the greatest false promotion. Don't they themselves know that they couldn't crush a real dragon? Looks like your son is fighting this, Shiryu. On the high platform of the ancient capital arena, a white-bearded elder who had been watching the battle with Legendine in a corner smiled and said, "Who do you think will win?" Shir looked at the venue below expressionlessly. Well, the old man pondered for a moment and said, that iron-eating beast's multiplied attack can be considered to be doing its full power. Its skill proficiency is very high, and it has mastered many skills, but its basic racial quality is inferior to your son's Zonian rock beast. Under normal circumstances, these two pets should be 50-50. The key might be in the tactical arrangements, as well as the sky crystal butterfly and the green silkworm with an unknown bloodline. At the mention of a pet with a special bloodline, this involuntarily reminded the two of a graduate from an ancient capital university, Lu Qingyi. As an archaeologist of Bureau 11, Lu Qingyi's pets were even more ridiculous. Each of them had a special bloodline. The wind demon lion, which had the bloodline of the guardian-level creature, the green spirit wind bird, which had awakened the bloodline of the phoenix, and the mermaid princess, who had the bloodline of the dragon. These were all related to the gains of the other party's archaeological expeditions. Although it looks like the green silkworm is inferior to the sky crystal butterfly, I keep feeling that Shiryu will win, the old man said with a chuckle. Is that so? Legendine muttered. Ha ha ha, no matter who wins or loses, I'm very happy. The old man's identity was that of the principal of Ancient Capital University. Jingfan and Shiryu were both internally determined to enter Ancient Capital University. He would be happy to see who was outstanding. Legendine said, with Jingfan's strong personality, if he loses, he might not necessarily enter the same university as Shiryu. With my understanding of him, he should choose a place where the competition is more intense and can help him grow faster. The old principal of the Ancient Capital University. They were all from the Ancient Capital, could you not joke around? Then should he be hoping that Shiryu would lose? He couldn't help but look at Jingfan, who was preparing below. Currently, Jingfan was fighting another seeded candidate whose beast-taming space had reached level 3 and whose basic test ranking was also in the top 8. It was the armor-wearing idiot that Shiryu had seen after the survival assessment ended. To be honest, Shiryu felt that he was much more 8th grade than him. Just his clothes were too silly. However, the other candidates looked like it was only natural. They even envied the armor man's clothes. This made Shiryu very confused. The Chongyuan group's new 3rd-level armor. Rich people. With this, they wouldn't die from resisting an extraordinary level pet's attack, right? The special equipment worn by beast tamers was made of extraordinary creatures. The founder of the Chongyuan group had said that transcendent beings were to be used to deal with transcendent beings, with the help of the nature of some special materials. In addition, as long as one side was alive, the other side wouldn't directly die even if they were on the verge of death. Some special equipment indeed had the capital to allow beast tamers to face extraordinary attacks without dying. This was the benefit of being a big brand. Even if the design was second-rate, as long as it had brand effects and practical uses, a bunch of people would accept it. Therefore, he, Shiryu, was flashy without substance. The armored man was a rich beast tamer. Its 3 pets were relatively similar to Yushu's style. The pets could be combined. Because he had 3 pets, even if Yushu's basic test energy was a little higher, everyone still thought that he was slightly stronger than Yushu. These 3 pets were respectively a high-level transcendent species, undead type, and ghost horse. Mid-level commander race, undead type, skeleton general. Mid-level commander race, metal and undead, sword ghost. In addition, he was compared to Shiryu because this sword ghost beast pet could actually be used by beast tamers. But it just so happened that this armored man, Wang Ling, made the general abandon its skeleton horse, abandon its bone sword, and change them into a specter horse and sword ghost. Look, this was what a normal beast tamer was. He armed his pets with everything. In comparison, Shiryu formed a sharp contrast with him. On the battlefield, the fully armed skeleton rider was facing off against the Zonian rock beast and the sky crystal butterfly. Perhaps it was due to Shiryu's provocation, but for the first time, Yin Jingfan didn't let the sky crystal butterfly finish its opponent. Instead, he let the Zonian rock beast show off its abilities and used its second skill other than deterrence. Super skill, Lava Explosion. Roar. The huge rock creature, which was more than 4 meters tall and looked like a two-legged dinosaur, smashed its fist over after deterrence. During the process of its fist smashing over, its arm directly turned into a huge lava fist made of lava. In the face of this terrifying fist, the expression of the armored men Wang Ling and the skeleton rider was solemn to the extreme. At this moment, the Spectre Horse used the group support skill Charging Horn to increase the team's speed and strength. The skeleton general used the high-level skill, Commander's Sword. The more teammates it had, the more focused its willpower was, and the stronger the skill. As for the sword ghost, it erupted with a dark light, summoning the phantom demon in the hidden sword and increasing its destructive power. With the combination of the 3 skills and Wang Ling's soul-strengthening talent, the impact of this attack reached its maximum. The entire venue suddenly became quiet. The next moment, the venue erupted, because the moment the Zonian rock beast's lava fist made contact with the commander's sword of the skeleton sword riders, it was like a volcano eruption, spewing out countless terrifying magma that instantly swallowed the 3 pets and sent them flying. Impossible. Seeing this scene, the armored man, Wang Ling, widened his eyes. Everyone's mouths opened slightly, shocked by the power of this terrifying lava eruption. That's all. Seeing this scene, Yushu revealed a disdainful expression. In fact, he knew Wang Ling. The elders on both sides were good friends. After all, the circle of spirit mediums in the ancient capital was only this big, so Yushu had grown up competing with Wang Ling since he was young. At this moment, he saw Wang Ling lose and shook his head in pity. The skills of the 3 pets are completely uncoordinated. 1 + 1 + 1 can't even be equal to 3. It's far worse than Zhang Qian's 3 pets. This guy's supposed to be stronger than me. The outcome was indeed Yin Jingfan versus Shiryu. At this moment, the masters were analyzing the lava eruption in their hearts. From the looks of its power, it wasn't as simple as just mastering it. Even if it didn't reach proficient level, it wasn't just at entry level. It should have been trained and strengthened through the rare volcano resource for a long time. The lava explosion that was known for its destructive power as a super skill, coupled with the powerful physique of the Zonian rock beast, directly defeated the opponent unreasonably. At this moment, after Yin Jingfan defeated his opponent and spoke politely to him, he looked around and searched for Shiryu, but unfortunately, he couldn't find him. Woo! At this moment, Shiryu was naturally watching the small television silently. Beside him, 11 and Buggy widened their eyes when they saw the lava eruption. Why was its power so strong? Even as a super skill, it didn't make sense. Don't worry, Shiryu said from the side. Super-level skills can mobilize much more energy than low-level, mid-level, and high-level skills. It probably didn't feel good for it either. Shiryu's gaze was on the screen. Multiplication plus Thunderpalm plus hardening. He was confident that 11 could perfectly suppress this attack, but 11's physical fitness wasn't that much of an advantage compared to this main rock beast. In addition, the Zonian rock beast was a monarch race, and its racial foundation was much higher than the opponents he had encountered previously. In other words, it was more resistant to attacks. Thinking about it, it was really a little difficult. In this battle, not only do you have to be stronger than its endurance, you also have to make up for its shortcomings. Shiryu quickly made strategic arrangements. Come here and discuss this. 11 and Buggy looked at each other. Shiryu rarely personally arranged battle strategies for them, and when he did, it was either because he wanted to do something or because he valued his opponent very much. They didn't know which one it was this time. The advancement battle between the losers was underway. Shiryu and Yin Jingfan were resting silently. At this moment, Zhang Qiani versus Wang Ling, Yushu versus Miao Dongdong. These battles were also very interesting. However, the audience was especially anxious now. They only wanted to see the battle between Shiryu and Yin Jingfan. Tell me, which one is more monstrous, Yin Jingfan or Shiryu? One is ridiculously young and strong, while the other... alright, I don't know how to describe Shiryu. There was a flurry of discussion in the venue. Those who were paying attention to Shiryu also clenched their fists. For example, Senior Panda. She had a headache, and she felt even more nervous than Shiryu himself. She didn't mind the potential promotion value Shiryu brought to the iron-eating beast breeding base after winning the championship. Instead, she purely wanted to see the scene of the little iron-eating beast that no one had chosen to realize its dream and defeat all the strong enemies. Senior, who do you think will win? At the same uninhabited spectating area, the beast-eared girl stood beside Lu Qingyi in admiration and asked. Anything is fine, Lu Qingyi said. She hoped that Shiryu could win, but it didn't matter if he lost. After all, the opponent wasn't weak either. It was already very unexpected for Shiryu to reach this stage. In Lu's opinion, this was just the beginning. After the assessment, the little iron-eating beast could directly help the little iron-eating beast complete the evolution of its monarch race with 1 billion yuan worth of evolution materials. With its current foundation, it could definitely be almost invincible at the transcendent level. It wasn't impossible to spar with dragons from overlord races of the same level of growth. After all, it had many skills and a high proficiency. Therefore, Lu Qingyi regarded this battle with both importance and impassiveness. The vocation assessment was only the door to the beast tamer domain. Only after that would it truly begin. Wasn't this very obvious? Compared to Yin Jingfan's 2 pets, Shiryu's 2 pets had greater potential and could evolve at any time. Final assessment, Shiryu vs. Yin Jingfan. The audience had no idea how long they had waited. Master Chu Jie, who was in charge of presiding over the assessment, was actually also waiting for this battle. He took a deep breath and looked at the arena. He hoped that it wouldn't be destroyed too badly this time. He wanted to strengthen the arena so much. However, that was not friendly to the earth element pets. For example, the earth mouse might struggle during the digging process. Therefore, Master Chu Jie could only repair with tears in his eyes again and again. The level of the battle determined the level of the venue materials, but the problem was that there was a group of bastards who had displayed the ability to fight above their level. They were usually the group of people that the judge had the greatest headache over. Beep. Master Chu Jie blew the whistle. Under the excited gaze of everyone, Shiryu and Yin Jingfan slowly walked up the arena from both sides. As he walked onto the arena, Yin Jingfan looked at Shiryu with a glint in his eyes. Clearly, he had been waiting for this battle for a long time. As for Shiryu, he could only smile in response to the child's persistence. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 131, Shiryu's Strongest Tactics. Chapter 131, Shiryu's Strongest Tactics. Come on. The two of them nodded at each other. Seeing that the two of them were prepared tacitly, Master Chu Jie revealed a strange expression. Hee. During the survival assessment, this Yin Jingfan accidentally lost to that iron-eating beast with the sky crystal butterfly once. He definitely wanted to win it back now. It would depend on the performance of the two parties in this battle. With Master Chu Jie's command, the venue immediately changed. Woo! Gee! Before the pets appeared, 3 roars came from the summoning array on the field. At the same time, a shocking might erupted from inside. With a boom, the 3 auras seemed to make space collide, wrapping the entire arena in the impact of this aura. The aura continued to squeeze until 4 pets appeared. The green worm stood on the head of the iron-eating beast and looked at its opponent domineeringly. Both parties were using their power to bully others. At this moment, as expected, the ordinary deterrence emitted by the Zonian rock beast was quickly suppressed by the 2 pets that were bullying it. A terrifying aura swept over, making even the monarch's Zonian rock beast reveal a serious expression. As its mind was dizzy, he could only barely resist with its deterrence. Its battle intent was greatly affected. As for the sky crystal butterfly protected by its aura, it was empty and revealed an apologetic expression. Sorry, I lost face. As the only pet that didn't know how to deter, the pressure on the sky crystal butterfly was huge. It glared at Shiryu, 11, and Buggy. Everyone was clearly having a good time back then, couldn't they leave them some face? Maybe not make them look so bad. The battle tempo was very fast. Before the battle and after the battle, Shiryu was very willing to make friends with his opponent's pet, but in the battle, he only wanted to win with all his might. Sorry, this is all to promote the iron-eating beast, Shiryu thought. He could only unseal 11 and Buggy's strongest battle strategy. This tactic was very dirty, disgusting, and violent. Sure, you originally didn't want to use it. He couldn't bear to use it against a 12-year-old child. At this moment, on the venue, seeing that he couldn't instantly kill his opponent, 11 showed a fierce expression. Woo! With a cry, its body began to expand. As the ripples around its body vibrated, in the blink of an eye, it became a huge beast nearly 10 meters tall. The iron-eating beast, which was as tall as a 3-story building, looked at the Zonian rock beast in front of it fiercely. Its long black and white hair fluttered without wind, and its whole body contained explosive power. Although they were already prepared for the multiplication of this little iron-eating beast's mastery, seeing it so fierce at this moment, many spectators still subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Me. At this moment, the sky crystal butterfly opposite was extremely shocked, because its spatial shackles could not quickly wrap such a large iron-eating beast. Moreover, it had fought with the iron-eating beast before and knew this guy's defense. It could completely ignore its spatial oscillation damage. The sky crystal butterfly quickly searched for the figure of the green silkworm, planning to pick on the soft target. It also understood that the Zonian rock beast and the monster iron-eating beast were the main combatants on the battlefield. As for it, it just had to deal with that silly and cute green worm. However, it was soon dumbfounded. This was because during the process of the little iron-eating beast enlargement and its hair growing, the tiny green silkworm went straight into the fur to God knows where and couldn't be found. At this moment, the giant transformation was completed. 11 directly hardened his palm and used the thunder palm at the same time. A huge black metal fist wrapped in lightning crushed towards the Zonian rock beast. Earth collapse. In the face of the iron-eating beast's violent attack at the start, Yin Jingfan frowned and quickly issued an order. The next moment, the ground under the feet of the giant 11 collapsed, directly causing its body to sway. Its strength was partially affected, and its strength weakened. However, due to its huge body, it couldn't be buried at all. It still continued to attack the Zonian rock beast. Teleport. Seeing that the earth entanglement could only restrain the opponent slightly, Yin Jingfan didn't choose to let the Zonian rock beast go all out. The sky crystal butterfly directly teleported and disappeared with the Zonian rock beast. However, in the next second, just as the Zonian rock beast and the sky crystal butterfly appeared again, 11 seemed to be able to detect them from 360 degrees without any blind spots. After adjusting its body, its thunder palm directly smashed towards the opponent that had just appeared. What a perfect battle awareness! Seeing this scene, some master-level beast tamers couldn't help but sigh. It was too ridiculous for it to be so agile in its giant form. Rock transformation, lava explosion. Seeing that the iron-eating beast was so fierce, Yin Jingfan's pupils constricted. The speed of his brain was almost faster than the Zonian rock beast, and his heart rate accelerated to the limit. This time, there was nowhere to run. The Zonian rock beast roared in anger, but it didn't want to run either. In the face of the incoming thunder palm, it also punched out. Its arm turned into a huge lava fist. During the process of the magma wrapping around it, the fist size was actually not inferior to 11's giant thunder palm. Its power was similarly vast. The huge hardened thunder palm directly collided with the lava eruption. In the spectator area, the armored men, Wang Ling, had a serious expression. In the next second, he took a deep breath. At the same time, most of the spectators present also took a deep breath. 11 struck out with its palm, and the moment the two fists collided, the Zonian rock beast's expression was filled with shock. It was shocked by the other party's strength, and its body seemed to have suffered a huge impact. The ground under its feet directly shattered, and its huge feet kept moving backward on the shattered arena. Moreover, its body kept trembling. The other party's lightning penetration was so strong that even if it was an earth element creature, it could clearly feel the excellent resistance effect. In the interweaving of lightning and magma, the collision of the two pets was very scary. Even the sky crystal butterfly could not interfere and could only hide in the air to avoid the aftermath. At this moment, anyone with eyes could tell that the Zonian rock beast had lost a lot in terms of strength. After the first hit, the iron-eating beast roared and followed up with a victory attack. It immediately retracted its arm and threw a second attack. The Zonian rock beast was forced to use lava explosion again. Once the battle started, it directly evolved into two pets attacking each other with big moves, making all the spectators' gazes extremely serious. Under the collision, the Zonian rock beast was once again knocked back by 11. It completely relied on the stone ceiling skill to prevent itself from being knocked over and resisted with difficulty. However, many cracks had already appeared on its body. In fact, the Zonian rock beast was also fighting back. During the lava fist eruption, the rock roar cannon in its mouth directly hit 11. In this situation, 11 couldn't dodge at all, but there was no need to dodge. The hardened substance quickly flowed and instantly covered the area that was attacked. It chose to resist this attack. Then, 11 retracted its arm and threw a third thunder palm. Upon seeing this scene, all the master-level beast tamers couldn't help but say, "This is too fierce." F***ck, who exactly was a monarch creature here? The third thunder palm smashed out, and this time, the Zonian rock beast was finally unable to resist. No matter how strong the lava explosion was, it was only an entry-level super skill. In the face of a combination skill like Transcendent level hardening plus perfect level thunder palm plus expert multiplication, it could only be suppressed. After the attack, the Zonian rock beast was directly knocked over and its body shattered even more. It was obvious that it was heavily injured. Although the rock roar cannon hit 11 the moment it was knocked over, it was useless. Hardening and high-speed healing only consumed 11's physical strength. F***ck, this is an iron-eating beast. At that moment, everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They suspected that this iron-eating beast was the real monarch race. After all, the huge iron-eating beast clearly had the aura of a monarch. 3 strikes directly knocked over the Zonian rock beast. At this moment, the audience quickly discovered that after the Zonian rock beast was smashed apart, it did not directly lose its combat ability with the strong physique of the monarch race. Its basic physical fitness, vitality, defense, and recovery power were several times stronger than 11. This was an undeniable racial advantage. Although the Zonian rock beast had flipped over, judging from its panting, it was clearly trying its best to adjust and recover. In fact, it even wanted to stand up and continue fighting. On the contrary, after 3 consecutive full-strength attacks, the huge iron-eating beast, which didn't look injured at all, actually showed an extremely tired expression. It quickly shrank to more than 10 centimeters like a leek, and fainted. What the F***ck? The huge reversal stunned everyone. In the end, it was the iron-eating beast that looked so ferocious that had overdrawn its strength and lost its ability to fight. No. At this moment, Yin Jingfan's expression was solemn to the extreme. In theory, the sky crystal butterfly and the green silkworm couldn't interfere during the collision just now. The sky crystal butterfly had always been in a concealed state. Then, what about the green silkworm? Moreover, by shrinking its body, the pet's physical recovery speed would increase. It was far from over. The outcome could only be decided after the iron-eating beast was fatally injured. Sky crystal butterfly, wind blade. Attack the iron-eating beast. While the Zonian rock beast was panting and recovering, Yin Jingfan quickly ordered the sky crystal butterfly. The sky crystal butterfly looked at the fallen Zonian rock beast and iron-eating beast with a trembling heart. It was finally its turn. However, it had the same doubts as the beast tamer. Everyone had the same question. Where was the green silkworm? In the end, it evolved into a battle between the space crystal butterfly and the green silkworm. Many people had guessed this before, so what about the green silkworm? Jai-hee-hee. As if in response to people's guesses, the green silkworm turned away from the invisible silk coat and directly appeared beside the little iron-eating beast. The invisibility skill was very successful. It was finally its turn to appear. It's the worm god, it's the invisible worm silk. Everyone was delighted to see Buggy. However, they were a little conflicted. They didn't know how Buggy planned to deal with the sky crystal butterfly. No matter how heaven-defying the bloodline of a low-level transcendent green silkworm was, it was still very lacking compared to the high-level space crystal butterfly of a rare spatial-type commander species. The outcome of a perfect evolution without evolving could be imagined. They had no idea how Buggy was going to protect 11. Everyone thought so. However, at the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The little iron-eating beast, which was supposed to pass out, opened its eyes with difficulty and raised its head trembling. With its last strength, it condensed a hardening substance and handed it to the worm. Buggy took it with a sorrowful expression. "Gee. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry and go," it seemed to say. Then, Buggy's expression froze and it closed his eyes. Using the hardening substance as a medium, it began to summon the huge iron-eating beast phantom illusion. The weather changed. The huge iron-eating beast that the Zonian rock beast had used all its strength to put down just now appeared in the arena again. At the same time, a Jaren silkworm phantom stood on its shoulder. Expert-level illusory phantom, full power burst. Roar. The huge iron-eating beast phantom let out a roar, and its deterrence was released. Its whole body hardened matter and condensed. Everyone was stunned at this moment. They looked at the green silkworm guarding the little iron-eating beast with its eyes closed in shock and looked at the huge iron-eating beast phantom in shock. Illusionary. Holy shit, it could be used like this. 4 vs 2. Not only was the audience stunned, Yin Jingfan was also stunned when he saw the huge iron-eating beast that appeared again and looked exactly the same as the iron-eating beast just now. Only Shiryu calmly pushed up his non-existent glasses to act cool. Since he wanted to promote the iron-eating beast, it was obvious that this head-on effect was the best. Phantom illusions could also be used for publicity. Buggy could even become an ice dragon. It lived with 11 every day, fought and trained with the living 11 every day. There was no reason for it to understand 11 less than an ice dragon. It was far more proficient in projecting 11 than the ice dragon. Moreover, with the foundation guarantee of the hardened substance provided by 11, the projection was also extremely powerful. The size could be directly changed by the silkworm through multiplication. The hardening skill was perfectly inherited through a hardening substance medium. Skills such as deterrence, supervision, and absolute sleep were all common between 11 and the worm. The silkworm's projection of 11 was much more compatible than the ice dragon. It was just that Buggy thought that the imposter couldn't defeat 11's main body, so it hadn't used it before. But now, in order to promote the iron-eating beast, Shiryu planned to let his opponent experience the joy of being crushed by the two iron-eating beasts. Buggy, kill the sky crystal butterfly. The huge iron-eating beast's phantom hardened and flowed, spreading out to form a huge badminton racket in its hand. Then, the green silkworm phantom quickly spat silk at the racket, forming a net, stunning everyone. Holy shit, what the hell was this? Badminton racket. Theoretically, the butterfly with the hiding skill was invincible. Fighting it with this. Were they sure? Me. The sky crystal butterfly's eyes widened and it was a little confused. Only Yin Jingfan's expression suddenly changed. Teleport, dodge. The huge iron-eating beast phantom held the badminton racket in both hands and directly swept a strong wind towards the space crystal butterfly. The first thought of the space crystal butterfly was that it was hidden, but after hearing the beast tamer's command, it still chose to teleport. However, just like when the iron-eating beast fought the Zonian rock beast, this huge iron-eating beast phantom's reaction speed was also very ridiculous. It was as if it was the main body. Its body turned smoothly, and the ball racket continued to swing at the space crystal butterfly that appeared, instantaneously. Me. This time, the space crystal butterfly, which couldn't maintain instant transmission, could only be forced to go into hiding. At this moment, there was a boom. The sky crystal butterfly, still hidden, made contact with the net. At this moment, the sky crystal butterfly's eyes widened. Then, it felt a huge force coming from the internet. With a hum, the insect silk net directly broke through the hidden space crystal butterfly. The huge iron-eating beast phantom hit the ball and crushed the crispy butterfly to the ground with a bang. Although the sky crystal butterfly was mysterious, its defense was still the defense of the bug type. With just one hit, the sky crystal butterfly directly fainted in the huge pit on the arena. At this moment, Yin Jingfan was stunned on the spot and couldn't understand. Two iron-eating beasts, how the hell was he supposed to fight this? Everyone fell silent. He opened his mouth and looked at the green silkworm that beat down the sky crystal butterfly. He understood that the worm silk could break through concealment. Low-level transcendent green silkworm versus high-level commander species space crystal butterfly. The silkworm made a complete victory. Then, the most ridiculous thing was that there was another reversal. The huge commotion made the Zonian rock beast climb up with difficulty. It finally recovered some physical strength and decided to launch another lava eruption. After completing this series of smooth attacks, the huge iron-eating beast phantom and the green silkworm phantom disappeared directly. The green silkworm, which had its eyes closed, opened them while panting. Then, it closed its eyes and entered absolute sleep to recover. Just like 11 just now, its stamina was exhausted. It would be fine if this ended. The most ridiculous thing was that at this moment, True 11, who had shrunk in its state and fallen asleep beside it, had quickly recovered some physical strength. It stretched and crawled up. At the same time, it continued to expand and expand. It returned to its nearly 10-meter posture and looked at the giant beast that was also crawling up. 11. Woo. Zonian rock beast. It looked at the iron-eating beast that was not injured at all and was even more energetic than itself. It opened its mouth wide. What the F***ck? This was the recovery ability that a middle-level transcendent pet could have. Everyone looked at the arena with their mouths agape. The 7 archaeological elites and the elites of the Battle Club from Ancient Capital University widened their eyes. Are you sure it just fought? Lu Qingyi, White, Brooke, Lin Xiuzhu, and the other 3 seniors fell silent. They realized that they didn't recognize the iron-eating beast. This battle tactic is called the infinite cycle real and fake iron-eating beast will battle tactic. Shiryu thought to himself that he could perfectly use all the accompanying moves of the 2 pets. While Shiryu was lamenting about his talent, 11, now gigantic, struck out with its palm again and sent the Zonian rock beast sprawling under its despairing expression. Mid-level transcendent iron-eating beast versus low-level monarch Zonian rock beast. Iron-eating beast wins. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. No one expected Shiryu to easily win the final battle through such a heaven-defying strategy. Yin Jingfan stood on the spot with a blank expression, losing his train of thought. He didn't know what a battle between beasts was. Countless candidates opened their mouths wide. Those seeded candidates and advanced candidates even felt fear towards Shiryu directly. Zhang Qianyi, Yu Shu, and the others were stunned. They thought about how long they could resist this tactic. This guy's strategies were very powerful, but why was it so ridiculous every time? It didn't make sense, it wasn't scientific. It made one's brain buzz. 2 multiplied iron-eating beasts, that was F***king ridiculous. F***ck. Even Master Chu Jie couldn't help but say in his heart. This was too disgusting. His heart ached as he looked at Yin Jingfan, who had a blank expression. Perhaps it wasn't that iron-eating beast that had mastered sleep-type recovery skills. The other party's accompanying moves were too dirty. According to his understanding, the evolution of the iron-eating beast wasn't so ridiculous. In the future, don't F***king fight with him anymore. At this moment, the master-level beast tamers also fell silent collectively. Yin Chuan looked at his absent-minded son and couldn't help but shake his head under the gaze of the old man beside him. That's Shiryu. I've finally understood the battle tactics. His face darkened. He didn't know if it was good or bad for his son to meet a strong opponent like Shiryu. The old principal of Ancient Capital University laughed dryly and looked at the venue with a twitch of the corners of his mouth. He was a little worried that Yin Jingfan would really run to a different school in the end. However, although the process of this vocation assessment was a little bumpy, it was finally almost over. The strongest newcomer in the professional field of Ancient Capital, Shiryu. At this moment, Shiryu, who was standing on the ground, felt his heart burn. Why wasn't it over yet? He couldn't wait to choose the 3rd pet with the rich lady. Speaking of which, the iron-eating beast would definitely see an increase in the price this time. Chapter 132, The Plant Pet is Here. Chapter 132, The Plant Pet is Here. At this time, many people were actually waiting for the subsequent progress of the professional assessment in Ancient Capital. It was mainly because the iron-eating beast, Shiryu, was currently using the iron-eating beast to participate in the Ancient Capital vocation assessment. Moreover, his performance seemed to be very ridiculous, and it was very difficult for others to not pay attention. The people who couldn't watch the tournament didn't wait for long. Those media outlets qualified to enter the professional examination hall directly released big news. Vocation assessment, archaeologist versus legendary son, iron-eating beast suppresses monarch, the birth of the strongest newcomer in the Ancient Capital. On this day, The news of the vocation assessment in the 9 first-level cities occupied the top of the trending search. The news of the vocation assessment in ancient capital paired with the evolution of the iron-eating beast was the most eye-catching. As the iron-eating beasts discovered their evolution form, Shiryu really used the iron-eating beast that had awakened its evolution bloodlines to defeat the monarch species pets that had yet to evolve. The internet immediately exploded, and the beast tamers who were paying attention to this matter commented one after another. Damn, he really got first place, but I heard his opponent is a 12-year-old child. What's going on? You call the legendary son of the Zonian rock beast and the sky crystal butterfly a child? However, compared to Shiryu, little angel Yinjingfan is indeed a little like a child. He still doesn't understand the dangers of adults. In that case, the iron-eating beast's potential is really very strong. Damn it, I should have chosen the iron-eating beast as my initial pet, but it's not too late now. This Shiryu is too strong. As the incident fermented, as well as the revelations of people in the know, other information about Shiryu was dug out. High school in Icefield City. A student of the feeding department. He had even interned at the breeding base in Icefield City. Some voices from Icefield City said that they were classmates with Shiryu, but they didn't know much about Shiryu himself because Shiryu rarely interacted with others. He was a quiet and reclusive genius. These people had posted their graduation photos and their credibility was very high. Because of this, the internet was in a mess. A quiet and reclusive genius. Everyone looked at the editing of the survival assessment again and felt that something was definitely wrong. Learning how to feed pets. Everyone looked at the big archaeologist title on the official media and became even more confused. Now, this archaeologist from the feeding department had become the newbie king of the beast tamer assessment in the ancient capital. His battle power was off the charts. Shiryu's personal identity and pet experience were similarly ridiculous. All over Icefield City, Chen Kai and Qinggong, the former combat units, watched the follow-up news in silence. At this moment, Shiryu's reputation could be said to have risen to a new height. Although he was only a professional newbie and would definitely be forgotten slowly as the hot topic disappeared, Shiryu was also the first to enjoy such attention after just becoming a professional beast tamer. Iron-eating beast, buy it. Too late, too late. The iron-eating beasts definitely can't be affordable anymore now. Is anyone going to team up with me to catch a green silkworm? The green silkworm is also very impressive. The most important thing is that it doesn't need money. If I catch a green silkworm with a hidden mysterious power, I will earn big. His words woke up the people from their dreams. Many beast tamers who were conflicted about whether they could afford the iron-eating beasts locked their gazes on the green silkworms that were everywhere. The number of insect youths in the nation increased at this moment. After the battle ended, and after Master Chu Jie announced the results, Shiryu started to take 11 and Buggy to replenish their physical fitness. Before this battle, there would definitely have been many spectators who thought that he wouldn't fight the iron-eating beast head-on with the Zonian rock beast, because such an iron-eating beast with a disadvantageous physique might not necessarily be able to gain an advantage. Of course, this was everyone's analysis on the basis of not knowing about expert-level high-speed healing and absolute sleep. Shiryu thought that perhaps its physical fitness and basic qualities couldn't compare, but in terms of explosive damage and physical endurance and resistance to damage, 11, who had mastered the profundity of absolute sleep, high-speed healing, and shrinking, was really not afraid of anyone. Hardening, multiplication, supervision, absolute sleep, thunderpalm, deterrence, high-speed healing. 11 could be said to be indispensable in this battle. It was the same for Buggy. Every skill was very important. I've pretty much used all my trump cards. Some powerful beast tamers should be able to analyze 11 and the others' accompanying moves after this, right? Shiryu looked at the crazily eating 11 and Buggy and thought to himself. With this strength, the next qualitative change should be after he contracted his third pet or after 11 and Buggy evolved. But now, he wasn't weak either. Professional beast tamers were divided into primary level, intermediate level, and advanced level. Now, in the primary level and intermediate level domains, he should be able to kill indiscriminately. In these two stages, the difference in the strength of the beast tamer was not big. The difference was only in the level of the beast taming space. The growth level of the pet was basically transcendent, and only high-level professional beast tamers had the ability to nurture the pet to commander rank. According to what he knew, the female bestiared senior and the main members of the ancient capital university's battle club were all high-level beast tamers. This was also Shiryu's goal during his university days, to become a high-level expert. At that time, he would have enough strength to do whatever he wanted. At this moment, although Shiryu wasn't very tired, he still lay on the sofa and looked at Eleven and Buggy, who were replenishing their energy, with a little melancholy. Eleven and Buggy couldn't help but be puzzled when they saw that Shiryu was unhappy after getting first place. "Eat your food," Shiryu said. After getting first place and becoming a professional beast tamer, he was about to obtain a large amount of resources. It should have been a happy thing. However, at the thought of adding nearly 200 hardening points to help 11 maximize the hardening and prepare for evolution, Shiryu felt a headache. This wasn't a level-less skill. Moreover, he also had to help Buggy break through the spatial shackles, instant transmission, and concealment points. Then, he had to level up the phantom and spatial shackles to the point where it could break out of the cocoon and evolve. It was another difficult task. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the 10 days of the vocation assessment was the easiest time for him. "I love exams and competitions. Junior Shiryu is awesome." The vocation assessment was not over. For example, Yin Jingfan would definitely have to battle Zhang Qianyi, who had defeated the armored men. However, Senior Panda, the archaeological 7 elites, and the others didn't watch the subsequent matches. They all ran over to Yu's prep room. They started to congratulate Shiryu. These few people completely didn't expect that Shiryu could really take first place in the ancient capital vocation assessment. A few of them didn't even dare to think about it previously. Impressive. The Panda Senior holding the camera looked at 11 and Buggy eating and said excitedly. "Haha," Shiryu sat on the sofa. He remembered that he not only had to take care of 11 and Buggy, but he also had to give his third pet some extra points. He smiled rather gloomily. "Amazing, right?" He exchanged his body for it. "Have you all experienced the life of lying in bed and taking medicine all day long? Junior Shiryu, what plans do you have next? School starts in February. There are still 20 days left. You can relax well. How about we bring you to tour the ancient capital?" Zheng Yingjie suggested. During this period of time, everyone was busy researching the iron-eating beast evolution. Shiryu was also busy preparing for the vocation assessment. Now, with the announcement of the iron-eating beast's evolution form, the research could temporarily come to an end. There was no need to rush into deeper research. After all, this was a long-term job. Shiryu had also become the top scholar in the ancient capital assessment. No matter how one looked at it, he should relax for a while. "We can indeed have them lead you to understand the ancient capital. It's very big here," Senior Panda suggested with a nod. "Senior, you might as well not return to Pingcheng," Lin Yuer said. No, the Panda Senior smiled. She had been in the ancient capital for nearly half a year. Next, it was time to return to Pingcheng to take a look. Moreover, the iron-eating beast breeding base definitely needed her more than ever. "I guess I have other things to do too." Shiryu smiled and declined. "I want to explore the Ice Dragon ruins in Ice Dragon City. This ruin is a chain mission like the one I cracked previously. I'm afraid that I won't have time after school starts." Archaeological 7 elites. Damn, he was going to crack the ruins again. The Ice Dragon ruins. They had studied archaeology for so long, but they had never cracked a ruin. And Shiryu had already targeted the third one. He wasn't human. Ice Dragon ruins. The Panda Senior frowned and looked at Shiryu. "You're just a professional beast tamer. Why would you go to that kind of place? Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. That place was even larger than the entire Icefield City. The environment was extremely harsh. There were a lot of transcendent-level ferocious beasts, and there were also a lot of ferocious beast communities with commander-level creatures. There was even an ice element monarch. Master-level beast tamers weren't suited to go deep alone. Shiryu was only a professional beast tamer. Don't worry, safety won't be a problem. If I don't have a few masters as bodyguards, I won't go." Shiryu was still very experienced. If it weren't for the fact that Yin Jingfan didn't want to talk to him now, Shiryu even wanted to beg him to let his father help. Wait a minute. Yushu's mother was a dragon tamer, right? He wondered if she was interested in the ice dragon ruins. A top-notch dragon tamer. This wasn't for show. Fighting ordinary monarch-level creatures was like hitting a younger brother. She could stroll on the ice dragon's snow mountain alone. But Yushu didn't seem to like him either. Shiryu fell into deep thought. He clearly wanted to make more friends. Even if you say that, Senior Panda was still a little worried. Forget it, forget it. Remember to call my dad. She was worried about other masters' protection, but she could guarantee that Lin Hongyan would definitely not want anything to happen to Shiryu. All right, I'll take this call. Shiryu smiled. At the same time, he sensed the vibration of his cell phone and took it out. He looked at the stunner and immediately took a deep breath. Good, it was Senior Lu. She called him to the rooftop of the venue to talk about plant pets. Was she taking him to choose a plant pet? The third pet was finally coming. Although the level of the beast taming space was not yet at level 3, it was alright to understand it beforehand. The main reason was that he had a premonition that the pet Senior Lu chose for him must be very rare. If he missed this opportunity, this pet wouldn't exist anymore. I'll go out for a while, Shiryu said to everyone. Everyone nodded. 11. Buggy, eat here yourselves. Shiryu then said, by the way, the thing you want is with Senior Lin. Huh. Gee. 11 and Buggy suddenly stopped and looked at the panda senior who was holding the camera. They suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. Next, it was time to admire their heroic bearing. They got first place, as expected of them. Woo. Gee. 11 and Buggy quickly ran to Lin Xiuju's legs and looked at her camera. Lin Xiuju smiled. Don't worry. I'll give the videos to you. On a certain rooftop of the venue. At the moment, only Lu Qingyi and Whitebrook were here. They chatted with each other and discussed Shiryu. When Shiryu came over, the two of them turned around and looked at him. Senior Lu, Senior Brook. Shiryu smiled and greeted the two rich girls. Shiyu, do you want to join the battle club and the school team after school? I'll take you to the National League when the time comes, Whitebrook invited with a smile. When she first saw Shiryu, she didn't feel anything, but after looking at Shiryu's vocation assessment, she realized that Shiryu's potential was really strong. In fact, that iron-eating beast and green silkworm didn't even need to learn other skills or increase their skill proficiency. As long as their growth level reached commander rank, Shiryu would definitely be able to perform well in the National League. After all, there were very few beast tamers who could master the profundities in the National League. If she considered the fact that the iron-eating beast and the green worm could still evolve, she felt that Shiryu could help Ancient Capital University win a national championship that Ancient Capital University had never won. This, Shiryu felt tired. Did he have to participate in collective training or something? The rewards are very good. Young cubs of monarch species, super-level skill manuals, high-level resources, opportunities to enter mystic realms, Whitebrook sighed. Most importantly, the school's rewards will only be more than the prizes of the competition. Shiryu's eyes lit up. It didn't matter if the reward was there or not. It was mainly because he wanted to win honor for the school. He liked this kind of safe competition very much. Lu Qingyi rubbed her temples and said, let's not talk about things so far away first. With that said, she smiled and looked at Shiryu. I previously told you that I would take you to choose a plant pet after the assessment. Actually, I've already helped you choose 7 types. I was afraid that you would be distracted just now, so I didn't tell you. They come from different places and their states are also different. You should understand them first and choose further. I'll bring you to take a look personally another day. Let me help you analyze it, Whitebrook also said with a smile. She loved to choose pets the most and also liked to help others choose. Which 7? Shiryu became excited. Lu Qingyi said. Middle-class monarch race, wood and dragon types, dragon blood willow. Low-level monarch race, wood element, tree of life. Low-level monarch race, wood and spirit dual element, blue spider lily. Low-level monarch race, wood element, mutated ginseng baby. High-class commander species, wood type, undead type, wood spirit. Among the high-class commander species, the spiritual type 7-star 4-leaf clover, with a time talent. High-class commander species, dual elements of spirit and space, scarecrow magician. Chapter 133, Classic 7 Choices. Chapter 133, Classic 7 Choices. Sure you, ABA 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 ABA. As soon as the names of Lu Qingyi's 7 pets were mentioned, Sure you immediately felt conflicted. How could he choose? He didn't expect that there were actually 4 monarch races. Just randomly picking one would make 99.99% of the plant-based tamers green with envy. Beside him, Whitebrook shook her head. Sure you might not know how rich this woman he'd gotten the favor of was. A young monarch pet suitable for contracting was something that could only be chanced upon by luck for ordinary master-level beast tamers. But for Lu Qingyi, who had the identity of Division 11 and knew many legendary beast tamers, finding it wasn't a difficult task. In short, Sure you was really lucky to have such a blissful list. Some pets might not meet your initial requirements. I'll explain them to you one by one. You choose, Lu Qingyi said. All right. Sure you nodded obediently. The dragon blood willow is the evolved form of the blood-sucking willow after it absorbed dragon blood. It's a special breed cultivated by a top-level master of plant pets who doesn't like dragons very much. It grows by absorbing dragon blood. At the same time, the tree sap it releases can be bathed in ordinary plants. It can create spiritual plants that dragons like. This is the bait they set up to hunt dragons. This master nurtures a dragon blood willow every few years to give it to someone. This one should currently be at the transcendent level, close to the commander level, in a new life state, and has just evolved. It has the greatest battle potential among the 7 pets. It has mastered the super rank racial skill, Divine Willow. It's a war machine that can fight against monarchs and dragons. It's very resistant to dragons and is a pet that can greatly increase the combat power of beast tamers. Lu Qingyi smiled. This is good, its battle power is very strong. The beast-eared girl had clearly seen the battle of the dragon blood willow. That blood-red willow branch could directly penetrate the dragon's scales. It was very violent. Then there's the Tree of Life. You're not unfamiliar with it, right? Lu Qingyi asked. Isn't there a monarch-level ancient Tree of Life in Icefield City? The ancient Tree of Life was the evolution form of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was also a descendant of the ancient Tree of Life. Apart from the first batch of trees of life that were born for unknown reasons, most of the origin of the Tree of Life saplings were chosen to sacrifice themselves to become a seed after the ancient Tree of Life's vitality was exhausted. This Tree of Life sapling was born after the death of an ancient Tree of Life. Its current growth level has just reached the transcendent level. The Tree of Life is a classic healing-type pet. Its own life force is very strong. It has the power to revive some ordinary plants. It can also have very powerful effects when used to treat humans and other life forms. It has mastered the transcendent race skill, Life Gift. After the contract, it can greatly increase the vitality of beast tamers, and it can increase the lifespan of beast tamers by several years. She explained the benefits of contracting the Tree of Life. When Sure you heard that, he was immediately tempted. Because he currently had the control of a super skill. The Gift of Life, paired with plant control. It would become both a war machine and the strongest gardener. Just imagine the immortal and indestructible sea of trees descending. Compared to the dragon blood willow, the Tree of Life and the ancient Tree of Life were not pets that were good at fighting. The main classification was still treatment-type pets. However, the reason why the ancient Tree of Life in Icefield City could become the guardian of Icefield City was that in addition to the racial skill Life Gift, it had also learned the wood element super skill plant control during its long life. If he chose this, Sure you could use that anti-ancient trees growth template to nurture this little Tree of Life. Second, the benefits that contracting the Tree of Life brought to beast tamers were also not what other ordinary plant pets had. The growth and evolution of pets would give the beast tamer some power. The power ratio of the feedback was actually mainly based on the types of pets. For example, the iron-eating beast's growth gave Sure you more basic physical strength. If it was a spiritual pet, the power it gave Sure you after growing up would be that it had more spiritual power. As for after contracting the Tree of Life, the feedback would definitely be that there was more life force. Therefore, beast tamers who contracted healing-type pets generally had higher lifespans. This is also very good. The beast-eared girl nodded. The Tree of Life, the most reliable partner. It could fight, it could be a gardener, it could heal, it was perfect. The blue spider lily is active in a dangerous place. I've gone to investigate before. This is a relatively dangerous plant that has the ability to create illusions, and is extremely resistant to undead creatures. It also has the skill of a transcendent-level illusion-type species, blue purgatory. Contracting this is relatively dangerous, but its illusion ability is very reliable. The most important thing is that its seeds can parasitize a beast tamer's body, giving the beast tamer the ability to maintain his form even if his soul leaves the body. After contracting it, even if the body accidentally dies, his consciousness can still be maintained in the form of a soul for a period of time. Not bad, very suitable for high-risk workers. Indeed. The beast-eared girl nodded. As expected of Senior Lu. Damn, that sounded scary. How was it not bad? Then there's the mutated ginseng baby, Senior Lu said. How did baby ginseng reach the monarch race? Sure, you asked. Isn't this a supplement for transcendent races? After hearing this name, he was very concerned. Mutated, Lu Qingyi. This is a special pet that a senior from Bureau 11 accidentally discovered in the forbidden area recently. It was originally an ordinary ginseng baby. In a place like the dangerous Lost World Forbidden Zone, its fate was basically to become food for other ferocious beasts. But forbidden areas represent danger, and also opportunities. In that place, it accidentally ate an ownerless level 8 resource, life fruit, and survived with a very small chance. Its body mutated and it awakened a transcendent level wood element skill, source of life. Its current form is still that of a ginseng baby, but its life force, physical strength, energy value, and race potential have all undergone huge changes. It can be said to have undergone a different evolution. According to the comprehensive judgment of that senior from Bureau 11, its race level should currently be judged to be a low-level monarch. No, it might be even higher, but it's only so low considering that baby ginseng's race has almost no combat power. There were a total of 3 types of plant-type transcendent creatures. The battle type mostly evolved from meat-eating plants like the Venus flytrap. For healing types, they had less battle power, but powerful self-sustaining capabilities. The supplement type was the kind of creature that was a nourishing plant before it evolved. Its combat power was the weakest of the 3 types, and it was also the favorite of other ferocious beasts. Often, the nutritional value of this kind of supplement-type plant pet was the highest. Baby ginseng was a classic supplement-type pet. Its battle power was not high, but it could create nourishing supplements for beast tamers and other pets to eat. Therefore, there were many places with baby ginseng farms. This mutated ginseng baby has a life force comparable to the sapling of the tree of life. Its energy level is also very high, not inferior to the cubs of other monarch species. Its own nourishing effect is also very good. Moreover, it has the source of life, a transcendent skill that can recover life force and physical strength at a high speed. It can quickly produce high-quality supplements at the smallest cost. Its recovery power is strong, and it's very suitable for those beast tamers who have a huge consumption of strengthening talent and physical fitness. If you contract this pet, it's actually equivalent to giving up your combat power and strengthening your life-saving ability. Although you don't have an enhanced beast taming talent and don't need to use physical strength, it can greatly increase the time you use the ruin speed to etherealize. When you reach the legendary level, you can use your beast taming space for that, and the effect will be even more obvious. Sure, you was momentarily stunned. The source of life. A super-level recovery type skill. The minimum cost was to produce high-quality supplements infinitely. If he contracted a supplement-type plant pet, the feedback from the pet's upgrade would be physical recovery ability. Sure, you was tempted again. *CK, at the moment, the dragon blood willow and the Paramitha flower were alright, but the ancient tree of life and the ginseng baby were both what he needed. Although the former couldn't directly produce supplements, as long as there were seeds, the gift of life could quickly mature high-quality supplements with the control of the plants. The latter was a super supplement in itself, and it also had the ability to produce at a high speed. Most importantly, after contracting the ginseng baby, its physical recovery ability would undergo a qualitative change, which was very compatible with the skill index. This is also good, the beast-eared girl suggested. What kind of advice was this? Obviously she thought everyone was good. Senior Lu continued to introduce the remaining 3. The rest had no super skills, nor were they of a monarch race, but they were relatively special pets. The wood spirit is a plant spirit born from the evolution of an entire forest. It's similar to the concept of the soul of a mountain and the spirit of a lake. It can possess ordinary plants and accelerate the growth of this plant, helping it evolve into a spiritual plant and giving it compatibility. As it grows, it can control the entire forest. When the types, quality, and number of plants it possesses reach a certain limit, there's a possibility of it evolving into the monarch species pet, the monarch of the forest. It can also awaken plant control skills. This is also very good, the beast-eared girl praised. Senior Lou is awesome. She actually found so many rare plant pets. It was indeed very good. It could also create an army of supplements. Most importantly, it could form an army of plants according to its own thoughts. Contracting one was equivalent to contracting a group. The 7-star 4-leaf clover is a very special plant pet. Its skills are all inclined to the defensive type. It has defensive skills that can withstand various types of attacks. Moreover, due to its small size, it can perfectly cooperate with beast tamers and protect beast tamers. Apart from that, it also has the mental type skill of sensing danger that contains a little time element. It can help beast tamers turn misfortune into blessings, so it's also known as the lucky grass. This is very suitable for some unlucky people who like to court death. Lu Qingyi referred to those fellow archaeologists who had died. Sure, you gulped and was tempted again. Time, he had finally encountered his first time type skill. He wanted this. I want this. The beast-eared girl also said. As for the scarecrow magician, it is a rare spatial pet that has the miraculous ability of scarecrow substitute. If the enemy attacks the owner of the scarecrow magician, it's very likely that the damage will be transferred to the scarecrow substitute created by the scarecrow magician. Or perhaps, the enemy's target from the beginning to the end is the scarecrow substitute. This is also a pet that can increase the survival ability of the beast tamer. This time, before the beast-eared girl could say anything, Sure, you said, do you want this too? Whitebrook shook her head. It's too ugly, it's so gloomy. Then, have you considered it? Lu Qingyi smiled at Sure You. Apart from the blue spider lily that she had to capture personally, these pets were all from different places. She needed to rely on connections to buy, exchange, or ask for them. She just didn't know which one Sure You liked more. According to his preferences, he first eliminated the dragon blood willow, the blue spider lily, and the scarecrow magician. He didn't lack pure battle-type pets. The lily sounded dangerous to obtain and contract. Forget it. The life-saving ability bestowed by the scarecrow magician wasn't that needed. At the moment, the ruins bead was actually enough. Most importantly, Buggy was about to have a space element. Another extra space element was not very attractive to him. As for the tree of life, the mutated ginseng baby, the wood spirit, and the 7-star 4-leaf clover. Sure, you once again eliminated the clover and its premonition danger skill. He wanted to see if he could replicate it later. Forget about the contract. He was such an outstanding boy, so his luck wouldn't be bad. Then, he rejected forest spirit again, mainly because the cultivation period was too long. Moreover, this kind of DIY-type pet needed a bunch of high-level spiritual plant underlings at a glance. Training one was equivalent to cultivating a group. The cost was huge. He didn't have money anymore. Moreover, the plant control skill awakened after evolution was too boring. In other words, whoever he taught plant control to would already be the monarch of the forest anyway. There was no need to deliberately pursue this. In the end, there was still the tree of life and the mutated ginseng baby to choose from. Sure, you thought about the advantage of the tree of life. Firstly, there was still the evolution of a high-level monarch race. Although the conditions were unknown, there was indeed a possibility of evolution. Secondly, the tree of life was very suitable to be a gardener. With the control of the plants, it could grow various spiritual plants in the ruins bead, not limited to supplements. However, the disadvantage was that it needed to be cultivated for a period of time. At the moment, the level of the tree of life sapling was too low, and the level of the gardener's potential wasn't high. He couldn't teach plant control either. Perhaps within a year or two, he wouldn't be able to experience the joy of quickly producing high-quality spiritual plants. He might not even be able to be self-sufficient, let alone earn money through this. The advantage of the mutated ginseng baby was that after contracting, it could immediately reflect the speed of physical recovery. With the excellent effect of the skill index, it could provide him with a pretty good points upgrading experience in the short term. In addition, even without the contract, it could also quickly produce high-quality supplements for the current Shiryu to use. It could help Shiryu save a lot of money. If there was a disadvantage, it was that it had no battle power at all. It was a mutated species, and its future development path was unknown. Senior, do you have any suggestions? Shiryu looked at Lu Qingyi. I suggest the sapling of the tree of life, the mutated ginseng baby, the wood spirit, and the 7-star 4-leaf clover. Lu Qingyi smiled. The word lucky grass isn't called lucky for nothing. Forest spirit can be used together with the ruined space. There are many cultivation paths. It can be used to fight, heal, and recover. From the current potential, the highest level can be raised to a high-level monarch. Although the evolution conditions are very harsh, there's at least a way to find it. However, from your own perspective, I still advise you to contract the mutated ginseng baby the most. As a monarch pet, it's definitely easier to contract than the other monarch races. Besides, don't forget that your iron-eating beast and green silkworm still have to evolve. Shiryu nodded. After they evolve, their racial levels might all reach the level of monarchs, and your beast taming space is only at level 2. Even if they evolve, they will bring huge feedback to your beast taming space, and huge feedback to you. In theory, it will still be very difficult for you to bear, even if the beast taming space reaches level 3. Moreover, during the period when the green silkworm is in the form of a cocoon, it's the stage where it relies on the beast tamer's beast taming space the most. If a pet in the form of a cocoon is raised in the outside world, it won't be absorbing the nutrients provided by the cocoon and the beast tamer themselves. It's very easy to affect the contract between the two parties. And if it sleeps in the beast taming space, with its current potential, it might be uncomfortable for you. At that time, the beast taming space won't be able to withstand their growth speed and insufficient nutrition. Your condition will be greatly affected. However, if you contract the ginseng baby, there won't be this effect. The recovery ability it brings, you can largely share this burden. In the future, as the number of pets you contract increases, the value of the ginseng baby will increase. In short, although you have the bead that can replace your beast taming space, I suggest you don't do this in the long term. After all, the beast taming space is the best place to maintain the bonds between beast tamers and pets. Shiryu fell into deep thought. Would it? 11 and Buggy seemed to have been outside longer than he had in the beast taming space, but their relationship was very good. However, the best habitat of the cocoon was the beast taming space of the beast tamer himself. This was indeed correct, as various academic papers had proven. Since Senior Lu said so, it seemed like baby ginseng was indeed more useful. Then I'll choose the mutated ginseng baby. Shiryu finally made a decision. The life force of the mutated ginseng baby was not inferior to the tree of life. As long as he replicated the gift of life, the effect would be the same. At that time, he would teach it the plant control skill. It could also do what the tree of life could do. It was not a problem for it to have weak combat power. Furthermore, it could completely digest a level 8 resource and transform itself into the number 1 mutated ginseng baby. This ginseng baby was also very unscientific. Although its future potential was unknown, it didn't necessarily mean that it was weak. It might mean that its talent was ridiculously good. Shiryu kept analyzing. However, at that time, the combat power of a supplementary ginseng baby would be off the charts. That would be F*** hard to explain and unscientific. It was even more ridiculous than Buggy. The ingredient, fighting people. You chose it. Actually, you can choose 2 or 3 to see for yourself if it's suitable before deciding, Lu Qingyi said. Shiryu was stunned. Was this a chance for him to replicate the skill first? Chapter 134, A Ginseng Baby with a Dream. Chapter 134, A Ginseng Baby with a Dream. At this moment, Shiryu indeed wanted to copy the skills of the other 6 pets and teach them to baby ginseng. He couldn't take all the pets, but couldn't he take the skills? He was a human-type skill-teaching machine. But soon, his heart trembled. There was really no other way. Currently, there were 15 pages of the skill index. Apart from the worm silk, the skills mastered by 11 and worm had already occupied 13 pages. In other words, there were only 2 empty pages. Even if he wanted to replicate the skills, there was no place left. Unless the beast taming space reached level 3 and he contracted the ginseng baby, which would increase the page count. However, it might be a few months later when the beast taming space reached level 3. During this period, the value of any skills recorded in these 2 empty seats was not high. Life gift, super level. If he couldn't teach it, it would be useless at the moment. Divine Willow, was he going to let baby ginseng use the roots of the ginseng to poke the giant dragon? The problem was that this was also a super level skill, so he couldn't teach it. The baby ginseng might not necessarily be compatible with Blue Purgatory. Buggy had a chance to learn it, but it was still a super skill. Then, there was a slightly valuable straw substitution skill. At the moment, it was not very urgent to be using etherealization either. The only thing he was a little reluctant to do was the danger sense skill. At max level, could he predict the future? It sounded delicious. What if it could be used to buy lottery tickets? However, this thing felt like a passive skill. Even if he met the 7-star luck grass, he might not necessarily be able to replicate it. In other words, even if he could replicate it, he wouldn't be able to use it in the short term. It would only occupy a slot. It was far inferior to copying the racial skills brought by the ginseng baby to help him upgrade points, also that he could recover its physical cost more quickly. The page number restriction of the skill index didn't allow him to go all over the place. It only allowed him to calculate carefully. At the moment, I'm more interested in baby ginseng and 4-leaf clover. He could go to Icefield City in the future to look for Anti-Tree of Life with the life gift skill. This didn't matter. However, time-type skills were a little difficult to think about. Lu Qingyi was slightly surprised. These 2 pets happened to be the easiest to come into contact with. Sure you, huh? The mutated ginseng baby is currently in the ancient capital. And the 7-star 4-leaf grass is the school bow of Ancient Capital University. It's in the garden of Ancient Capital University. This 7-star 4-leaf grass was actually the same as him, within the Ancient Capital University. Fate. However, it was a pity that it was about to miss the opportunity to increase its points. It looked like the lucky grass wasn't that lucky. It was fine not to choose the fake lucky grass, in case it backfired in the future. 7-star 4-leaf clover, is it in Ancient Capital University? Yes, but there aren't many 4-leaf clovers cultivated in Ancient Capital University either. They're usually only used to reward outstanding students. After all, although premonition danger hasn't been classified into the time department, there's still a time element. It's very rare. The beast-eared girl said. This kind of life-saving divine pet was what many beast tamers pursued. Shiryu was stunned. Then there was no hurry. The ancient tree of life and the 4-leaf grass. He would have plenty of time to encounter them in the future. He would think about replicating skills when he had extra space. In that case, senior sister, let me take a look at baby ginseng first. All right. Lu Qingyi nodded. I think the baby ginseng will be very happy to see you. Why? Shiryu was curious. Grandma Li of Bureau 11 raised these supplementary pet beasts most likely to make soup. If we were to take it, it would be lucky to escape. What the heck? Was such a rare pet used to make soup? Shiryu's expression darkened. What kind of devil was this senior from Bureau 11? In the end, Shiryu decided to meet the mutated ginseng baby first. He and Senior Lu had agreed to visit this senior from Bureau 11 tomorrow. As for later, there was still business. Shiryu rushed back to the venue. When the ranking assessment ended, Shiryu received a license. He was relieved to have his license. Professional Beast Tamer license. The dark red booklet symbolized his identity as a professional beast tamer. Shiryu finally obtained it. Apart from Bureau 11 documents, Shiryu also had a second useful certificate. With this, he would have a certain discount when using planes and other transportation in the future. He would also be qualified to apply for certain danger areas. In addition, for beast tamers with professional licenses, the Beast Tamer Association would also provide some guaranteed funds every month to reduce the pressure on beast tamers to train their pets. Initially, this was what Shiryu was most concerned about. He planned to rely on this to repay the loan, but from the looks of it, this bit of money was nothing. The greatest use of the professional beast tamer license. No, the greatest use of the whole assessment, for him, was the number of cultivation resources he could obtain after entering the ancient capital university. Shiryu held his license and opened the certificate. On it was his handsome profile picture. They've edited this picture before, right? Zhengjie looked over and said. Indeed. They've even taken away my natural and erudite aura. Shiryu shook his head. Who edited this photo? Couldn't they not Photoshop it without permission? They had to apologize to the fangirls in this country. When Shiryu was surfing on the internet with his cell phone, he realized that he had female fans. From the looks of it, although the Iron-Eating Beast Knight's actions were second-rate, looks were always the first concern. Senior Panda and Zhengjie. As expected of you, Iron-Eating Beast Knight. Try to get an intermediate certificate as soon as possible, the Panda Senior said to prevent Shiryu from continuing to be narcissistic. Yes, try to quickly upgrade the certificate. This is just the starting point. All right. Shiryu smiled. Advancing to the intermediate title still required an assessment. But at that time, the assessment would be relatively simple. It wouldn't be as grand as the vocation assessment. Instead, professional beast tamers could participate in the assessment at any time. It required the beast tamer's beast taming space to reach level 3. At the same time, it required the beast tamer to have the ability to last 5 minutes in the hands of a commander-level pet. Regardless of whether a beast tamer contracted 1, 2, or 3 pets, or sent out a few pets, as long as they could fight a commander-level creature for 5 minutes without any external help, it would be considered to have reached the requirement to advance to an intermediate-level beast tamer. At that time, the benefits would increase. This goal was not very far from Shiryu. It was relatively easy to cultivate the first 3 levels of the beast taming space. In addition, he had a pile of ethereal stones to support his cultivation. In about a few months, he could level up. On the same day, the vocation assessment ended. While the other candidates were being contacted by various factions, Shiryu, who had already internally decided to enter Ancient Capital University, ran to have a meal with Senior Panda and the others to celebrate. It had been tough on him for the past 10 days. In order to welcome the next higher difficulty point upgrading, he had to reward himself these 2 days. Somewhere in Ancient Capital City. In a ruined space filled with plants. A ginseng baby was sitting on a branch swing, thinking about ginseng life. Baby ginseng looked like a ginseng. There was a ginseng flower on its head. It had crystal clear big eyes, an exquisite mouth, and small hands. It was very cute, about 20 centimeters tall. All along, baby ginsengs had always given people a lively, energetic, honest, and cute image. But this baby ginseng was always frowning and worried when it swung the swing. Baby ginseng looked up. Thinking back to its miserable life. It was born in an extremely dangerous and resource-rich forbidden area outside the Donghuang Nation, a place that belonged to ferocious beasts. Baby ginseng itself was a resource produced by this treasure land, for other beasts. Fortunately, after it was born, the ginseng baby was lousy, so it lived on because of its low nutritional value. High-level ferocious beasts were everywhere. An awakening-level ginseng baby was not enough to fill the gap between the teeth. Most ferocious beasts knew to fatten up first before eating, so awakening-level supplements were generally safe. This ginseng baby didn't know whether to be glad that it was too weak or troubled that it was too weak. After understanding its situation, baby ginseng had been living cautiously. However, its luck was really off the charts. For some reason, it encountered a level 8 spiritual fruit, life fruit, that even overlord-level creatures coveted. There were no ferocious beasts guarding it. The fruit of life emitted a rich aroma, and the baby ginseng couldn't help but eat it. Normally speaking, after this, the baby ginseng would definitely die from overeating. However, its luck exploded again. Under its extremely uncomfortable state, its body mutated. It didn't know how long it slept. During this process, it completed its evolution. After it woke up, it could clearly sense that it had become much stronger and had immediately stepped into the transcendent domain. It was overjoyed, but before long, it encountered an extraordinary level ferocious beast that stared at it eagerly. Baby Ginseng's heart skipped a beat. The joy of becoming stronger was gone. It only felt that it was going to die. A supplement-type pet had too much energy in such a dangerous place. In fact, it was better to be weaker. What made Baby Ginseng the most uncomfortable was that although it had become stronger and awakened a few new skills, it still didn't have any offensive skills. The mutated Ginseng baby still retained the characteristic of a supplement-type plant pet that had almost no combat power. Under such circumstances, it directly cried in the face of the transcendent ferocious beast that was eyeing it covetously. However, after the mutation, the nourishing effect of the Ginseng baby was indeed much more ridiculous. After being tortured by the transcendent-level ferocious beast, Baby Ginseng directly made a final struggle and used the nourishing, sweet aura skill, then. The transcendent-level ferocious beast, due to the intense sweetness, fainted. It fell down with a nosebleed, and Baby Ginseng escaped. In the next few days, when facing low-level ferocious beasts that weren't that strong, it used this method to escape. There were also a few times when danger surrounded it. The other party had just bitten it and directly fainted from bleeding from all 7 apertures, losing the ability to fight. Baby Ginseng's profundity, "I'll nourish you to death." However, this situation didn't last long before it encountered a monarch-level ferocious beast. This time, the sweeter Baby Ginseng was, the more excited it was. Baby Ginseng was helpless. Then, it was captured by the other party. However, Baby Ginseng didn't expect that this ferocious beast was the pet of a human beast tamer. After being caught, the human beast tamer directly placed it in the ruined space. After arriving at this plant ocean that was completely different from the restricted area of the Lost World and was like a paradise, filled with replenishing pets of the same type, Baby Ginseng was stunned. Then, it cried again. It felt like he had come to heaven. This place looked much safer than the outside world. However, before it could be happy for long, the pile of supplementary pets raised here told it the truth. This was an old witch's spare ingredient storage. They had to provide supplements to the old witch every day, or else they would be made into soup. Baby Ginseng's heart skipped a beat again. Then, every time it was grabbed by the old witch to cut and study, it would be so scared that it would be made into soup. Due to the birthplace of the Lost World's forbidden area, it had seen too many passing monarch-level creatures. Baby Ginseng looked at the other supplementary pets in the ruined space who were peacefully accepting the current situation and felt a sense of melancholy. Why were they all at ease? They were backup ingredients. If possible, it didn't want to be a ginseng baby or a backup ingredient. It wanted to be a king of ferocious beasts with extremely strong strength that could decide its own fate. The super fierce kind. Chapter 135, The Third Pet. Chapter 135, The Third Pet. The weather was good. It was a good day to act cool. Shiryu stood outside the Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute and looked at the sky. He took a deep breath. But today, forget it. As he was going to visit a senior from Bureau 11, he had to be more obedient. You too, take it easy. You can rest for 2 days. Before leaving, Shiryu thought to himself. Just as the vocation assessment ended, 11 and Buggy started another round of special training in the ruined space. They were too diligent. 11 and Buggy said that there was no problem. If they worked hard now, they would be able to enjoy extra points without feeling guilty in a few days. They already had a premonition that a new storm would begin when Shiryu was free. Moreover, didn't he go out today to forage for supplements? It was a complete sign of increasing points. It's not foraging for supplements. It's to find a new companion for you. Although the meaning is similar. After the vocation assessment ended, the candidates went home and discussed business. After a night of celebration, Shiryu had recovered to his optimal state after eating and drinking well. Using the cell phone's navigation, Shiryu happily arrived at the arranged meeting place with Senior Lu. Ancient Capital City Museum of Ancient Life Petrification. This museum was built 47 years ago, and it covered an area of 30,000 square meters. The museum displayed biological fossils from the totem era to the beast-taming era, such as various dinosaurs, sword-fang beasts, abyss rhinos, sea space giant kuan, and various other ancient biological fossils. Senior Lee is here. She's the curator here. She likes to study the fossils of extinct pets and use this to study the history of various eras. She has heard the voices of many biological fossils and used this to discover many secrets, restoring many historical gaps. While Shiryu was waiting, Lu Qingyi appeared behind him and spoke. After Shiryu saw Lu Qingyi, he said, "So Li Lianping is a senior from Bureau 11. 3. The tickets to this Paleozoic fossil museum weren't expensive either. Ordinary people could come and visit as they pleased, but the curator was actually a senior from Bureau 11. Shiryu really didn't expect this." "Yes." Lu Qingyi smiled. This was established by Senior Li when she was young. She established this fossil museum because she actually wanted more people to understand the history of the past. She also built fossil museums in several other first-level cities, but most of the time, she won't stay in the same place. These places are just temporary footholds for her to explore various locations. As Lu Qingyi spoke, the glass door of the museum opened automatically. A short old woman with silver hair and a single ponytail walked out slowly in a white research coat. She stood at a high point and looked at Lu Qingyi and Shiryu who were chatting. Her gaze flickered. She looked at this reserve member of Bureau 11 carefully and observed Shiryu, who had caused a stir in the archaeological world because of the archaeological discovery of the iron-eating beast's evolution. Looks like Qingyi takes very good care of this new member. But of course. After all, she's the only one in Bureau 11 who's about her age. Li Lianping, the senior of Bureau 11, walked out. Lu Qingyi's method of finding plant pets was very crude. She directly inquired on social media, and then a bunch of acquaintances with channels contacted her. Li Lianping happened to catch a mutated ginseng baby at that time. After asking Lu Qingyi for its use, she said that she could take it. It's Senior Li. At this moment, Lu Qingyi also saw Senior Li. The next moment, Shiryu quickly looked in the old lady's direction. Shiryu looked at the old woman who had her hands behind her back, whose white coat fluttered without wind. Her expression was calm, and his heart skipped a beat. This Senior Li looked so strict. In a room in the museum, this senior from Bureau 11 made hot tea. After the three of them sat down, Shiryu looked at the old senior up close and realized that her aura had gradually faded. Now, she looked like an old lady next door, looking at Lu Qingyi and him kindly. "Shiryu, right?" "Yes." Shiryu nodded obediently. "Qingyi has already mentioned you to me a few times." Lu Qingyi was silent beside him. But did a group of seniors like her take the initiative to ask her for this information back then? Senior Li Lianping clearly had other things to ask. "How many times have you entered a listening state?" she asked Shiryu. Shiryu was stunned and immediately said, "It should be 4 times. Stone statue 2, ruins 1, ruins 1. 4 times in half a year." Li Lianping nodded. This Shiryu was a good seedling. No wonder he could break through 2 ruins in a short half a year. His talent was very good. What do you think is the most important thing to listen to the voice of history? She took a sip of bitter tea and looked at Shiryu again. Curiosity, and desire for the truth of history, Shiryu said without hesitation. Although he didn't hesitate, he still felt a little hesitant. Because sometimes, his curiosity was strong enough, and the ruins didn't appear. On the other hand, when he offended the ruins directly appeared. This was an unimaginable path. Perhaps in the future, if he encountered an unsolvable situation, he could give it a try. Your desire for the truth? Li Lianping nodded again. She was already satisfied that Shiryu, who had not undergone systematic learning, could say this. She continued, "Qingyi has already told me that your third pet needs a plant-type pet, right? I believe my ginseng baby has already introduced it to you. Apart from not having battle potential, the mutated ginseng baby is indeed the best choice. It's not very useful to me. In that case, take it away." "Thank you. But there's something I have to remind you of. This mutated ginseng baby has some problems because it's a mutant. But maybe it matches your personality." Shiryu's expression was odd. He felt that this development was a little familiar. Also, why were problem pets always compatible with him? "Let me show you." With that said, Senior Li stood up. Lu Qingyi also quickly stood up. When Shiryu saw this, he immediately stood up. In the next second, Shiryu's brain buzzed as he appeared in a huge plant garden. The fragrance of various plants instantly entered Shiryu's nose. He breathed in the fresh air and immediately felt more energetic. This is the ruined space. This place is where I used to specially grow some nutritious medicine. That ginseng baby is here. Grandmolly put her hands behind her back again and looked at a tree branch swing. The place where she appeared with Shiryu and Lu Qingyi was right beside baby ginseng. At this moment, Shiryu and Lu Qingyi saw this little fellow in the form of an ordinary ginseng baby at a glance. However, there was indeed a problem with this little guy. He saw that it was holding a broken branch and waving it around. Yeah. His expression was solemn and serious, like a swordsman who was training hard. Seeing this, the nearby 100-flower queen bee, sky-devouring dragon frog, wormgrass, Lingji monster, and other supplements shook their heads. This new baby ginseng was probably a fool. Look at that group of spiritual peaches playing hide-and-seek. They had the awareness of being supplements, of being kids. It was just a ginseng baby, what did it want to achieve? Hua. The supplements watched with interest as baby ginseng trained its battle skills. In the next second, they suddenly dispersed because the old witch had come. Baby ginseng, who was focused on honing his combat skills, was the last to notice. As the shadow approached, its movements stiffened. It slowly turned its head and looked up at the tall old witch, Shiryu, and Lu Qingyi. Then, it revealed a pitiful look. Ginseng baby, QAQ. Could it be that today was another day of research? Forget it, just cut it. It had good recovery abilities anyway, so it could recover no matter how much it cut. It's indeed very similar to you. Lu Qingyi looked at Shiryu. Shiryu and baby ginseng were both weak chickens, but they had the experience of pretending to be swordsmen. They were a perfect match. She roughly knew what Seniorly meant when he said that there was something wrong with this mutated ginseng baby. This ginseng baby probably still didn't understand where its talent was. It didn't have the awareness to be a supplement-type pet at all. Shiryu exclaimed. He felt that something was familiar. As expected, it was another problem pet. It was even more unconventional than 11 and Buggy. It's exactly as you see. You have to train it well in the future, said Seniorly. If a supplement didn't train those recovery skills and healing skills properly and ran to train battle skills, wasn't this being negligent? This was different from 11. 11 worked hard to train because of its poor talent, while this ginseng baby was clearly ridiculously talented, but it didn't develop in the right direction. Shiryu's expression was strange. An iron-eating beast that wanted to become stronger, so it was extremely self-disciplined, a green worm that wanted to become stronger every day in its daydreams, and a baby ginseng that had battle dreams and wanted to become stronger. They were very compatible. It looked like the third one was indeed this ginseng. It should be able to integrate into this big family very soon. Baby ginseng looked carefully at the old witch, the new little witch, and the little demon. How was it going to be dealt with today? I like it very much, Shiryu said. I feel that it will indeed be very compatible with me. Seniorly nodded. Since Shiryu himself felt that there was no problem, there was no problem. She looked at the mutated ginseng baby and said telepathically, then from today onwards, you should follow him. In the future, he will become your beast tamer. Baby ginseng was stunned. It wasn't getting cut today, but sold. Baby ginseng. Baby ginseng looked at Shiryu, who was smiling at him. It was at a loss and panicked a little. Who was this? It kept feeling that Shiryu's gaze at it was plotting something. Just like those transcendent creatures that wanted to eat it. No. It would rather continue to stay here and be sliced up for research. However, your beast taming space doesn't seem to have reached level 3 yet. Are you preparing to raise it in the ruined space first? Or are you going to leave it with me first and contract it after you level up? Although this ginseng baby doesn't have any offensive skills, it's not without combat power. Before contracting, you still have to be careful when touching it. Its recovery skill has so much energy that it can completely burst a creature. In terms of effect, it's similar to a beast tamer eating a divine bean. That's not a supplement, but poison. Seniorly looked at Shiryu. Shiryu's expression turned serious. There was such an amazing thing like that. At that time, he would like to compete with baby ginseng. Would it nourish faster, or would he, Shiryu, be faster at draining his energy through upgrading points? Let's bond for a while. I believe I can get along with it. Sure, you said. The three of them were talking normally, so baby ginseng naturally didn't understand. Only when it was being specifically spoken to it would it use its telepathy ability. Shiryu squatted down and looked at baby ginseng. He said telepathically, "How about coming with me? I'll help you develop your battle talent." Who said baby ginsengs can't fight? Leave with him as a ginseng baby. 10 years later, it would be the Heaven Ascension Emperor. Baby ginseng was stunned. It gulped, but it still looked at Shiryu warily. It felt that Shiryu was a liar. However, Shiryu's words made baby ginseng very concerned. This ginseng baby was not very old, and its mind was that of a child. It was at the stage where it believed everything others said. Really? Shiryu said in all seriousness, "You don't have any resistance against me. Why would I lie to you? Isn't it easy to harm you? Is there a need to lie?" Ginseng baby, _ Damn it, baby ginseng's defense was broken. Its weak heart was shattered by Shiryu. But although you're very weak now, I guarantee that your battle power will have a qualitative leap in half a year. Do you want to believe me? Shiryu stretched out his hand, wanting to let baby ginseng climb onto his palm. At the side, Senior Li and Lu Qingyi saw Shiryu squat down and communicate telepathically with the baby ginseng. Although they didn't know what they were talking about, they were quietly waiting for the results. This was the advantage of being a beast tamer with the gift of telepathy. Before contracting, one could communicate with their pets on a deeper level. The success rate of contracting was the highest of all talents. Baby ginseng fell into deep thought. It pondered over Shiryu's words. It seemed like it really had no choice. Most importantly, if it was disobedient, it would become soup. Then, it would reluctantly believe it. It would believe this human for once, for the battle dream. Baby ginseng rubbed its tears and climbed onto Shiryu's palm with a determined expression. Then, Shiryu smiled and stood up to take a closer look. Seeing this, Senior Li and Lu Qingyi revealed surprised expressions. Was he able to make baby ginseng let down its guard so quickly? It looked like Shiryu was quite talented. It's a little fragrant. After raising the ginseng baby, Shiryu sensed the fragrance of the baby and could not help but comment. Don't smell it. Even if it's just an ordinary body fragrance, you'll feel dizzy, Senior Li quickly said from the side. After all, it was a ginseng baby of a monarch race. Even if it wasn't a sweet scent skill and was just an ordinary body scent, a beast tamer at Shiryu's level would feel like he was drunk if he took a deep breath. However, Shiryu had already taken a deep breath. Shiryu looked at Senior Li and said, "It's all right. I have a body that absorbs supplements easily. It's just an ordinary fragrance. It won't affect me." His expression was normal, looking completely unaffected. The physique of humans couldn't be compared to each other. He had once eaten divine beans as candy in an extremely weak situation. Senior Li and Lu Qingyi were speechless. At this moment, baby ginseng looked at Shiryu, who was constantly breathing deeply, and panicked again. It still felt that this human was up to no good. Could this guy really let it leave the status of being a supplement and become a battle member? Trust him. Chapter 136, Baby Ginseng Sect Brother Position. Chapter 136, Baby Ginseng Sect Brother Position. Then, Senior Li began to tell Shiryu about the specialness of the ginseng baby. And LT, name and GT, mutated ginseng baby. Race level, low-class monarch. Skill, sweet aura, low-level wood element skill, releasing a refreshing fragrance. The fragrance has the effect of easing fatigue. Slow healing, low-level wood element skill, can slowly heal one's injuries. Earth chain, intermediate earth-type skill, self-linking to the ground, using the power of the ground to recover physical strength. Nutrition, intermediate wood element skill, can condense one's strength into nutrients suitable for absorbing. Source of life, transcendent level wood element skill, transforming the body into a source of life, can greatly increase the level of life, and accelerate the injuries and physical recovery speed. This mutated ginseng baby had 3 more skills than normal ginseng babies. They were the earth chain, nutrients, and source of life. Ordinary ginseng babies, as extraordinary creatures, only had two skills: sweet fragrance and slow healing. Sweetness could only be used on others. In addition, the sweet aura couldn't be preserved, and its form was unstable. Every time it was released, too much would be wasted, and the effect was ordinary. Therefore, generally speaking, the breeding base of breeding ginseng babies basically ignored this skill. On the other hand, some hotels and entertainment venues like to place some plant pets that could release sweetness. The best-selling part of the ginseng babies was still the parts cut from their bodies. This could be preserved for a long time and had high nutritional value. This was how Shiryu usually ate the roots of the ginseng baby. Therefore, the ginseng baby breeding base basically only cultivated their slow healing skills. This skill was a low-level version of high-speed healing. It could slowly heal one's injuries, but it couldn't heal others. Therefore, the cuts slowly healed. The world of ginseng babies being hurt came into existence. As for earth chain and nutrition, they were actually skills that could only be awakened after a baby ginseng evolved. The former could use the power of the land to recover its physical state. Coupled with slow healing, it could allow the sliced baby ginseng to recover faster. As for the ginseng baby that had learned nutrition, it meant that it didn't need to be sliced. This was because baby ginseng could use the skill to directly condense the nutrients with nourishing effects in its body. Moreover, the nourishing effect was better and the preservation time was longer. As for the source of life, it was the foundation of the power of this mutated ginseng baby. This was the same as the gem cat's eye. It was a passive skill to modify the body. Learning this was equivalent to indirectly increasing the level of one's life. This ginseng baby could immediately break off its branch and be reborn after being bitten by a transcendent beast in the Lost World's Forbidden Zone. It could rely on its own nourishing effect to make the transcendent beast faint. This skill was the most important. Its sweet aura, slow healing, earth chain, nutritional supplements, and other skills were all ridiculously effective under the enhancement of the source of life. After Shiryu realized all the skills of this mutated ginseng baby, he almost laughed out loud. It was too miserable. There was really no attack skill. They were all skills born to become supplements. "Let's go out," said Senior Li after a while. "All right." Shiryu and Lu Qingyi nodded. At this moment, baby ginseng was getting more and more nervous. It listened to the three of them talk about itself, but it couldn't understand. It could only take the initiative to imagine things in a bad direction. In short, it had to be obedient. Otherwise, it would be made into soup. In the museum, Shiryu put the ginseng baby on his shoulder. He felt that it was much more useful than 11. The bodily fragrance that emitted from time to time made Shiryu's condition very good. In the future, he didn't have to carry 11 to sleep anymore. He should carry baby ginseng instead. No, the panda bed didn't seem to conflict with the ginseng baby. At this moment, Shiryu was in a pretty good mood, while baby ginseng still had a depressed expression. It didn't know if the final outcome of him choosing to follow this human beast tamer was good or bad. "You guys are really compatible." Although Lu Qingyi didn't know what the hell was with the physique to easily absorb supplements, seeing Shiryu interact with such a nutritious pet without being affected, just this point alone was not something that ordinary professional beast tamers could do. No, Shiryu smiled. This was considered a praise, right? Perhaps, it was like praising his son and father for looking alike, or for a married couple to look alike. Heh, Senior Li looked at Shiryu and baby ginseng and smiled. This way, Shiryu could freely use his etherealization ability in the future. Contracting this ginseng baby was a huge guarantee for Shiryu's personal safety. There were very few beast tamers who had the talent to listen to the voice of history. She didn't want anything to happen to Shiryu either. "Then, I'll leave this ginseng baby in your care," Senior Li said with a nod. This ginseng baby was considered rare and special. Even if a master-level beast tamer saw it, their eyes would turn envious. But she was already past that stage. Only an overlord species pet could move her heart. The supplements of low-level monarch races were just soup for her. She just didn't know what kind of sparks this special little guy could spark with Shiryu, a newbie from Bureau 11 in the future. "Thank you very much. I'll take good care of it." Shiryu said to Senior Li. "Grandma Li is generous." Senior Li smiled. "All right, I won't stay long either." It's time for lunch. Go back. Soon after, Shiryu and Lu Qingyi left the museum. Senior Li rejected the invitation for the three of them to eat together. After coming out of the museum, Shiryu started to thank Lu Qingyi again. Lu Qingyi shook her head. You're planning to return to Pingqing next, right? When are you preparing to explore the Ice Dragon ruins? I'll go with you, Lu Qingyi said. In fact, she had also explored the Ice Dragon ruins a few times, but she didn't gain anything. This time, Shiryu had obtained the key item. She wanted to take a look with Shiryu. Senior, you're coming too. Shiryu was stunned. Although he didn't know Lu Qingyi's exact strength, it shouldn't be lower than master level. You don't want me to? She smiled. No, of course you're welcome, Shiryu said. I haven't confirmed the exact time, but I should go take a look soon. All right, then tell me 2 days in advance, Lu Qingyi said. Because Senior Li didn't come, Lu Qingyi didn't plan to eat lunch either. She said, in that case, I'll leave first. You can slowly cultivate your feelings with baby ginseng first. Remember to look after your pets. Don't let them accidentally eat baby ginseng. Although it didn't know what the two humans were talking about, it felt like it had been shot again. No, no, no. Sure, you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 11 and Buggy couldn't even wait to worship such a nutritious pet like baby ginseng. If they directly ate the ginseng baby, how could the ginseng baby nourish the beast tamer's body so that he could give them the pleasure of upgrading points? Throughout the entire process, baby ginseng listened to the two humans' weird language blankly from Shiryu's shoulder and did not dare to interrupt. Only when Lu Qingyi also left, leaving only Shiryu and baby ginseng, did Shiryu speak to it. I'll place you in a ruined space later. That's the same place you were at before. Your two future companions are also there. They're also my pets. You go in first. You guys get to know each other. I'll go in later too. Baby ginseng's eyes widened. Companions. It was more worried about whether it would be bullied. Then, Shiryu sent baby ginseng into the ruins. As for himself, he started to take a taxi and prepared to return to the research institute. He and Senior Panda had booked a flight back to Icefield City tomorrow, so they had to stay in the ancient capital for another day. At this moment, in the ruins, baby ginseng directly entered the ruins and appeared beside 11 and Buggy. At that moment, 11 and Buggy had just finished training and were resting. 11 was about 10 centimeters long, and it was definitely sleeping. Buggy was also sleeping and resting. However, as baby ginseng entered, the two pets immediately opened their eyes. The three pets immediately stared at each other. A historical meeting. At this moment, baby ginseng was stunned. It didn't expect that Shiryu's companions would actually look so weak. They looked even weaker than the other supplements in the garden. Look at this little iron-eating beast. It wasn't even as tall as its shoulder. Look at this little green worm. Wasn't its status even lower than supplements? Baby ginseng took a deep breath. Its initial worry disappeared immediately, and it felt that it was safe again. It originally didn't have much confidence, but it suddenly felt that becoming Shiryu's pet seemed to be pretty good. Perhaps its position in the team would be very high. After all, it was a ginseng baby that walked out of a dangerous place like the Forbidden Zone. It had to be confident. It was actually very strong. Were so many transcendent-level ferocious beasts that were defeated by it fake? No, it happened. It was indeed different from the others. It still had some talent. 11 and Buggy, who saw baby ginseng, were also very excited, their eyes shining. It smelled very nutritious. The renewable supplement Shiryu found was really good. They all greeted baby ginseng. It meant that our future happiness depended on you. Of course, as Shiryu had yet to contract with the ginseng baby, it was very difficult for 11, Buggy, and the ginseng baby to communicate normally. This problem also stumped 11 and Buggy. However, these three pets were all gesture masters. With the language barrier, they directly used body language. A moment later, 11 and Buggy understood baby ginseng's meaning. Baby ginseng swung its fists and legs, meaning that it would be the boss here in the future. As long as 11 and the bugs were obedient, it could reward them with sweet air and nutrients to smell and eat. It was very helpful for their growth. Look at your little arms and legs. In the Forbidden Zone, any monarch-level creature that passed by would scare you to death with a little bit of deterrence. Baby Ginseng was clearly knowledgeable. Coming from a place like the restricted area was also the foundation for it to have such awareness. However, 11 and Buggy couldn't understand, so they didn't. They understood it as the supplement telling them it didn't feel safe with them, and that it hoped to see their strength. 11 and Buggy looked at each other to show their understanding and nodded seriously. This made Baby Ginseng happy. It didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. In the next second, under Baby Ginseng's shocked gaze, the little panda that was originally not even the size of its shoulder became more than 10 meters tall. Its monarch aura leaked out as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled all over its body. It threw a punch into the distance. Woo! 11 created a super huge pit with a bang, causing the ground to tremble, making Baby Ginseng almost unable to stand steadily. Although the terrifying deterrence didn't attack Baby Ginseng, it immediately made Baby Ginseng feel the same terrifying aura as those Forbidden Zone kings. On Buggy's side, it was similarly ridiculous. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a frost dragon that wasn't inferior to the size of Giant 11. It also emitted a terrifying dragon might, and strong snowstorms lingered around it. The aura was similarly terrifying. Then, 11 looked at the tiny Baby Ginseng with its blue eyes that contained lightning. The giant dragon formed by the worm also lowered its head slightly. Woo! Ho! They expressed to the Ginseng baby that there was no need to be afraid after joining the team. With them protecting it, it just needed to provide Shiryu with nutrients at ease. Baby Ginseng. At this moment, Baby Ginseng was trembling in fear, and its gaze gradually exploded. It immediately understood. It wasn't the position of the boss in the team at all, but the position of the younger brother in the team. These guys actually knew how to transform. It couldn't compete with them. Chapter 137, Best Partner. Chapter 137, Best Partner. In the face of the Giant 11 and the Ice Dragon Buggy, Baby Ginseng became depressed and understood that it was useless. In a place like the Forbidden Zone, it was trash. In the Old Witch's Botanical Garden, it was trash. Now that it had come to a new environment, it was still trash. Baby Ginseng sat on the ground and started thinking about ginseng life again. The more it thought about it, the more annoyed it became. As it thought about it, it fainted from anger and fell down with its head tilted. 11. Worm. Baby Ginseng suddenly fainted, scaring 11 and Buggy, who were showing off their strength. The two of them quickly recovered and ran to Baby Ginseng. What happened? Their deterrence didn't touch the Ginseng baby. 11 hurriedly checked and realized that Baby Ginseng's breathing was very even. It should have fallen asleep due to excessive mental pressure. Buggy was scared. It was good that he didn't die. 11 nodded and wiped its forehead nervously. This ginseng baby was too weak. But soon, 11 was stunned. It used its supervision to observe Baby Ginseng. 11 was surprised to discover that this guy's energy value seemed to be even greater than its own. Its energy value was so huge that it was even higher than that Zonian rock beast. It was a bit exaggerated. So, was it weak or strong? When Baby Ginseng woke up, Shiryu was already in the ruined space. You're awake. Shiryu sat cross-legged in front of Baby Ginseng and waved at it. 11 and Buggy stood on both sides of Shiryu like guardians. Baby Ginseng, who woke up, immediately widened its eyes when it saw 11 and Buggy. Ginseng baby, I don't want to be the boss anymore, I'm still a baby. Oh, Shiryu was stunned. He looked at 11 and Buggy. What exactly were they talking about? Woo. Gee. 11 and Buggy looked innocent. There was nothing at all. Forget it. In any case, Baby Ginseng, welcome to the team. Shiryu said to Baby Ginseng again. In the future, the four of us must get along harmoniously. But I have to correct you. You're already 5 years old. And 11 isn't even 2 years old. Buggy isn't even 1 year old yet. They're the babies. Shiryu said in all seriousness. Baby Ginseng was a baby, but in this team, it wasn't entirely a baby. 11 and Buggy also nodded seriously. Big brother Ginseng, you have to take good care of them in the future. Baby Ginseng sad face oh. Baby Ginseng looked at 11 and Buggy, who had just become 10-meter-tall monsters and dragons, and its mouth fell open. Was this a year old? Baby Ginseng started to hammer its skull with its fist, unable to accept reality. It felt like he wasn't awake yet. 11, Buggy, sure you. This Ginseng baby indeed looked very problematic. A moment later, Baby Ginseng cried, oh. It kept feeling that everything that happened around it was strange. At this moment, Baby Ginseng raised its head nervously. It asked Shiryu if what he said was true. Could it really become very strong? Seeing how unscientific 11 and Buggy were, it felt like it could believe Shiryu. It also wanted to become as strange as this 10-centimeter panda and worm. It's no big deal. Shiryu smiled as he looked at Baby Ginseng and thought about whether he should fulfill his promise now so that Baby Ginseng could believe in his abilities. As long as Baby Ginseng acknowledged him, even if there was no contract, Baby Ginseng would be obedient. He looked at the 13 skills in the skill index. Skills with offensive abilities, hardening, insufficient compatibility. Plant control, its physique was too weak for him to teach. Spatial shackles, illusory illusions, and thunder palm similarly didn't have enough compatibility. It was a little difficult. However, it could be taught to multiplication. This multiplication. Shiryu looked at Baby Ginseng with a strange expression. A multiplied Ginseng baby. Even though multiplication was also a strengthening type offensive skill, why did it feel like after installing it on Baby Ginseng, it became a supplement strengthening skill? No, deterrence could also be taught. A king of ginseng babies that could have deterrence was probably as ridiculous as a king of green worms that could deter. After choosing the two skills, Shiryu chose multiply. He smiled and looked at Baby Ginseng. 11, multiply. At the side, 11 didn't understand, but it still nodded obediently and immediately multiplied in size. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. One moment, it enlarged, and the next moment, it shrunk, displaying the multiplication skill. This made Baby Ginseng's mouth open slightly. It was this skill. What a ridiculous skill. Thinking of the 10-meter-tall 11 just now, it immediately swallowed its saliva. This was 1 year old. The kings in the Forbidden Zone weren't that big, right? This is a multiplication skill. It can make the body huge. During the process of enlarging, the body's strength will increase by a lot. Think about it, if you had such a huge body, how much would your strength increase? If your strength increases, won't your battle power increase? Shiryu analyzed. 11 and Buggy looked at each other. They didn't know if the increase in battle power had increased. Baby Ginseng was indeed thinking according to Shiryu's train of thought. It imagined itself, which was 10 meters tall, and felt excited. Baby Ginseng wiped its saliva. Could it learn that? Under normal circumstances, a baby ginseng definitely can't learn multiplication. However, it's your fault you met a powerful beast tamer. Shiryu touched his forehead and laughed out loud. Index, increase points. As Shiryu chose to teach multiplication, his right hand suffused a white halo. At this moment, seeing this familiar scene, 11 and Buggy looked at Baby Ginseng, knowing that he was going to give Baby Ginseng points this time. No pet can resist the temptation of extra points. If there were, then just add more points to convince it. 11 and Buggy had already expected the scene of Baby Ginseng immediately being convinced. This temptation was much more useful than any contract. At that moment, Baby Ginseng was still a little confused. As Shiryu placed the hand on its head, Baby Ginseng's brain immediately buzzed. The white light that represented the multiplication skill experience flowed into the ginseng baby's body. Its body immediately awakened the various uses of the multiplication skill. At that moment, Baby Ginseng's expression was extremely blank. But before it could be at a loss for too long, Shiryu's voice sounded. Baby Ginseng, sweetness, sweet or a skill? Quick. It couldn't react for a moment. Sweet. No way, its sweetness could even make transcendent ferocious beasts faint. Shiryu wasn't a bad guy. Baby Ginseng didn't want to hurt him with his sweetness. Sweet aura, hurry. Shiryu looked at the 100-hour cooldown with sunken eyes. At this moment, he couldn't bear to use supplements and wanted to try Baby Ginseng's skill. Woo. G. 11 and Buggy also urged the tonic baby. It's your turn, emergency ingredient. Use it. Baby Ginseng sensed that something was wrong and sensed the seriousness of Shiryu, 11, and the worm. It was so scared that Baby Ginseng immediately released a sweet aura from its ginseng flower. In an instant, a faint transparent gas immediately spread around. Shiryu took a deep breath and was immediately shocked. Because the cooldown time was decreasing hour by hour every second, and it was decreasing faster and faster. Holy shit, the effect was so strong. It completely defeated the Queen Bee Happy Water. Wait a minute, this level could make a transcendent level ferocious beast faint. Baby Ginseng, use more strength. Didn't you eat lunch? What was this situation? Baby Ginseng looked at Shiryu, who was sucking the sweet air crazily and didn't understand what was going on. It immediately released the sweet aura that could relieve fatigue with all its might. At the side, 11 and Buggy, who had just finished training, also took a puff. Then, they surprisingly felt pretty good. The fatigue from the overload training seemed to have been swept away instantly. In the blink of an eye, the sweet aura released by the Baby Ginseng was instantly absorbed by Shiryu and the others. The Baby Ginseng immediately took a step back. At this moment, Shiryu was so high that he exploded. This was because the sweetness of the mutated Ginseng baby was really strong. In a short moment, the cooldown time for him directly became less than 8 hours. After sucking a few mouthfuls of sweet air, the effect was actually better than eating a divine bean. As expected of a monarch species ginseng baby. As expected of a ginseng baby with an energy level higher than 11. The normal type of sweet aura of perfect proficiency was only SOSO. The advantage of an ordinary ginseng baby was that its vitality and energy were strong, comparable to commander-level creatures, so it was very nutritious. And with the support of this source of life skill, the mutated ginseng baby's advantage in this aspect was even more outstanding. If Shiryu, who had the skill index, was a very exhausted target, then this ginseng baby was a very nutritious object. An exhausted tamer and an overnutritious pet. Best partners. As expected of you. How is it? Have you learned multiplication? At that moment, Baby Ginseng just reacted, but it was still a little shocked. First, it was shocked that his all-out sweet aura had actually been directly sucked dry by the three in front of it. Then, the other party was completely fine. Then, it was shocked that after Shiryu sucked in the sweet aura, he still looked extremely weak and unsatisfied. Baby Ginseng felt its worldview shattering. Even as a supplement, it was still trash. Why was the beast tamer sucking harder and harder? In the end, Baby Ginseng was shocked once again. It seemed to have really mastered the multiplication Shiryu had mentioned. Baby Ginseng was stunned. It blankly chose to use multiplication. At the next moment, its size kept increasing. At the same time, Baby Ginseng could clearly sense that its strength had doubled. The price was that the speed of energy loss in his body became slightly faster. Baby Ginseng widened its eyes. It could actually learn multiplication. Feeling its powerful strength, Baby Ginseng had the feeling that it could crush rocks. This human didn't lie. He could really make it stronger. Baby Ginseng let out a loud cry as it looked at Shiryu with hopeful eyes. It was as if it had found the meaning of being a ginseng. However, Shiryu's next words made Baby Gung's heart skip a beat. Do you want to become stronger? Do you understand the meaning of life? Do you want to really live? In the future, be good and release sweet gas and create nutrients. You will have attack skills, battle power, and everything. There's no conflict between being a combatant and a support healer at the same time, right? Shiryu's eyes lit up. When he saw that Baby Ginseng didn't look affected after releasing the sweet gas once, he immediately understood that the team was about to take off. Maximum level hardening, high level skill. As long as he had his hands, after he contracted this Baby Ginseng, maybe increasing hardening above maximum level wasn't a dream. Well, after returning to Pengcheng, he would first use the sweetness to increase hardening. At that moment, 11 and Buggy looked at baby ginseng with hopeful eyes. The future depended on it. In the face of the three burning gazes, baby ginseng's expression stiffened and it trembled. When it recalled how sure you, 11, and Buggy looked like they were unsatisfied after sucking in the sweetness, it felt that he had accidentally entered a wolf's den. This battle ginseng dream didn't seem to be that easy to achieve. The price it had to pay might be more painful than imagined. Ginseng baby, it seemed like it could be a combatant, but it still couldn't get rid of its status as a supplement. At this moment, Shiryu had already started to consider another problem. Speaking of which, should he give the new baby ginseng a name? Chapter 138, Additional Plan. Chapter 138, Additional Plan. January 11th, Monday. Yesterday, Shiryu obtained a ginseng baby and tried out the powerful nourishing ability of the mutated ginseng baby for the first time. He felt that he no longer needed to buy supplements in the future. With the sweet aura, the nutrients, earth chain, and source of life, baby ginseng could completely replenish the consumption of the extra points. Of course, Shiryu also knew that it was all thanks to the level 8 spiritual fruit, the fruit of life. That thing could sell for at least 1 billion, so thinking about it carefully, if he changed the fruit of life into supplements, it would be at least 10,000 divine beans. Apart from the time factor, this quantity of supplements was at least equivalent to nearly 30 full-level high-level skills. As expected, the nourishing ability of the ginseng baby didn't come out of thin air. At the moment, in order to communicate normally, 11 and Buggy had already started to drag baby ginseng away to learn a second language. As for Shiryu, he had already packed his luggage and prepared to return to Pengcheng with Senior Panda. The sky was clear, and not a single white cloud could be seen in the blue sky. In the first airport of ancient capital, a plane slowly set off. Shiryu sat in his seat and leaned against it, feeling a little depressed. What's wrong? In a bad mood. Seeing Shiryu in this state, the panda senior sitting beside Shiryu turned her head and asked. Logically speaking, Shiryu should be very energetic after the vocation assessment. Now, all the major media outlets on the internet were praising Shiryu. If it were other young people, they would have long been feeling smug. I'm indeed a useless namer, Shiryu slumped helplessly. He thought about it all night but still couldn't think of a new nickname for baby ginseng. He couldn't possibly do it like Buggy, half-heartedly calling it Ginny or Baby, right? Name. Senior Panda was stunned. If there's a ginseng baby as a pet, what's a good nickname? Shiryu asked. After some thought, the Panda Senior said, Lil Ginseng. Shiryu had almost forgotten that Panda's naming skill was also useless. It sounds a little stupid and not generous enough. Future Ginseng Baby was a super supplement that could sweep away monarchs and overlords. It was just a supplement pet. What kind of name did this guy want? What about the names you eliminated? What are they? Asked the Panda Senior. Grand Ginseng Emperor. Shiryu looked out the window. Impressive, but was this really the name of the baby ginseng? Indeed, one couldn't expect Shiryu to come up with a good name. Why was it eliminated? However, the Panda Senior asked curiously. Shiryu turned his head slightly. What other reason could there be? It was because Buggy felt that the name was too pretentious, cooler than its own, and protested. If he had known earlier, he would have given Buggy a proper name. Now, it was even being petty about nicknames. Wasn't this making things difficult for him, a beast tamer? As a second-tier city of the vast Donghuang nation, it was located at the border of the country. An even larger ice dragon snow mountain separated it from the heavy seas. On Blue Planet, compared to land, the ocean was also larger. There were countless ferocious beasts in the deep sea, and it was a forbidden zone that humans had yet to explore. Even a monarch-level mechanical life form couldn't guarantee that it could safely send humans from one side of the sea to the other. Shiryu sat by the window and looked at the approaching icy plain. The humming of the plane sounded in his ears. This flight is about to reach the Icefield airport. A group of people rushed out of the arrival hall. Just as Shiryu and Senior Panda came down, Hall Master Lin appeared. He smiled at the two of them and picked them up. A biological daughter and a junior who was even closer to him than a close friend. He had to come personally. Uncle Lin, How's the situation at the breeding base? After getting into the car, Shiryu asked. He wanted to know very much about the impact of the iron-eating beast breeding base on the announcement of the iron-eating beast's evolution form and his own victory in the ancient capital's assessment. After all, he had shares now. There were hundreds of reservation calls overnight. Hall Master Lin, who was driving, sighed with emotion. His daughter's dowry was here again. Shiryu was stunned. So crazy. However, the crazier they paid for it, the harder it would be to sell it later. Shiryu had already imagined a group of people excitedly buying the iron-eating beast, and then realizing the iron-eating beast would only eat and sleep. Uncle Lin, the promotion and introduction has to be honest. I understand. Lin Hongnian looked helpless. How could he not understand? In the past 2 days, there had been a bunch of master-level beast tamers who had contacted him. In order to let the other party understand that the iron-eating beast wasn't that perfect, he was about to become the #1 anti-fan of the iron-eating beast. However, it didn't work. He listed the shortcomings of the iron-eating beasts one by one. Even if he made something up, he couldn't resist the buyer's enthusiasm. Who could he reason with? Perhaps the iron-eating beast deserved to explode after being ignored for so long. Senior Panda shook her head helplessly, speaking of which. She looked at Shiryu. When do you plan to let 11 evolve? Didn't you say before that the reward for discovering the evolution of the iron-eating beast is almost enough to pay for the evolution materials? Hall Master Lin, who was in the driver's seat, took a deep breath. It was fine if Lin Xiuzhu didn't mention it, but once she did, he felt speechless sorrow. She had cultivated the iron-eating beast for most of her life before the iron-eating beast had mastered transcendent-level hardening. As for Shiryu, half a year. Moreover, Shiryu was only 18 years old, but he was already worth more than 100 million yuan. An iron-eating beast that was about to have a monarch title was simply a dreamy start. As expected of a genius from Bureau 11. At this moment, Hall Master Lin had long known Shiryu and Lu Qingyi's true identities and relationships. President Feng, Director Li, and the others all knew, so Shiryu had no reason to hide it from Hall Master Lin. In the ruins of Pingcheng, Lu Qingyi showing up, Shiryu rising up. Everything could be connected. This was also what made Hall Master Lin feel the most emotional. Comparisons were odious. Perhaps, as a member of Bureau 11, Shiryu could really lead the iron-eating beasts further. He could even walk out of the country and let the beast tamers of the other 6 countries feel the strength of the unique pet of Dong Huang. This was his greatest dream in his life. There's no hurry. I'm not ready yet, Shiryu said with a smile. Apart from the fact that the hardening hadn't reached the maximum level yet. He also had to increase his tamer level. Also, he had not thought of the design of the evolution equipment. For example, armed claws or bracers. Or, could it be that, like Squirtle? It had 2 cannon muzzles that could be used to release long-range electromagnetic cannons. He even had to consider whether he needed wings and shields. Who knew how many strange shapes Shiryu, 11, and Buggy could have imagined together? This also meant that they had yet to finalize the appearance of the evolution equipment. At the moment, the one closest to Shiryu's prerequisites might be full-strength hardening. He was filled with endless anticipation. He was curious about the different properties of max-level hardening. During evolution. You have to call me. The Panda Senior waved her fist. She had a premonition that 11's evolution would definitely be very unusual. Lin Hongnian spoke in a low voice, also quite concerned. Shiryu had previously said that the iron-eating beast might have a second-stage evolution. In terms of which iron-eating beast, and which beast tamer, that this evolution was most likely to appear on. Perhaps it could only be 11 and Shiryu. During evolution, he definitely couldn't count Elder Lin in. He could even sponsor some evolution materials. Dad, drive properly. Sister Panda looked at Hall Master Lin. Oh right, Dad. This time, Shiryu plans to explore the Ice Dragon ruins. At that time, can you go with him? Lin Hongnian had experienced many expeditions to the Snow Mountain. With him around, the Panda Senior could rest assured about Shiryu. You plan to explore the Ice Dragon ruins? Hall Master Lin immediately looked at Shiryu in the rearview mirror and said seriously. Yes, I've already obtained some clues. Perhaps I can gain something, Shiryu said. Hall Master Lin was silent for a moment before saying, let me think. If it's you, wearing a cold-proof suit, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the snow mountain. The path to the Ice Dragon ruins is relatively safe. Many archaeological teams have established it. If there's a need, I can go with you. But even so, it's best to find more beast tamers with you. If he were alone, Hall Master Lin could guarantee that he would be safe and sound. He could even stay in the snow mountain for a few months, but with Shiryu around, he didn't dare to guarantee all of Shiryu's safety. In a place like the wild, there were too many unexpected factors. The more people, the better. Of course, Shiryu said. I'll be sufficiently prepared. Then there's no problem. Call me if you need anything. Lin Hongnian smiled. Then, his mood became strange. Rumor had it that the Snow Mountain Beast Tide was related to the Ice Dragon ruins. Could it be true? If it was true, cracking the ruins and solving the Beast Tide from the source would have a far-reaching impact on Icefield City. After a few hours from Gudu to Pingcheng, Shiryu finally arrived home. After Hall Master Lin sent Shiryu to the villa area, he left with Lin Xiuzhu. After watching the two of them leave, Shiryu turned to look at the villa area and took a deep breath. He was finally back. Shiryu took a few steps forward and returned to the training villa. As soon as he arrived at the courtyard, he shook out 11, Worm, and baby Ginseng from the ruined space. Wu. G. E. The 3 pets looked around. 11 and Buggy were surprised, while baby Ginseng was confused. They were home. Shiryu walked forward and patted 11 on the shoulder. I'll leave the cleaning to you. With that, he turned and left to get ice cream from the fridge. 11 was silent for a moment before squatting down to pat Buggy on the shoulder. Woo woo woo. With that said, it turned and left, following behind Shiryu to eat ice pops. In the next second, Buggy looked at baby Ginseng and fell into deep thought. Damn it, the language barrier was blocking this. In less than half an hour, Buggy had cleaned up the entire villa, leaving not a trace of dust behind. It slept directly. Materializing dozens of green silkworms to clean with worm silk was just that efficient. At the same time, this was also a lesson. Buggy pulled baby Ginseng to the side to learn from it the whole time. After all, such a difficult task in the future would belong to baby Ginseng. Baby Ginseng was extremely bitter. This green worm was indeed a monster. In the blink of an eye, it had actually become dozens in number. If it had this ability, well, it still seemed useless. It would only attract more predators and make them more excited. After the house was cleaned up, Shiryu also took a shower. After changing his clothes, he started to call 11, Buggy, and baby Ginseng over. He started to increase their points. Shiryu first looked at baby Ginseng. Skill, Sweet Aura, Perfect, Slow Healing, Transcendent, Earth Chain, Proficient, Nutrition, Expert, Source of Life, Initiate, Multiplication, Initiate. Yesterday, Shiryu had pretty much judged the skill proficiency of the Ginseng baby. Apart from the Source of Life, Multiplication, which were both at entry-level proficiency, the proficiency of the other skills of the baby Ginseng was not low. For example, the skill Slow Healing. Due to the physique of the Source of Life, its effect was directly comparable to that of a transcendent-level skill. It could even easily regrow broken limbs, and it was even more ferocious than a master-level healing skill. As for skills like Sweet Aura and Nutrition, most of the proficiency levels only affected nourishing effects and preservation time. These skills were not low-level due to the mutation of the baby Ginseng, but they had not reached the level of proficiency qualitative change. For example, Sweet Aura. Only at the transcendent level could it undergo a qualitative change. At that time, it would be able to condense the fragrance into preserved liquid perfume and solid spice. It would also be able to control the speed and strength of the fragrance's diffusion, from uncontrollable to manageable. As for the nutrition skill, as long as it was below perfect level, there were no special features. The proficiency level only affected quality and shelf life. Only when it reached transcendent level would it be unique. That meant that the storage time limit was nearly unlimited. Moreover, as the storage time increased, it would absorb external energy and have richer nutrition. 1,000-year-old ginseng roots and 10,000-year-old ginseng roots came from this. At the moment, the nourishing effects of the sweet gas and nutritional supplements are more than enough to restore skills below high level. He didn't have to worry about these two skills for the time being. As for slow healing, it can be upgraded to high-speed healing. This isn't urgent. After all, it has learned nutrition. Unless it goes to battle, it won't be injured. I can't afford to upgrade Source of Life, so it looks like Earth Chain is the only thing worth upgrading at the moment. Earth Chain could allow the ginseng baby to freeload energy from an earth vein and provide supplements limitlessly. At this moment, its recovery speed appeared to be very important. It was best to teach it absolute sleep and accelerate its recovery speed. Source of Life plus Earth Chain plus absolute sleep. Good, good. Therefore, the current priority should be to ensure the endurance of the baby ginseng. Then, it was 11 and Buggy's skills next. 11's hardening needed to be maxed. As well, while for Buggy, he had to ensure that the spatial shackles and phantom illusions could easily break through the full-level worm silk cocoon with 100% ease. In this way, after school started, he could start preparing for the evolution of 11 and Buggy. Come on. Sure, you seem to have made a huge decision. He looked at the three pets with a tragic expression. 11 and Buggy also had tragic expressions, as if they had made a lot of determination to accept the challenge of their hearts being corroded. Only baby ginseng was still confused. Why were you all so serious? Suddenly, it had a bad feeling. Chapter 139, Their Limits. Chapter 139, Their Limits. Sure, you pulled 11, worm, and baby ginseng in. It was actually quite difficult to save money and turn a ginseng baby into a perpetual motion ginseng. He had to increase the proficiency of the Earth Chain skill as much as possible. Apart from that, the perpetual motion aspect was also very particular. At least it wouldn't work in the training villa. Earth Chain looked very impressive, but it was actually very useless. Its requirements for the environment were very harsh. For example, on the ocean, this skill was directly crippled. For example, on the cement road, the low-stamina ginseng baby might not necessarily be able to recover Shiryu's full physical fitness even after a month if it tried using Earth Chain. Spending a month was far inferior to eating an energy crystal to recover faster. Only in wild areas with abundant natural energy, fertile land, and rich resources, or training grounds and battlefields with qualified energy standards would these skills be relatively easier to use. For example, human cities were places with relatively thin natural energy. However, although it was thin, the huge power of the land was enough compared to an extraordinary ginseng baby. What prevented the ginseng baby from recovering was also the problem of absorption efficiency. The energy in the city was thin to begin with, and the absorption effect was inferior to that in the wild. In addition, the skill proficiency was not high, and the absorption efficiency was poor. Therefore, it was really possible that a situation where one could take root for a month, and still not recover their physical fitness to the fullest, would happen. This was also the reason why Shiryu wanted to prioritize raising the level of Earth Chain. Perhaps, only by leveling up to the level near Dao proficiency could baby ginseng ignore the environmental factors and absorb natural energy to recover its physical fitness faster. Controlling natural powers was actually an ability that only guardians and mythical creatures began to come into contact with and control. Skills such as Earth Chain and Absolute Sleep could only be considered to have touched the surface. Therefore, the restrictions were huge and the effects were poor. In fact, the best way was for Shiryu and the others to directly settle in the wild. This way, the effect of this skill would be the best. However, Shiryu thought about it. The growth speed of 11 and Buggy was not bad in the ruined space either. It was definitely related to training in the ruined space. Be it the ownerless beast taming space or the ownerless ruins, they could draw strength from nature at different speeds and convert it into various nutrients that were easy to absorb. This was also why pets grew faster in the ruined space and beast taming space. If it took root there, it could also relieve the problem of the consumption of the ginseng baby being greater than its recovery. Most importantly, it would save Shiryu and the others the trouble of going into the wild. Moreover, even if it was in the wild, as long as it was close to the city, the natural energy was not especially abundant. Unless Shiryu went to baby ginseng's hometown, outside the country. But that kind of place was even more dangerous than the Ice Dragon's Snow Mountain. He didn't want that. Baby ginseng, let me see your limit. Earth Chain, sweet aura. Baby Ginseng, let us see your limit. Sure you, 11, and Buggy looked at Baby Ginseng seriously. Ginseng baby, degree asterisk. Baby Ginseng's heart skipped a beat. As expected. It had said that it had a bad premonition. Now, it seemed that the premonition had come true. It was going to be sucked dry. Ginseng baby wanted to cry. Hurry up. The more sweetness you release, the stronger you will become. Don't you want to evolve from Baby Ginseng to a towering emperor? As Shiryu finished speaking, Baby Ginseng widened its eyes. A sweet aura suddenly spread from the ginseng flower. Let the sweetness wrap around me. Shiryu's words made Baby Ginseng immediately take a step back. Shiryu was definitely the most terrifying creature it had ever seen. The more one inhaled the sweetness, the weaker they became. It was ridiculous to rush to inhale the sweetness. It wondered if he could satisfy Shiryu this time. Baby Ginseng gulped and controlled the sweet aura to surround Shiryu. In the next second, Shiryu took a deep breath and a white halo suddenly appeared on his right hand. And it hit Baby Ginseng. Earth Chain, teach. Previously, he had already replicated the Earth Chain skill. And now, it was the other way around. At this moment, the Baby Ginseng that was releasing the sweet aura was immediately at a loss. In its mind, its understanding of the Earth Chain skill immediately deepened. The connection between it and the ground immediately felt a little deeper. Then, Shiryu's hand did not stop. At the moment, Baby Ginseng's greatest power, sweet aura, could directly restore nearly 200 hours of cooldown time. It had only taken 40 hours worth since he started teaching the intermediate skill Earth Chain. In short, in order to not waste the sweet aura, he couldn't stop teaching. In less than half a minute, Shiryu felt that it was alright again, and his hand hit Baby Ginseng for the second time. At this moment, Baby Ginseng felt that its understanding of the Earth Chain had undergone a qualitative change. Skill, Earth Chain, Expert. This was not the end. Every few moments, Shiryu would continue to pat it. In just 2 minutes, Baby Ginseng was stunned on the spot. It didn't understand why he suddenly became stronger after the beast tamer patted him. Baby Ginseng's sad face. Oh. This was a human beast tamer. The sweetness can't stop. Just as Baby Ginseng was in a daze, Shiryu's voice sounded. Baby Ginseng saw that the all-powerful sweet aura it had released had actually been completely absorbed by Shiryu. It couldn't help but widen its eyes. Ah, this. Baby Ginseng, is this your limit? Baby Ginseng was stunned. Of course, this wasn't its limit. A low-level skill like sweet aura. Even if it was released at the greatest power, it could still be released many times. This was what it was like for high-energy creatures. Baby Ginseng immediately continued to release its sweetness. At this moment, Shiryu's hand hit Baby Ginseng again. Heavens! Baby Ginseng felt that its skill proficiency had never improved so quickly. The last time his proficiency increased was when it accidentally ate the fruit of life. Shiryu equals fruit of life. A moment later, Baby Ginseng seemed to have understood something. Could a beast tamer turn the energy around and make it stronger after absorbing its sweet aura? Could this be the reason why Shiryu said it could become powerful? Realizing this, Baby Ginseng's expression gradually became serious. He should have said so earlier. It looked at Shiryu, who was absorbing the sweet aura and constantly condensing light in its palm to slap itself. Then, a strong desire to compete appeared. Beast Tamer, let me see where your limit is. It thought. Don't stop. Let's see who will have the last laugh. It thought. Baby Ginseng changed to full power mode. The ginseng flower went berserk like a propeller, continuously releasing all its power and sweetness to wrap around Shiryu. Damn, it's so pungent. At that moment, even if the sweetness was very strong and smelled good, Shiryu's face instantly darkened. Baby Ginseng was over it. At the side, 11 and Buggy looked gratified. This ginseng had potential. As long as he knew that it was a good thing to have points added, it wasn't stupid. At this moment, Shiryu was absorbing the sweet aura while teaching the skill. His body kept changing between exhaustion and peak recovery. This process also made his body undergo intense tempering. Under the protection of the skill index, Shiryu's physical fitness was also increasing crazily. Although time after time, Shiryu still felt an unavoidable load on his body and mind. Right now, Shiryu felt as high as the ginseng baby. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to absorb the effects of the supplements so quickly. After absorbing too many supplements, the body would definitely produce a greater burden. However, under the protection of the second talent of the skill index, Shiryu really didn't lie to his seniors. He had the supplement absorption talent. Not only would the burden produced be reduced to the minimum, but it could also strengthen the body. He had never felt that his physical fitness had become so obvious and so fast. When he was a beast tamer in turn, even if he taught skills with the index frequently, the improvement effect was only so. A moment later, Shiryu understood. Previously, when his physique was still in the category of ordinary people, there was a certain upper limit. Even if the skill index gave him multiple feedback, he couldn't escape the category of ordinary people. No matter how ordinary physiques were trained, he was still human. However, after his beast-taming space upgraded to level 2 and his own physique became transcendent, the upper limit of his body strength instantly increased by a lot. The difference between a powerful transcendent and a weak transcendent was even greater than the difference in physical fitness between a strong ordinary person and an ordinary person. However, as the space increased, the power that the skill index could provide was even greater. After a long time, because Shiryu had the protection and feedback of the skill index, and baby ginseng focused on only consuming it. In a short period of time, baby ginseng cried and realized that its physical fitness was almost insufficient to support the release of the sweet aura. At Shiryu's absorbing speed, even with the support of its source of life skill, it couldn't withstand it. The beast tamer in front of it was like a black hole. It was extremely scary, squeezing it dry. Baby ginseng shuddered. Was this its limit? It didn't expect that as the legendary mutated ginseng baby, it would actually lose to a human. That's why you need Earth Chain. Shiryu looked at baby ginseng who was still standing on the ground and could not help but say in a speechless manner. After saying that, baby ginseng was stunned for a moment before it reacted. It almost forgot. The next moment, its two tender calves were instantly filled with light. It seemed to penetrate the ground and become one with the ground. At this moment, the nearly perfect level Earth Chain, in addition to the two recovery measures of source of life and the ruins. It all instantly increased baby ginseng's energy recovery speed. Baby ginseng was delighted. It seemed to work. After Earth Chain's level increased, although it couldn't maintain the crazy consumption of the sweet aura, the energy loss immediately became less exaggerated. Continue. Shiryu chuckled with a serious expression. At the side, Eleven and Buggy even forgot to train. They rubbed their hands the whole time and looked at the combination. So fierce. Baby ginseng was so fierce. The tamer was so fierce. So, when would it be their turn? Baby ginseng's crazy increase in points almost made them cry. Who could resist such temptation? Ancient Capital City. The old principal of Ancient Capital University stayed at Legend Ean's house aggrievedly. Little Ean, that's not what we said before. Didn't we agree to let Jingfan enter Ancient Capital University? To study. Why did you change your mind just like that? Legend Ean had a calm expression and turned hostile. I never promised you. What I said previously was that it's all up to Jingfan to decide. At that time, his attitude was that it didn't matter. He could go anywhere. And now, he wants to go to the capital. Legend Ean shook his head, as if he was powerless and couldn't interfere. Just as he had expected, after losing to Shiryu, Ean Jingfan kept quiet for a long time. He also made a decision. He would leave his hometown, the ancient capital, and compete for a more brutal, more talented, and comprehensive strength. He would leave for the Imperial Capital University, which was currently the #1 university in the country, to further his studies in the battle department. In comparison, the resources facilities of Ancient Capital University and the combat specialization were barely in the top 5 in the country's universities. If he got the title of top scholar, along with the right to be willful at such a young age, Ean Jingfan naturally didn't mind. However, after losing to Shiryu, he didn't want to make a random choice. He wanted to catch up to Shiryu and his father with faster footsteps. Imperial Capital University was more suitable for him than Ancient Capital University. The old principal of the Ancient Capital University cried in his heart. What the F***ck was going on? He dared to guarantee that this was definitely not Yin Jingfan's decision alone. Yin Zhongrong was definitely more inclined to let his child grow on bigger stages like Imperial City and Demon City. As a local of the ancient capital, he had to study at the Ancient Capital University. There was indeed no such thing. The principal of Ancient Capital University also knew that places like Imperial University and Demon University were more suitable for Yin Jingfan. But it was still a pity. At the same time, Yushu, Zhang Qianyi, Wang Ling, Miao Dongdong, and the others had pretty much made their choice as to where they would go to further their studies in the future. Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely surpass that guy within a year. Yushu promised his mother, the dragon tamer. Then, she rolled her eyes. Of course. Yushu was unconvinced. The advantages of spirit medium and dragon tamers depended on development. After entering university, he would be able to enter the best training venues in the ancient capital that were suitable for spirit mediums to train their undead pets. Yu's telepathy talent would only be greater and greater than his. On the other side, Zhang Qianyi's master, an old granny who also had the talent to control beasts, Shu, said calmly to this grassroots girl. It's just a secondary vocational assessment. You don't have to worry about the number. The real stage is after university. Your talent has greater potential than all of them. This was because he didn't want the girl to be hit by the fact that she hadn't gotten the best results even though it was a retest. Yes, Zhang Qianyi said quietly. Because she came from an ordinary family, she was stronger than others. At this moment, she made up her mind. After college, she had to work hard to surpass Yu, Yin Jingfan, and the others. Moreover, she had to maintain the advantage of crushing Yushu. The vocation assessment ended. Each candidate had their own destination, and every Beast Tamer Association also concluded their business. In this year's vocation assessment, the average quality of the candidates had improved again compared to last year. This was the embodiment of the prosperous development of the Beast Tamer domain. According to tradition, this batch of candidates would undergo a qualitative change within a year with the support of more resources, be it after entering a business or university, under an even more intense competition environment. They would all be promoted to intermediate beast tamers. However, at this moment, there was actually an unreasonable candidate who had secretly undergone another qualitative change before school started and before he could enjoy the resources of the university. Yu, let me see your limit too. Baby Ginseng, Beast Tamer, let us see where your limits are. The two thought. Chapter 140, Explosive Strength of All Members. Chapter 140, Explosive Strength of All Members. It felt good to continuously upgrade points. Yu was immediately immersed in the joy of adding points. Several days had passed since Yu returned to Pingcheng from the ancient capital. For the past few days, Yu had been living in seclusion. It couldn't be helped. It was too exciting to use Ginseng Baby to add points. Be it the sweetness or the various nutritional supplements produced by the Ginseng Baby, they were all better than the supplements bought. The burden on the body was smaller. He could also make himself stronger, and he could also make his pets stronger to gain a sense of accomplishment. If he didn't take advantage of this, would he still be human? However, Yu did not forget the main goal. After calculating the time, he made an appointment with Senior Lu, Hall Master Lin, President Feng, and Commander He, these master-level beast tamers. He decided to explore the Ice Dragon ruins together in a week. Initially, Yu wanted to call a few more. In the end, Lu Qingyi said 2 sentences to Yu. It's only the Ice Dragon ruins. There's no need to mobilize so many people. Besides, according to my rich archaeological experience, the more people exploring a ruin, the easier it is to fail. All right. Since the big boss of the archaeological world had spoken, Yu chose to believe it. Then, he continued to increase points. About 10 days after Yu returned to Pingcheng, Yu upgraded all 3 pets. During this process, Yu felt that his physical fitness had reached another limit. Because the feedback effect of the skill index gradually decreased. After testing his grip, he silently discovered that his current physical fitness might not be inferior to those high-level beast tamers who had reached level 4 in the beast taming space. This change left Shiryu at a loss for a long time. He was really a human battle beast. More specifically, he could already fight some awakened level pets of extraordinary races with his bare hands. If the opponent was an adult iron-eating beast that had awakened to level 10, Shiryu would definitely win if he fought with it without using any skills. This was only the upper limit of the physical fitness level in the second-level beast taming space. If the beast taming space reached level 6, 7, and 8 and reached the upper limit of this level of physical fitness, Shiryu didn't dare to imagine if he could really become a human-shaped ferocious beast and a super-earthling under the feedback of the skill index. The improvement in physical fitness also brought about a benefit. That was, Shiryu's meditation efficiency had become especially efficient. Originally, he judged that it might take a few months to raise the level of the beast taming space to level 3. But now, with the enhancement of his super physique, he felt that with the full meditation of the ethereal stone, the speed could be greatly improved. But these were not the most important things. Most importantly, in the past 10 days, under Shiryu's crazy points, each of the 3 pets' strength had undergone a huge change. Shiryu sat in the study and leaned against the old chair. He looked at the pet data book he had recorded in Chinese. And LT, name and GT, Ginseng Baby. Skill, fragrance, perfect, high-speed healing, perfect, nutrition, expert, earth chain, transcendent, origin of life, initiate, multiplication, expert, absolute sleep, expert. In the end, Shiryu reached transcendent in the earth chain skill, upgraded absolute sleep to expert level, and got multiplication to expert level. In this way, the earth chain plus the source of life plus shrinking plus absolute sleep, together with the ruined space. This could roughly equalize the consumption of Shiryu and the others' points. It would be enough to only absorb natural power. There was no need to buy additional energy crystals to help baby ginseng recover its physical fitness. Of course, as a beast tamer who had a ginseng baby, even if he could really borrow the power of nature to completely freeload, Shiryu wouldn't squeeze the ginseng baby like this. Shiryu did not give the baby ginseng any less energy crystals and nutritional supplements. Even if it didn't need these things to replenish his energy, it was good to have a taste. Shiryu had the mentality that pets had to be doted over. He gave everything to 11 to Worm, even if baby ginseng hadn't officially contracted with him. Shiryu had already treated all 3 pets equally. Each day, baby ginseng still had a lot of entertainment time. But even so, it didn't miss helping Shiryu level up the pets. Currently, baby ginseng could completely supply the consumption of skills below super level. Super skills. At the moment, it still looked far away. In addition to multiplication and absolute sleep, Shiryu also taught baby ginseng high-speed healing skills. Due to the slow healing and source of life, the ginseng baby had just learned to heal at a high speed, and the effect was comparable to perfection. Compared to slow healing, the effect of perfect level high-speed healing was much greater. Most importantly, baby ginseng now had the ability to heal others. Perfect level high-speed healing also gave baby ginseng the ability to form a combination skill with this move. Coupled with the nutritional supplement skill, baby ginseng could not only create high-level supplements, but it could also create high-level medicine for injuries. It could be considered to have completely changed its profession to a support nurse. The positioning of it in the team was a support, after all. After all, at the moment, baby ginseng should have the highest proficiency level in the team. Although its dream was to become a combatant. After 10 days, its combat power didn't increase much. The effect of multiplication was different on 11 compared to the baby ginseng. Shiryu planned to think of a way later to find a wood element attack skill for it. He could teach it when the time came. However, although baby ginseng's battle power didn't increase much because of its race, 11 and Worm, who had witnessed the limits of baby ginseng and Shiryu, had completely taken off in the past 10 days. Skill, Worm Silk, Dao Proficiency, Absolute Sleep, Expert, Illusory Phantom, Perfect, Deterrence, Expert, Super Sight, Expert, High Speed Healing, Proficient, Spatial Shackles, Expert, Instant Transmission, Expert, Concealment, Expert. For Buggy, Shiryu increased the Phantom Illusion to Perfect level. Perfect level illusionary illusions focused on the word solid. It could make the illusion even more realistic. If Buggy transformed into a frost dragon, even 11's perfect supervision wouldn't be able to see through it. Moreover, it would be able to clearly feel the lively life force of the ice dragon. The illusion had reached the point of making it look real. Of course, this also meant that the quality of the phantom had been raised to a higher level, and the power it could display was stronger. Shiryu had also taught Worm 3 spatial skills. At this moment, phantom illusion skill alone could already easily break through the full-level Worm Silk, but the spatial shackle was still a little lacking. Shiryu prepared to upgrade this high-level skill to at least perfect level before evolution. But at the moment, the thing most worth mentioning was that it wasn't so easy for 11 to defeat Buggy. It would take a lot of effort, and it would have to use all his trump cards. Even so, there was a risk of losing. Skill, Hardening, Dao Proficiency, Thunder Palm, Transcendent, High Speed Healing, Expert, Super Sight, Perfect, Deterrence, Expert, Absolute Sleep, Expert, Multiplication, Expert. This was mainly because relatively speaking, 11's skills improved less. He only had time to increase the proficiency of Hardening and Thunder Palm. In the past, it was Buggy who was envious of 11's pile of skills. Now, it was 11 who was envious of Buggy's pile of skills. After Thunder Palm reached Transcendent, 11 had a stronger lightning control ability. It could even turn the Thunder Palm into a Wave Palm, condense the lightning into an energy body, and release the Thunder Palm, or transform the Thunder Palm into various forms. This was a small surprise, giving 11 more long-range attacks. However, after teaching 11's Thunder Palm to Transcendent, Shiryu discovered a big problem. That was, when the skill reached the level of Transcendent, the skill index showed that it could not be taught anymore. At the same time, the deletion symbol appeared on the Thunder Palm page, indicating that Shiryu could delete the Thunder Palm at any time. This made Shiryu a little silent. This was because the skill index seemed to only be able to increase points in the species skills of pets to the level of Dao proficiency. For non-racial skills, reaching Transcendent was the maximum level. Shiryu's mood was complicated. Fortunately, this way, the conditions for deleting certain skills were much lower. He could replicate more rare skills. What was annoying was that some super useful skills outside the race could not be activated to the highest level. Next, the pet could only rely on itself to train. Therefore, although he had replicated Earth Chain, Hardening and Thunder Palm had become skills that could be deleted at any time on Shiryu's side. He could empty 2 new skill slots at any time. As for max level Hardening, compared to Transcendent level Hardening, apart from the increase in hardness, there was an additional property: growth. The reason why Hardening was evaluated as a low-level skill was that no matter what the iron-eating beast's food was, the nature of hardening material was always like that. Apart from becoming a little harder and having a better resistance to physical attacks, it had no special characteristics and didn't have much growth. However, after reaching the maximum level, Hardening became like the Transcendent Worm Silk. It could directly change the nature of the hardening material according to the difference in eating food. For example, if 11 ate a large amount of electric mines, its hardening substance would become more like a magnet. In the hardening state, its control over thunder skills and thunder talent would increase greatly. If it ate a large amount of lightweight rocks next, it could freely control its weight in the hardened state, be it light or heavy. It was also the reason why it was a little difficult for 11 to fight Buggy at the moment. Because it hadn't grown up yet. In addition, 11 had yet to successfully coordinate the super electromagnetic cannon, the ultimate combination of max hardening and transcendent level Thunder Palm. Buggy, who had the addition of 3 spatial skills and a perfect high-level skill, was now able to fight 1140:60 because of that. If the bug's race was a little higher and it had more physical fitness, and if it weren't a weak green worm, 11 might fail. Shiryu stared at the data card. Baby Ginseng still lacked a wood element attack skill. He had to choose a suitable one. The skills of Buggy were more or less enough. After filling it up, he just had to wait for it to evolve and awaken new racial skills. He still had to add points to racial skills. After all, the upper limit was high. As for 11, there were a little fewer offensive skills, but there was no hurry. After all, it was like Buggy. It could be arranged to evolve soon after school started. Why do I feel that if the beast taming space's level increases smoothly, in addition to the evolution of 11 and Buggy, I can defeat seniors like Sister Beast Ear in my first year? Shiryu's expression was strange. Too small, the mindset was too small. Ancient Capital University wasn't impressive in the battle department either. He would set a small goal of sweeping through the battle department of Imperial Capital University before his second year. At that time, he would go to the principal to ask for money. When he was paid for his accomplishments, that would be the start of his legend. This baby ginseng was really his lucky star. Hello. There's a package for you. Just as Shiryu was fantasizing, a familiar voice came from the outside. Shiryu hurriedly jogged. When he passed by the courtyard, baby ginseng, who was taking care of the plants in the villa, poked its head out and followed curiously. We will meet again. I haven't delivered it to you in a long time. Outside the training villa, Shiryu's old friend, a young man who rode the wings of the wind to deliver goods everywhere, looked at Shiryu with a smile after delivering a metal pile of mineral resources. He was a little puzzled. Why didn't Shiryu buy supplements this time? Then, he saw baby ginseng beside Shiryu's leg. The courier was speechless. Yeah, long time no see. Shiryu put the goods away with a smile. At the same time, he was very puzzled. Didn't the other party know his new identity? From the looks of it, the reputation of a genius archaeologist wasn't enough. The two of them completed another tacit transaction. This time, Shiryu bought a level 4 thunder element mineral resource, the flat thunder stone. It cost about 5 million yuan. He didn't buy much, just a box. After all, he only had tens of millions of yuan now. This also made Shiryu a little depressed. Although the money for the additional supplements was saved, the other resources weren't F***ing cheap either. The reason why he bought this was to test this so-called growth rate of max level hardening. At this moment, baby ginseng looked at the big box in front of it and was extremely curious. What was this? Shiryu smiled and opened the box. It was filled with a pile of sealed dark blue electric stones. This is food prepared for 11. Baby ginseng. In baby ginseng's opinion, 11 and Buggy were very strange. 1 ate iron rocks, alright. But the other 8 plants. Damn it. It was different. Ginseng babies love to eat dirt and drink all kinds of nutritional drinks. Baby ginseng felt that it was very normal. Let's go back. Shiryu chuckled. He picked up the big box filled with metal minerals and walked back with the ginseng baby. This flat thunderstone's nature was stable. The stone had super high control over the lightning energy inside. Many thunder element pets use this resource to increase their control over the lightning energy. When Shiryu chose the resources, he locked onto the flat thunder stone at a glance. After all, 11 wasn't a thunder-type pet. Even if its thunder palm had reached perfection and its hardening had reached the maximum level, as expected, the electromagnetic cannon that Shiryu imagined was still lacking. It was impossible to reconcile the relationship between hardening and the electromagnetic field. To put it bluntly, 11's control over the metal element was strong enough, but it was still lacking when it came to the thunder element. Therefore, Shiryu thought of the flat thunder stone and wanted to see if the full-strength hardening could absorb the stone's nature. If it could, 11 would basically have a second attribute under hardening, lightning. At that time, both the profundities of the thunder armor and the electromagnetic cannon would undergo qualitative changes. In short, he would use the flat thunder rock excessively first. When he had money in the future, he would buy higher level and stronger metal resources to change the nature of the hardening substance. When Shiryu and baby ginseng arrived, Big 11 and the ice dragon Buggy were engaged in a crazy battle of flashy moves. Shiryu coughed dryly and immediately made 11 and Buggy stop. At that moment, 11's eyes lit up when it saw the huge box in Shiryu's hand. It quickly became smaller and ran over while the worm recovered and crawled over. At this moment, when Buggy crawled, it raised its head and chest. It felt that the gap between it and its leader was gradually shrinking. It was very excited. After 11 ran over, it pointed at the flat thunder stone in the box and asked if it was for it. Shiryu smiled and nodded. The next moment, 11 rubbed its hands and stuffed a piece into its mouth. It could finally test the nature of maximum hardening. This is a 4th level resource. In theory, it's for commander level creatures to use. Take it easy. Shiryu reminded. Ow, ow. 11 hurriedly nodded, but it was not a big deal. This was because in the ruined space, coupled with absolute sleep, its absorption of nutrition was very good. There would be no indigestion. Crack. Crack. 11 ate a piece after a few bites. Then, its eyes shone. Delicious. It simply ate in its hardened state. Crack. 11 ate very happily. After all, the battle had just ended and it was time to replenish its nutrition. As it ate, something unexpected happened. A dark blue lightning suddenly flowed across 11's hardened body. However, 11 didn't feel anything unusual and continued eating. E.g., baby ginseng and worm looked at the flat thunderstone. Was this thing really that delicious? After eating about 3 pieces, 11 gradually felt that the nature of its hardened substance was slowly changing. It raised its head slightly and looked at Shiryu. Shiryu nodded and looked at Buggy. Let's give it a try. Buggy, try using the spatial shackles to seal 11. Buggy didn't understand, but it nodded. The next moment, a 3-dimensional spatial barrier the size of a room appeared around 11. Expert-level spatial shackles. This was even stronger than the spatial shackles of the sky crystal butterfly. In the previous battle, it was quite troublesome for 11 to break it. Using this move, Buggy and the Ice Dragon Phantom disgusted him many times. As for now, looking at the transparent spatial wall in front of him, the 1-meter-tall 11 had a serious expression. It slowly raised its fat arm and aimed its palm in front of it. Then, a black ball condensed outside its palm. At this moment, Buggy and Ginseng Baby were still very calm. But the next moment, a shocking electric arc appeared on 11's hardened arm and wrapped around it, making a violent sound. Then, 11's entire arm shone, and powerful electric currents suddenly spread around the black ball floating in front of his palm. This change made the expressions of Buggy and Baby Ginseng change slightly. What they didn't know was that, the magnetic field that formed quickly with the lightning palm's high-voltage electric current was giving the hardening ball an acceleration. This acceleration was even greater than the power of 11. Finally, the electromagnetic cannon that 11 had tried many times but couldn't complete was finally fired for the first time. Woo! 11 shouted excitedly during the launch. At the same time, it was like a thunderclap exploded in the hearts of the Bugs and Ginseng babies. Buggy and Baby Ginseng widened their eyes and only saw a blue light streak across. With a bang, space seemed to shatter and the spatial shackles made by Buggy instantly started collapsing with a flash of lightning. In the next moment, the lightning was still accelerating. In the blink of an eye, the light landed in the distance, and a terrifying loud bang was suddenly transmitted along with the fading light. In the next moment, there was even a strong wind that blew over from afar accompanied by this loud bang, completely blowing the spatial fragments away. Buggy, winky face. Seeing the fragile collapse of the spatial shackles, Buggy's eyes immediately widened. Holy shit! What happened? Baby Ginseng was also stunned. It didn't understand what was going on and almost got blown away. At this moment, 11 stood on the spot and returned to its normal state. Its black and white hair fluttered with the strong wind. It was at first confused, but then it looked at its palm in surprise. Success. It also saw Shiryu smile. The second profundity. Electromagnetic cannon. Woo! Buggy, come fight. 11 looked at Buggy with fighting spirit. Gee! Are you sure I won't die if that thing hits me? Buggy thought. Chapter 141, Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. Chapter 141, Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. The power of the electromagnetic cannon was even stronger than the profundities of the thunder armor. This was because the thunder armor profundity required it to cover the hardened substance all over the body and form a protective layer. It was mainly defense and speed. On the other hand, the electromagnetic cannon compressed the power of the metal element and the thunder element into a hardening-created ball and accelerated the launch to detonate. The result was destruction with both power and speed. At this moment, after witnessing the power of the electromagnetic cannon, Buggy swallowed its saliva. It felt that the ice dragon it transformed into might not be able to withstand a single blow and would be blown up instantly. What the hell? 11. Come on, come on. Avoiding battle was bad behavior. You've challenged me so many times in the past 2 days, but I've never rejected you. 11 thought. Don't be in a hurry to fight. Seeing 11 excitedly initiate a battle with Worm, Shiryu hurriedly said, let's perfect the technique first. Shiryu had saved Buggy's life, making Buggy turn around with lingering fear. Buggy suspected that 11 was holding a grudge. In the past 2 days, it had relied on the advantage of having many skills to challenge 11 continuously and even fought back and forth. It might have annoyed 11. Huh. 11 looked at Shiryu. 11 nodded obediently. Alright, then they would fight another day. Training. Full-level hardening was the same as full-level worm silk. As 11's control over the skill had reached an insane level, hardening also extended many high-level usage methods worth training. For example, after the hardening substance left the body, the duration was longer. After 11 made contact with Shiryu and applied a layer of hardening armor on him, even if the two parties separated, Shiryu's hardening armor would not immediately disappear. Instead, it would be maintained for a period of time according to 11's consumption. In other words, even if Shiryu didn't ride 11, as long as he armed himself with a layer of hardening in advance, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight an ordinary transcendent-level ferocious beast alone. This greatly enhanced Shiryu's life-saving abilities and opportunities to show off. Apart from that, it was only natural for 11 to create hardening balls with the nature of metal just now. With 11's current proficiency in hardening, it could even control this hardening ball that had left its body. It spun at a high speed, allowing the hardening ball to turn into an even stronger tearing force. This was also why even though Buggy had learned a bunch of proficient expert-level spatial skills and even perfect high-level dual-element skills, it still couldn't defeat 11. Of course, the greater reason was that 11 had upgraded its racial skill. Its racial skill proficiency had increased, leading to 11's growth. Its physical fitness might not be inferior to the Overlord race's dragons at this moment. Thunderpalm, hardening, and supervision, these 3 skills can't be separated. Next, try to integrate your supervision. This way, you can lock onto the target more accurately and let the electromagnetic cannon hit 100%. Your current profundity can only be considered an electromagnetic cannon. When the time comes, it will be a super electromagnetic cannon, Shiryu sutured. Well, a certain unscientific super electromagnetic cannon. The hardening ball, which had compressed a huge amount of metal element energy and thunder element energy, was locked onto by supervision and shot out with electromagnetic acceleration. The final power might be able to heavily injure a commander-level creature. Now, 11 was getting closer and closer to being invincible in its level range. Unfortunately, there were no longer any young divine beast cubs in this world that could be compared to it. As for Buggy, even if it did not use the ice dragon whiskers, it would not lose to some cubs of monarch races who had mastered super-level skills. It was also not bad. As for the baby ginseng, the future was bright. After Shiryu finished speaking, 11 raised its hand excitedly. Train. The next goal was the super electromagnetic cannon. On the other hand, Buggy and baby ginseng had looks of envy. Attack-type combination profundity. Although Buggy had a bunch of skills, right now, there weren't any profundity skills that had real combat value. This was also one of the reasons why it couldn't defeat 11. As for the ginseng baby, its combination skill was purely to make the effect of its supplement better. Gee. Buggy looked up at the sky and sighed. After the hardening and absorption of the special property, the leader became stronger again. It couldn't fight anymore, and the gap widened again. It looked at baby ginseng and wondered if it could defeat its leader by teaming up with it. There was another reason why it lost to 11. It was restricted by the green silkworm race and had too little physical strength. For a species like the green silkworm, the physique of bears like the iron-eating beast was too much. But with the support of the ginseng baby, the disadvantages of physical fitness would directly disappear, and even become an advantage. Baby ginseng looked at Buggy innocently. What's wrong? At this moment, Buggy was thinking. He and his leader were the Wuji Airlines combination, so teaming up with baby ginseng would be very impressive. After Buggy let out a cry, it instantly fell silent. E.g. combination. After handing the flat thunder rocks to 11 and arranging training missions for them, Shiryu began to quietly meditate and strive to level up as soon as possible. He stopped adding points because tomorrow was the day to explore the Ice Dragon ruins. This time, there were 4 master-level beast tamers protecting him. Apart from the main mission, Shiryu also wanted to see if he could encounter a side mission. He wanted to fight a few commander-level ferocious beasts on the way. To look at the difference in battle power between 11, Buggy, and a commander-level ferocious beast. If it was the difference in energy, 11 and Buggy definitely hadn't surpassed it. Even if it was a commander-level ferocious beast of a low-level transcendent race, after reaching the commander level, its energy value would be at least 5 digits, exceeding 10,000. Back then, when 11 participated in the vocation assessment, its energy level was only slightly more than 3,000. At the moment, although 11 felt that its energy level had at least doubled, it should still be much weaker than a commander-level creature. However, energy points did not represent battle power. 11, who had mastered a bunch of profundities. Even if its energy value was inferior, its use of energy was good. It should still have the ability to fight a commander-level creature. Generally speaking, the energy level of transcendent cubs of overlord races was above 6,000. Currently, after 11 used his supervision to make a rough judgment, its energy value should be above 7,000 when compared to the test. If it encountered that Zonian rock beast again, it could defeat it with a single punch. The energy value of Buggy was more than 3,000. As for the energy value of the ginseng baby, 11 judged it to be around 7,000 with his supervision. This was purely because the ginseng baby race had a lot of HP and MP, low attack, low defense, and low speed. At this moment, Shiryu was very curious about how much energy these 3 pets could gain after they grew to commander rank. It didn't mean that a pet was commander level just because it had over 10,000 energy points. Instead, when a pet reached the commander level during its growth stage, its energy level would definitely reach 10,000 and it would have magical abilities such as creating energy crystals. From the transcendent level to the commander level, it was a process of growth, development, and awakening. It was commonly known as minor evolution. It directly erupted the heritage and foundation of the pets. Some pets at the transcendent level might have an energy value of 3,000, but after breaking through to the commander level, it might directly increase by 4 or 5 times. Similarly, after 11, Buggy and Ginseng Baby broke through to the commander rank, with their current energy points as the foundation, their energy points would also increase explosively. To put it bluntly, the growth level was a process that relied on external nutrition, battle training, accumulation, and specific opportunities to constantly increase the strength of the body, vitality, and energy intensity, approaching and breaking through the limits of the race. Therefore, during this process, the higher the species level, the easier it was to increase. There would be no bottlenecks. As for transcendent species like 11 and Worm, although their energy levels and skill proficiency were off the charts, due to the limitations of their race, it was still relatively difficult to break through. They needed to accumulate more time. Only by reaching a certain point could they successfully break through. According to Shiryu's understanding, Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast had been stuck at the transcendent level for 10 years. The opportunity for a breakthrough was a wild battle. The iron-eating beast was on the verge of death, its life hanging by a thread. It purely relied on the contract to not die directly. After that, the iron-eating beast underwent a month of treatment. Using its extreme near-death as an opportunity, it successfully broke through its species limit and grew to commander rank. At that time, the energy, combat power, and racial skill proficiency of that iron-eating beast definitely weren't as high as the current 11. Therefore, this so-called opportunity made Shiryu very conflicted. But it didn't matter if there was no opportunity. With 11's current state, it wasn't impossible for him to break through when the conditions were right. If it really didn't work, the so-called bottleneck would disappear after evolution. It was also because of the evolution that Hall Master Lin's iron-eating beast broke through to the monarch level. Generally speaking, only a level 4 beast taming space can control commander-level pets and provide the nutrients they need to grow. I feel that before 11 breaks through and evolves, my beast taming space might not necessarily reach level 4. This was also what made Shiryu conflicted. Forget it, it's alright. In any case, even if the beast taming space doesn't have the binding power, 11 can't break free from the contract. Moreover, as long as the absolute sleep level is high, their own absorption efficiency of nutrition will increase. The second and third level beast taming space can still maintain their training and growth. Shiryu planned to buy nutritional supplements, also known as a way to bypass paywalls, to increase the proficiency of the absolute sleep skill, which was similar to the effect of the beast taming space. It was to reduce the pet's need for the beast taming space level. This way, after school started, he could immediately arrange for 11 and Worm to evolve. Shiryu was an impatient person and did not plan to wait for the beast taming space to increase to level 4. Why would he wait? Level 3 was already not bad. Meditate. After Shiryu finished eating breakfast, he called 11, Buggy, and baby Ginseng out. At this moment, Shiryu had already put on the level 5 cold-proof coat provided by the Pingqing Association. The core material of this blue cold-proof suit was made from the Monarch race's ice element ferocious beast, Snow Night Demon, supplemented with various cold-resistant insect silk. It had very good resistance to cold. With Shiryu's current physique, wearing this would allow him to withstand the coldest place on the snow mountain. Come here. After putting on the cold clothes and bringing the props, Shiryu summoned his 3 pets. Woo. Exploration. Battle. Battle. G. Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon. E. Can we not go? I'm afraid of the cold. 11 climbed onto Shiryu's left shoulder, while Buggy climbed onto Shiryu's right shoulder. Baby Ginseng crawled into Shiryu's pocket with a forced expression. Let's go. With 3 pets with him, this sense of security made Shiryu sigh. When he came out, a car had already stopped at the entrance of the villa area. Shiryu took a look at the car number and directly opened the door to get in. The driver's seat was occupied by President Feng's beautiful female secretary. Shiryu was slightly silent. This 10,000-year-old bachelor, old Feng. Didn't he look for a wife? Why was he always inseparable from his beautiful female secretary? In the front passenger seat was President Feng. In the back seat, apart from Shiryu who had just come up, Hall Master Lin was in the car already. Uncle Feng, Uncle Lin. After getting into the car, Shiryu greeted each of them. President Feng and Hall Master Lin smiled and said, Shiryu, you look pretty energetic today. In the past few days when Shiryu had been living in seclusion, President Feng and Hall Master Lin had come to the villa to visit. At that time, Shiryu was in the midst of his refreshment period, so his complexion was naturally not very good. As for now, how could he not look good after resting for a day? I'm good, Shiryu smiled. Well. Where's Dr. Lu? Lin Hongnian looked at Shiryu and asked. Yeah, where's Dr. Lu? President Feng also said in anticipation. At that moment, they naturally knew that Lu Qingyi would follow them to explore the Ice Dragon ruins. Lu Qingyi was one of the few archaeological big shots who was willing to explore the Ice Dragon ruins. The masters in Icefield City were very familiar with her. At the moment, Lu Qingyi and Shiryu were jointly exploring the Ice Dragon ruins. President Feng and the others had very high expectations. Senior Lu said she will directly arrive outside the snow mountain. Let's go over first, said Shiryu. All right. Old He and the others are also stationed by the snow mountain. Then drive. Let's go and find them. President Feng nodded and said to his secretary. Right on the heels of that, this car that was carrying 2 master-level beast tamers and a newbie professional beast tamer drove directly to Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. A bunch of beast tamers who breathed cold air would enter the snow mountain from time to time and come out of the snow mountain, entering the camp outside the city wall. Against the background of the white snow mountain, the living environment of the soldiers stationed outside the nearby city wall appeared especially arduous. These soldiers of the Beast Tamer Corps had to clean up the ferocious beasts that came to the edge of the snow mountain every day and were in charge of reconnaissance and patrolling. On the high wall, Lu Qingyi, who was wearing a white research suit, stared at the soldiers training below as if she was recalling something. Beside her was a huge green spirit wind bird that looked like a blue phoenix. Have we arrived? After a long time, Lu Qingyi shifted her gaze and looked at Shiryu, Lin Hongnian, President Feng, and the vice regiment commander of the Beast Tamer Corps who came out of the car. Let's go over too. Lu Qingyi patted the azure spirit wind bird. This was the first time Wang Meng, the commander of the Beast Tamer Corps in Pingcheng, had seen Shiryu. Although he had already heard that there was an ancient capital scholar in Pingcheng and felt that Shiryu was very impressive, Shiryu's image was really difficult for him to understand. The small iron-eating beast, green worm, baby ginseng combination, no matter how one looked at it, he didn't look like a top scholar. Little brother Shiryu, awesome. It was the first time the rough-looking Commander He Biao had seen Shiryu since the last time he cracked the Pingqing ruins. When he saw Shiryu, he immediately cursed. F***ck, awesome, really awesome. This beast tamer who had grown up in the army no longer knew how to describe Shiryu's achievements during this period of time. Not really, Shiryu was embarrassed. The hope of the country. Commander Wang Meng praised. Then, he looked at President Feng, Hall Master Lin, and the others with a serious expression. According to the previous plan, I'll continue to guard the city wall. Commander He and everyone. Let's head to the Ice Dragon ruins. However, the Beast Tamer Corps in the city next door discovered today that there might be some abnormalities in the Snow Mountain. A monarch-level ferocious beast seems to have appeared in the path of the Ice Dragon ruins. Everyone, be careful. Chapter 142, Baby Ginseng's Attack Skill. Chapter 142, Baby Ginseng's Attack Skill. Monarch-level ferocious beast. After Commander Wang Meng finished speaking, President Feng and Hall Master Lin were stunned. There were only about a dozen monarch-level ferocious beasts in the entire Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. Was it such a coincidence? However, President Feng and Hall Master Lin weren't afraid. It's alright, it's just a monarch level. It's fine if we didn't encounter it, but if we did. President Feng chuckled. He had a monarch-level battle power, Deputy Commander He Biao had a monarch-level battle power, Lin Hongyan had 2 monarch-level battle powers, and Dr. Lu Qingyi, whose strength was similarly powerful. This monarch-level ferocious beast would also be sending itself to death if it came. At that time, all the high-level materials in its body would be completely stripped. Apart from Shiryu holding them back and needing to be protected. Anyone in this team wasn't afraid of monarch-level ferocious beasts. What race? Shiryu asked curiously. He wasn't worried about the threat of a monarch-level ferocious beast at all. Did that beast think that all his bodyguards were hired for nothing? He didn't care about the threat of this level of ferocious beast. Instead, he cared about the race of this level of ferocious beast. It was purely an occupational disease. What if the other party had some rare skill? Generally speaking, at the monarch level, there were at least 10 accompanying skills on it. It was guaranteed that it would have 1 super skill and 1 high-level skill. If there were really rare skills, sure you might even look forward to an encounter. I'm not sure. The exploration team retreated immediately after sensing the monarch-level deterrence from afar. However, through a rough investigation, it's suspected to be a plant-type creature, Commander Wang Meng said. Plants. Shiryu's eyes lit up. Plants, really? Generally speaking, although plant-type pets might not necessarily have wood power, apart from a few exceptions, 95% of them still had wood power. Moreover, even if they weren't their default element, most of them would have secondary wood power skills. Shiryu's heart immediately stirred as he looked at Baby Ginseng. Baby Ginseng, 0.0. He wondered if there were any skills suitable for Baby Ginseng. Plant type. President Feng said, it should be a new monarch. 10 years ago, after the beast tide, Icefield City was the first to react. After reacting, Icefield City, along with the master-level beast tamers from the surrounding second-level cities, directly formed a team and tackled the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, initiating a counterattack. That half-a-year-long expedition directly killed most of the Snow Mountain monarchs. Of course, the Snow Mountain was too big after all, and the environment was not suitable for human beast tamers to stay for long. Facing some ferocious beasts that were good at hiding in the snow, human beast tamers didn't have the energy to fight guerrilla battles with them at all, so there were a bunch of fish that escaped the net. If President Feng didn't remember wrongly, these remaining monarchs didn't include plant monarchs. Therefore, it was very likely that this was a new monarch-level ferocious beast that had broken through recently. That's a possibility, Commander Wang Meng said. Let's look for it on the way. It doesn't matter if it's a monarch or not. It's mainly to help Pingqing eliminate a potential danger, Shiryu said. President Feng, Commander He, and Hall Master Lin. They looked at the blushing and rather excited Shiryu and cursed in their hearts. Are all young people so crazy? They were there to explore the Ice Dragon ruins, not to clear the ferocious beasts in the Snow Mountain. It would have been fine if only Shiryu was like this. But when the 4 masters saw this, the panda and bug on Shiryu's left and right shoulders also had curious expressions about this monarch-level monster. Monarch level didn't mean a monarch level race. One represented the growth realm, and the other represented the potential level. It was the difference between a complete adult and a growing child. 11 and Buggy had never seen a monarch-level battle with their own eyes. Perhaps only Shiryu's baby ginseng had a bitter look on its face. It had some idea in its heart and understood how terrifying monarch-level ferocious beasts were. Although it had a battle dream and felt that Shiryu, 11, and Buggy were very friendly, baby ginseng kept feeling that the three of them would cause fatal trouble sooner or later. Before the few masters could educate Shiryu on what a beast tamer should do in the wild, a black spot suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a light cry. Their gazes were attracted by the black dot in the sky. A moment later, a breeze lingered around, and an elegant and beautiful green phoenix flapped its wings and landed. On its body was a beautiful woman wearing a special battle-type research suit. Dr. Lu. The four masters greeted him when they saw him. Not only because of Lu Qingyi's status in the archaeological world, but also because of her strength. During her university days, Lu Qingyi had already reached the master level. Unlike beast tamers like them, whose potential had almost been exhausted, she had a chance of becoming a legend in the future. Hello, everyone. Lu Qingyi looked at everyone and nodded. When do we leave? She asked immediately. The few of them looked at each other. Everyone was here, they could set off at any time. Then, everyone, please be careful. Commander Wang Meng said to everyone. Since it was his duty, he could only continue to guard here. He couldn't go with everyone. Old Wang, stay here and wait for our good news. He Biao laughed. After saying that, President Feng, Master Lin, and Commander He summoned their flying pets. President Feng and Commander He's pets were both ice element ice feather birds. They were huge birds with wings like ice crystals. Name, Ice Feather Bird. Level of growth, Commander level. As for Master Lin, because he had a metal element strengthening talent, his flying pet was an iron-backed dragon eagle with weak dragon blood. And LT, name and GT, iron-backed dragon eagle. Not only were the three flying pets commander races, their growth levels had also reached commander rank. Only Lu Qingyi and Shiryu were out of place. Name, Green Spirit Wind Bird. Level of growth, Monarch level. Lu Qingyi was too strong. Not only was her green phoenix a monarch species, but its growth level had also reached the monarch level and it even possessed the phoenix bloodline. At this moment, just standing there, it made the other three flying pets feel the suppression from that bloodline. As for Shiryu, although he wasn't strong, he couldn't lose face. After nodding, snow lingered around him. Buggy closed its eyes and directly transformed into a frost dragon that was large enough to carry humans. Roar. Snow and wind appeared around the 3-meter-long ice dragon. Under its roar, the masters were a little speechless. Everyone looked at Shiryu, who was riding the giant dragon with an expressionless face. He managed to act cool again. Phantom illusion was an amazing skill. Using the weakest strength, he showed off its strongest moves. Of course, there was a price to pay for acting cool. The other masters' pets did not consume much physical strength to carry people, and their flying speed was still fast, but for Shiryu, he could only let the green silkworm exhaust itself a little. No, it was the green silkworm and ginseng baby who would be feeling tired later. Let's go, Lu Qingyi said. Before we reach the blizzard domain, let's accelerate. All right. The masters nodded. To go to the ice dragon ruins, they would pass by a snowstorm area. The natural environment in that sky was harsh. Flying pets could not fly high and could only travel at a low altitude. But before that, the few of them could completely rely on their flying pets to travel quickly. The wind cut through the air. The 5 of them rode on the flying pets. Under the gaze of Commander Wang Meng and the soldiers on duty who didn't understand what was going on, they widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. Then, they suddenly erupted with high speed and flew towards the interior of the ice dragon snow mountain. A group of flying pets looked domineering. Chirp. During this process, Lu Qingyi's Azure Spirit Wind Bird directly erupted with a monarch aura, which was also an expert-level deterrence, protecting everyone and preventing some blind flying ferocious beasts or ferocious beasts below from suddenly attacking. Hoi! In an instant, Shiryu and the others entered the snow mountain range. As they went deeper, the cold wind gradually pierced into their bones. However, Shiryu felt that it was all right. With the protection of the cold-proof suit, 11's face hardened into thick skin. Did it just want to show off? Soon, Shiryu and the others flew to the so-called blizzard domain and were forced to stop. This place was already considered to be deep into the snow mountain. The sky in front was gray. Fierce ice crystals accompanied by a storm circled in the sky, as if separating the sky from the ground and splitting the sky into pieces. Legend had it that this harsh natural environment was caused by the war between the human tribes of Ice Dragon in Icefield City. This was a change in the world that only occurred in the battle between overlords. An awakening-level creature belonged to the growth stage. Its energy was loose like smoke, and its unique point was that it had many growth stages. Transcendent-level creatures had already broken free from their mortal bodies. Their energy was as dense as water, and their skills could already cause greater destruction. A commander-level creature's energy was flawless like crystal. It had the ability to create energy crystals, and with this, it was a powerful race. Monarch-level creatures, on the other hand, had their spirit and will materialize into aura. 100% of them had awakened their deterrence and could intimidate others. Top-level monarch-level creatures could even affect the real world with their mood. As for overlord-level creatures, they had just come into contact with natural power. The aftershocks of their battles could almost permanently change the natural environment of an area. Some historians judged that the entire ice and snow environment in Icefield City might have been caused by the Little Ice Age triggered by the frost dragons. The snow mountains of the ice dragons with harsh natural environments were most likely affected by the battle of the ice dragons. Everyone was a master-level beast tamer and didn't have the ability to resist the power of nature. After arriving in this area, they landed obediently. Compared to the sky, although the environment of the icy plain below was also harsh, the intensity of the snowstorm was countless times weaker. It was relatively easy to overcome. Next, we have to fly for at least an hour to leave the snowstorm area. After coming down, Luchingi looked at Shiryu. Even if he was wearing a level 5 cold-proof suit, with Shiryu's professional physique, it would definitely be a little difficult. The air is so fresh. Shiryu sighed. The cold air felt so good. On Earth, Shiryu preferred winter over summer. Ha 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 ha, good boy, your health is pretty good, Commander Hebiao laughed. Looks weak, but he's actually not. Master Lin and President Feng said to themselves. They revealed envious looks. It was good to be young, unlike them, who were old. Let's continue on our way, Luchingi said. Just because they landed didn't mean that they couldn't fly anymore, but simply because they chose to fly at a low altitude. If it were other low-level beast tamers, the downside of flying at a low altitude was that they were more likely to encounter ferocious beasts. However, Shiryu's team had a monarch-level pet to deter them as they traveled. On the way, they basically didn't encounter any dumb ferocious beasts. After all, those who felt threatened and didn't run were either strong or stupid. At this moment, as they flew, 11 looked at Luchingi aggrievedly. Its gaze was like that of a resentful little wife, making Luchingi shiver all over. Even the bug with its eyes closed made the ice dragon phantom look at Luchingi with resentment. What's wrong with your two pets? Why are they staring at me? Luchingi's face was speechless. What kind of gaze was that? Luchingi said. The other masters immediately realized that 11, who was on Shiryu's shoulder, was looking at Luchingi pitifully, as if Luchingi had snatched its bamboo shoots. Shiryu said, because 11 and Buggy have been looking forward to exploring the snow mountain for a long time. They still want to encounter a few commander-level ferocious beasts and have a good fight. Now, because of the deterrence. Not to mention commander-level creatures, they can't even see any creatures. Sob. 11 nodded. This exploration was so lonely. The Green Phoenix. Then I'll leave. But this is pretty good, Shiryu said. Business was more important. They could fight anytime. The few masters exclaimed and looked at 11. This iron-eating beast was indeed abnormal. It was one thing not to feel sleepy in such a cold place, but it actually wanted to fight. Moreover, it wanted to fight a commander-level ferocious beast. Even if it was field training, it didn't have this kind of training method. This young iron-eating beast hadn't experienced the brutal beating in the wild, right? It's not impossible. Lu Qingyi glanced at 11 and said slowly. It was rare for so many master-level beast tamers to accompany Shiryu. It was also a good choice to take this opportunity to train Shiryu. After all, such an opportunity was too rare. As soon as she finished speaking, the phoenix quickly put away its might. Woo! 11 looked at Lu Qingyi excitedly. Good woman. I acknowledge you. Hall Master Lin, President Feng, Commander He, and the other masters also smiled. They did whatever they wanted. Indeed, without the deterrence of the phoenix, the 5 people immediately discovered a pile of ferocious beasts in this harsh environment's icy plain. Awu. As they approached the edge of the mountain, a voice that made one's heart tremble sounded. Accompanied by wolf howls, a group of giant wolves stood on the icy plain, staring at Shiryu and the others with blue eyes. They even bared their fangs and emitted a cold aura. There were a total of 20 to 30 snow wolves. In the lead was an even larger wolf king nearly 4 meters long. Its expression was even more ferocious. A commander-rank snow wolf and dozens of transcendent-rank snow wolves. This was a pack of snow wolves foraging. In the past, this group of snow wolves would have long charged forward when they saw their prey. But now, staring at the group in front of them, the snow wolves didn't have the urge to hunt. They only had the thought of quickly avoiding them. It couldn't be helped. Even without deterrence, the combination of the green phoenix, ice feather bird, and ironback dragon eagle also gave them too much pressure. Besides, there was also a frost dragon that looked like it wasn't to be trifled with. Many snow wolves looked at Shiryu and the ice dragon worm with fear. At the moment, the snow wolf leader did not give the order to retreat immediately because of his ego. They're here. Upon discovering the wolf pack, the masters looked at Shiryu. It was his turn to perform before they ran. None of the masters believed that the transcendent-level snow wolf could pose a threat to 11. After all, Shiryu had killed indiscriminately in the survival trial. But the problem was that commander-rank snow wolf. A ferocious beast that could break through the limits of its race and become the leader of a race in a natural environment was definitely not simple. It had definitely experienced countless life and death situations and had huge opportunities to obtain its current strength. You guys have probably never fought a commander-level ferocious beast, right? Master Lin Hongyan said, commander-level snow wolf. In theory, its energy level is more than 4 times that of your iron-eating beast. Master Lin used the energy value during the assessment as the standard. With such a huge energy difference, even if the proficiency of 11 skills was ridiculously high, it wasn't that easy to fight. At that time, with 11's lightning armor profundity, the snow wolf leader might be able to slap back with an ice-rending claw. Don't be afraid. Go. See how powerful a commander-level ferocious beast is. He Biao said, with us here, don't worry and let the iron-eating beast go. Shiryu nodded. In the next moment, 11 jumped down excitedly. Then, it kept enlarging and became more than a meter tall as it walked towards the snow wolves. Woo! I'm here. 11 stepped forward. Roar! With the lead of the snow wolves bared their teeth and growled, warning this seemingly weak little metal-eating beast. They clearly didn't want to fight directly. These snow wolves don't seem to have much battle intent, President Feng said with a chuckle. Lu Qingyi activated her glasses index silently. A dense pile of numbers appeared in front of her glasses and started to observe the situation of that snow wolf commander. 1. 33. 2. 9. Energy points. 13,329. It had an additional 10,000 energy points than the little iron-eating beast. Lu Qingyi was curious about how far Shiryu's iron-eating beast could fight with its skill proficiency in the face of such a huge difference. She originally thought so, but in the next second, Lu Qingyi's expression changed. That was because she had also accidentally detected 11's energy level. The numbers on it made her doubt life. It wasn't the 3,000 plus points during the vocation assessment. Instead, it was displayed at this moment, 7,596. Lu Qingyi's expression was incredulous, and she even suspected that the index was broken. However, the other snow wolves had less than 1,000 energy points, so it was very normal for them to remind Lu Qingyi that the index wasn't broken. She took a deep breath and quickly looked at the green silkworm. Its energy level was 3045. It was similarly ridiculous. What exactly had Shiryu experienced these 10 days? At this moment, Lu Qingyi's expression had already changed slightly. The other 3 masters were still laughing and joking, planning to see Shiryu, this newly advanced genius beast tamer, suffer a loss. The gap between Transcendent and Commander rank was still very huge. So big. Everyone was stunned. They saw that the Snow Wolf had no intention of fighting. 11 simply stopped and stretched out its short and fat arm, aiming its palm at the Snow Wolf commander. The few of them knew Shiryu's iron-eating beast's battle style. Among them, there was no opening move to aim your palm at the enemy. Woo! At this moment, 11's supervision had already locked onto the Snow Wolf commander perfectly. The next moment, its entire arm hardened into metal. Right on the heels of that, a strong electric arc appeared on 11's hardened arm and wrapped around it, producing a violent sound and shooting out dazzling electric light. The black hardening substance and the blue lightning intertwined, making 11's entire arm look extremely beautiful. Old Lin, what are they doing? President Feng and Commander He asked Lin Hongnian, the iron-eating beast master. Lin Hongnian, the combination of hardening and thunder palm. But, I don't know this starting posture. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it harden the whole body and then use the thunder palm to stimulate the cell activity in the whole body to bring about a super explosive speed, piercing through the enemy in one hit? What do you mean by standing here and pointing your palm at the enemy? Master Lin Hongnian was confused. The next moment, the 3 masters were stunned again. As 11's entire arm shone, a black ball wrapped in strong blue lightning suddenly condensed in its palm. Transcendent hardening, release of hardened material. However, the 3 of them still didn't understand what Shiryu and 11 wanted to do. What's this? In the next second, Lin Hongnian's expression suddenly changed. That was because the black ball wrapped in lightning actually started to spin irregularly at an extremely fast speed. The lightning lingered around, as if it had formed a small lightning typhoon, emitting strong hissing sounds. Lin Hongnian was stunned. After releasing the hardened substance, it could still spin like a windmill. Then, a scene that made the 3 masters widen their eyes and reveal shocked expressions appeared. As little 11's gaze focused, the ball that was wrapped in lightning and rotating crazily turned into a blazing blue light beam with a bang. It shot out suddenly. The speed of the light beam was extremely fast, and its destructive power was extreme. Its sound of breaking through the air was like the roar of thunder, shocking everyone. On the other hand, although the Snow Wolf commander was completely focused the entire time, when the blue light beam blasted over, it only felt that its vision couldn't keep up with the speed of this attack at all. Its body trembled to the extreme. Woo! When it reacted, it felt as if its entire body was about to be penetrated and ripped apart. Accompanied by a wave of intense pain, the Snow Wolf commander let out an intense and miserable howl. Right on the heels of that, it was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the light beam it came into contact with. It directly hit the middle of the mountain and instantly shattered the mountain. At that instant, the entire wolf pack looked at the commander who flew backward and was shocked in their hearts. Their ferocious expressions turned to explosive as they fled like birds startled by the twang of a bow. In the mountain, the heavily injured Snow Wolf commander sensed the huge injuries on his body and ignored the fact that the injuries were still bleeding. Its heart was filled with extreme horror as it directly sealed the injuries. It also turned around and ran with its pack in a panic. Damn, a monster. Ow. In an instant, the wolf pack disappeared without a trace, leaving 11, who was staring at his palm in a daze and feeling confident. And a few master-level beast tamers with their mouths wide open and blank expressions. It ran away just like that. On the ice dragon, Shiryu muttered to himself. Why couldn't it fight back? This was commander rank. Or was the Snow Wolf race too weak? Perhaps a pet like the Zonian rock beast would only have reference value after it reached the commander rank. Shiryu looked at everyone. Everyone, including Lu Qingyi, looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Shiryu felt a little embarrassed again. Although this Snow Wolf's growth level is pretty high, its race is too weak. We have to find someone average, he suggested. Holy shit. Commander, he widened his eyes. President Feng was at a loss for words. Lin Hongnian, ABA. Hall Master Lin's expression was stunned. What the F*** was this? You iron-eating beast. Something was wrong. During the vocation assessment, it was already very unscientific. Now, what is this? Tell them, what was this? Why did the hardened substance turn and fly out with a whoosh, producing such a huge destructive force? Do tell. Do tell. Hall Master Lin, the increase in strength of your pet. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and looked at Shiryu. Wasn't it a little ridiculous? Could it be that this iron-eating beast had also obtained some divine-level bloodline, just like her pet? What's this? Even if Hall Master Lin was a very serious person, at this moment, he couldn't help but cry out loud. Why did he feel that his 9-li war beast wasn't as cool as his little iron-eating beast? Shiryu, the profundity skill of hardening and thunderpalm, electromagnetic cannon. I think there's a skill in the mechanic class called electromagnetic cannon. I can change the profundity name. Later. It was time for the difficult naming segment again. It was not easy to name stuff. Shiryu sighed. Hardening and thunderpalm profundities. Hall Master Lin was stunned. You call this a combination of low-level skills and mid-level skills? Commander He and President Feng didn't understand either. They hadn't seen Hall Master Lin's iron-eating beast have such a ridiculous profundity skill before. Wait a minute. Lu Qingyi suddenly interrupted everyone and looked into the distance with the green phoenix. It seems like a heavyweight was attracted over because of the commotion. Monarch-level creature. As soon as Lu Qingyi finished speaking, the masters were shocked. Before they set off, Commander Wang Meng had just reminded them. They had really encountered it. The few of them instantly became serious and entered battle mode. Beside him, Shiryu's expression also lit up. A monarch-level creature really appeared. I like it. Holy shit, don't tell me you want to practice this. Commander He shouted. This boy. Something was wrong. Commander He was very afraid that Shiryu's green silkworm could directly insta-kill this monarch-level ferocious beast with some worm silk later. At that time, he was sure that he would definitely find an ice brick to kill himself and leave Planet Blue. Shiryu was stunned and said, No. I definitely can't defeat this. Please, I just like to observe monarch-level creatures. I heard that they are covered in high-level materials. I also like to touch them. Little money grubber. However, it was true that monarchs were covered in treasures. After killing a monarch-level creature, it would be enough to directly become a millionaire. This was also why high-level beast tamers were all very rich. Although the cost of cultivating pets was huge, their ability to earn money was also difficult to catch up to in other professions. Of course, all benefits coexisted with risks. Sometimes, it was hard to say who was the hunted one. Let's go take a look. Sensing the fluctuations of a monarch-level ferocious beast, Lu Qingyi said. The few pets she had contracted at the moment were all at the monarch level. Naturally, she wasn't afraid of such wild monarchs. Unless the ice dragon in history books revived. That one would give her a headache. After nodding at each other, they flew low and headed in the direction Lu Qingyi pointed. At this moment, in the snowstorm, there was a creature about 4 to 5 meters tall. It looked like a pine tree, but its body was as white as frost. The tree crown was fluffy like a blue ice cloud, and the creature with fruits growing on it was walking with a branch. In midair, everyone saw this creature from afar. Name, Ancient Frost Tree. Race skill, Cold Breath, Blizzard, Snowfall, Ice Block, Ice Mist, Snow Collapse, Energy Fruit, Snowfield. It's the Ancient Frost Tree. Son of AB*TCH. Upon seeing this plant monarch, Shiryu's heart turned cold. This was because this thing was the evolution form of the frost tree. Its attributes were ice element. Although it was a plant, it didn't have wood element. Its super skills were also ice element. Although it was also very powerful, it was useless against Shiryu. The ancient frost tree is indeed a new monarch. Looks like it evolved from the frost tree for some special reason, President Feng said. Well, it only has more fruits and walking abilities than the frost tree. It's usually really difficult to recognize, Lin Hongyan said. Shiryu had originally started to sigh and feel that his luck was bad, but suddenly, he also saw the blue fruit hanging in the ice clouds of the ancient frost tree and recalled something. By the way, is that fruit a wood element skill? Shiryu asked. He admitted that his foundation wasn't strong enough and needed Division 11's index to save him. Yes, a high-level wood element skill, energy fruit, Lu Qingyi said. I remember that this skill should theoretically be considered multi-element. But it's mainly wood element, Commander He Biao said. Yes, in essence, it's to create a fruit with wood element life force, but the inside of the fruit can be filled with different energy types. The upper limit is very high, and compared to a fruit, it's more like a bomb. The ancient frost tree likes to make its prey think that this kind of fruit is an edible spiritual fruit. When the prey eats the fruit will detonate in their bodies and freeze the prey. At that time, the ancient frost tree will become a hunter, Lu Qingyi introduced. It was another plant that relied on its body to lure its prey. At this moment, Shiryu narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to everyone's conversation. He thought about whether this skill was suitable for his ginseng baby. It sounded very similar to nutritional skills, but nutrition was used to create real spiritual fruits, while this energy fruit was used to create explosive fruits. It could also be said to be a time bomb. The ancient frost tree could use this to lure the enemy. In theory, the ginseng baby seemed to be suitable for this too. At that time, directly combining nutrients, energy fruits, and sweet aura into a skill would definitely be more attractive than the energy fruits directly created by the ancient frost tree. Even if a monarch-level ferocious beast saw it, it would probably not be able to resist swallowing it directly. It was even more impossible for it to imagine that the nutrients created by the ginseng baby could still explode. Before learning how to control plants and land in the tree world, it was a very good overkill and camouflage skill. Even after learning how to control plants, creating a forest filled with explosive fruits seemed to be very fierce. It was very suitable for baby ginseng's attack skill. Art was explosive. I want this skill. Chapter 143, Ice Dragon Daddy, I'm here. Chapter 143, Ice Dragon Daddy, I'm here. Shiryu and the others stared at the ancient tree from afar. At this moment, the frost ancient tree suddenly stopped. After taking root in the ground, its life aura had completely disappeared. Only the energy fruits hanging on its body emitted the aura that attracted the ice-type beasts. It gave people the feeling that it was a high-level spirit fruit that would be greatly nourishing. It stopped. Commander He Biao was surprised to see this. Did it discover us? President Feng pondered. I don't think so. This plant-type monarch was actually very silly. Other than a small number of special plants, plants like frozen ancient trees had poor reconnaissance and mobility. This was also the reason why the plant kings in the Snow Mountain were the first to be cleaned up by humans. They couldn't even run fast if they were warned to. How useless. The other monarch-level ferocious beasts did not need to be very powerful when facing the human expeditions. They just needed to run faster than the frost ancient tree. In fact, the frost ancient tree liked to occupy a territory the most and wait for its prey to come knocking on its door. Its disguise ability was not bad. At the very least, its current disguise was enough to deceive inexperienced wild beasts. However, it was still a little young when facing experienced beast tamers like Shiryu. At this moment, the frost ancient tree did not realize the seriousness of the problem. The energy fruit swayed like an old sly fox who was about to seduce his prey. It doesn't seem very smart, said Hall Master Lin. It were still walking just now, but now it was already pretending. Was he insulting their intelligence? It's good that it's not smart. The core of the ancient frost tree is a 6th-level ice-type resource. It's worth 10 million, President Feng said. Should they just take care of it and reap the benefits? This new monarch was actually very troublesome. Those monarchs who had lived for a long time were all afraid of humans. They hid in the deepest part of the Snow Mountain and didn't dare to come out. And this kind of new monarchs that just went through a breakthrough was usually the most likely to run around and was more threatening. Then let's attack together, Master Lin Hongnian, who was riding the iron-backed dragon eagle, said. A battle between monarchs was no small matter. A group fight was the safest method. Our pets are both ice element pets. It has a super. It's not easy for us to fight, Commander He Biao said. Let's use deterrence to support old Lin, President Feng said. Sure. Lin Hongnian nodded and felt that it would work. This support was also very necessary. With the continuous deterrence of 2 monarch-level pets, it could reduce the battle power of the Frost Ancient Tree by 20%. Then I'll leave it to you guys. I'll protect Shiryu. Lu Qingyi spoke and decided to stay by Shiryu's side to protect him. With the 4 monarch-level pets of the 3 masters, it was not a problem for them to gang up and beat up a Frost Ancient Tree. Lu Qingyi could not be bothered to attack. Most importantly, if she interfered, it would be difficult to split the Frost Core in the end. It was better to let President Feng and the other beast tamers of Pingqing split it themselves. All right, thank you, Dr. Lu, Master Lin Hongyan said. With Lu Qingyi protecting Shiryu, they were also very relieved. Shiryu sat on the ice dragon buggy and scratched his cheek. Did they need to protect him? He had turned etherealization. Forget it, if these guys said so. Shiryu moved closer to Lu Qingyi. At this moment, riding on their respective flying pets, the 3 masters started to summon their monarch-level pets. President Feng summoned a monarch-rank Frost Moon Ice Wolf. This was the Snow Wolf's high-class commander species evolution form. Commander he summoned a monarch-rank Snow Monster. This was a monster that looked like an ape. Its species was also high-class commander rank. On the other hand, Hall Master Lin summoned the monarch-level 9 Li Battle Beast and the Diamond Ape King. From the pets, one could tell the strength of Lin Hongyan, the richest man in Pingqing. President Feng and Commander He's monarch rank pets were both high-class commander rank. They relied on accumulation to break through the racial limit to become monarchs. As for Lin Hongyan's Diamond Ape King and 9 Li Battle Beast, one was a low-level monarch race, while the other was a mid-level monarch race. They were all very rich. The difference in battle power between the 2 parties was actually very obvious. Generally speaking, battle power was determined by growth level and race level. It was basically impossible for commander-type pets to have super skills, so Hall Master Lin's 2 pets would definitely be stronger. Shiryu secretly glanced at Senior Lu. As the president of an association in a 3rd-level city, President Feng didn't have any king species pets. Yet, Lu Qingyi could casually find several monarch species pets for him to choose from. She was simply rich. Look carefully. Lu Qingyi looked at the Frost Ancient Tree and said to Shiryu. At that moment, under the command of the 3 masters, the Frost Moon Ice Wolf, the Blizzard Monster, the Diamond Ape King, and the 9 Li War Beast looked at each other and walked towards the cold Frost Ancient Tree with proud footsteps. How could the F4 of Pingqing lose to a mere ancient frozen tree? They didn't know how to lose, but at this moment, the frozen ancient tree that was rooted in wait for its prey suddenly panicked. A bean-sized ice crystal dripped from its forehead. The ancient frost tree sensed that something was wrong. It felt that it had not attracted prey, but a group of big shots. A moment later, the ancient frost tree felt that it couldn't stay silent anymore. It immediately let out a violent roar, and its deterrence erupted. A threatening aura that was almost corporeal erupted from the ancient frost tree like a snowstorm. The ancient frost tree erupted with overwhelming deterrence. On the other side, the Pingqing F4 didn't show any weakness either. It displayed an even more classic bullying tactic. For similarly earth-shattering auras erupted and pressed down on the ancient frost tree. At this moment, the 5 auras collided. The wind and clouds in the sky immediately changed color, and countless falling ice crystals were obliterated into nothingness. The violent wind was all swept back, and the icy plain shook as if an earthquake and an avalanche were about to happen. The gray sky that was covered in snowstorms looked like it was about to be torn apart, directly splitting into 2 like a natural chasm. In an instant, violent ice wind spread in all directions due to the collision of aura. Scree. On Shiryu's side, the Green Phoenix directly erected the high-level wind elemental protective skill, Wind Protection, to form a domain that isolated everything, allowing Lu Qingyi and Shiryu to watch the show quietly. Seeing the aura of the 5 monarchs colliding, 11 and Buggy shouted excitedly. This was what was really called bullying others. Look at the special effects. 11 and Buggy gestured and learned. Baby Ginseng stuck its head out. So, when could it learn that? It also wanted to bully others. It's so powerful. This proficiency probably isn't low. Shiryu looked at the scene in front of him and gulped. Lu Qingyi looked at Shiryu in confusion. Why, what's wrong? The deterrence proficiency of those 5 monarchs is only at the proficient level. She glanced at Shiryu, 11, and Buggy. These guys should have some self-awareness, alright. Honestly. This is the proficiency level. Shiryu was stunned. Lu Qingyi said, their deterrence power is strong and can affect the outside world purely because their own levels are high, and there are many forces colliding. Your iron-eating beast is the ridiculous one. At the awakening level, he had mastered the aura of a monarch that could cover a large area and instantly kill hundreds of ferocious beasts. Oh, Shiryu was stunned. He had thought that the deterrence of these pets had reached the perfect level. He was thinking too much. The perfect level deterrence mark could intimidate everything. It could change the weather with its thoughts. For example, if the sky was raining or snowing, a single glance could make the rain and snow stop. Or, it could make the rain and snow descend and affect the real world's weather. Although it wasn't as effective as true weather skills, it was enough to show the domineering aura of a monarch. Right now, the deterrence collision of these few monarchs only looked like it, but it wasn't at that level yet. In addition, perfect level deterrence also had the effect of causing physical destruction. Not only could it destroy the mind, but it could also destroy the body. Then, the monarch aura could not only destroy, but also become a buff. It could increase the battle will of its teammates on a large scale. As for the transcendent level deterrence, it was even more powerful. It could wrap the deterrence effect around other skills and items, allowing any skill to have the deterrence effect and create mental equipment. Shiryu even heard that higher deterrence levels could change the bloodline of pets. Even if it wasn't transcendent pet, after mastering super high-level deterrence, its descendants could directly have the potential of a monarch and awaken deterrence when they were young. In short, this was a very common late-game skill, but it was also a super useful skill. Now, facing the deterrence of the 4 monarch-level pets, the ancient frost tree's mentality collapsed. It wasn't afraid of any one of these 4 alone, especially the frost moon ice wolf and the blizzard monster. They didn't look very strong, but with 4 coming at once, who could withstand them? Woo! The ancient frost tree did not last long. It was instantly crushed back, and its battle intent was severely affected. It had the intention to retreat. The roots turned into legs. As it retreated, a tsunami-like snowstorm condensed. The snowstorm swept up a large number of energy fruits and blew in the direction of Ping Cheng's F4. The ancient frost tree kept throwing energy bombs into the snowstorm, hoping to block the enemy's path with this. Boom. And the energy fruit exploded in the snowstorm. The explosive ice power instantly increased the power of the snowstorm by a level. In an instant, the snowstorm was vast and covered an area of more than 100 meters. It instantly covered all the environment in front of it. Faced with this high-level skill, Lin Hongnian's 9-Li battle beast walked out. The giant panda roared and its physique increased exponentially, turning into a height of more than 4 meters. Moreover, the appearance of the armed armor instantly changed from a restrained state to a sharp state. Super skill, inner power. Intermediate level skill, giant transformation. Intermediate level skill, cannon fist. 2 augmentation skills and an attack skill. The 9-Li war beast threw a punch out of thin air. A dazzling red light erupted from its fist. With the enhancement of the multiplication and inner power, the power of the 9-Li war beast's cannon punch was increased by an unknown number of times. At this moment, it was like a scorching cannon fire. At this moment, its armor turned red, and the energy in its body rose steadily. Red energy spewed out and enveloped its entire body. A shocking change occurred. Accompanied by the hot wind swept by the fire cannon fist, a red hole instantly appeared in the huge snowstorm that covered more than 100 meters. It quickly melted and detonated the surrounding snow and fruits. After the shocking explosion, the hot wind was still sweeping towards the ancient frost tree, making the ancient frost tree's gaze burn to the extreme. It's hard to teach it at the moment. I have to let 11 evolve quickly. Shiryu was too thirsty for this skill. Under the enhancement of this inner power skill, a mere non-metal cannon skill could be enhanced to such a ridiculous degree, let alone other skills. Master Lin coveted the super electromagnetic cannon, but so did Shiryu covet a super skill. At that moment, in order to counterattack, the ancient frost tree immediately activated its super skill, Ice World. The ice power of the 1,000-meter icy plain suddenly formed a huge ice and snow domain with the heaven and earth as the boundary, enveloping the frozen ancient tree. Invisible waves erupted from the ancient frost tree. Time seemed to have stopped in the domain. The hot and huge fist wind was instantly frozen in midair, turning into ice slag. Skill, Ice World. And LT, Introduction and GT, a domain formed by freezing the land and freezing the sky. It gathers the natural power of thousands of kilometers. The person inside the domain is a king, and he has the absolute right to control the natural power of ice and snow. When this move was used, together with the frozen ancient tree's ice sealing skill, the hot wind created by the 9-Li battle beast was instantly frozen in midair. In addition, the 1,000-meter icy plain environment became even more harsh. The extreme cold made the ancient frost tree recover its state again. It looked coldly at the frost moon ice wolves and blizzard monsters that were deterring and suppressing it. In this situation, the power of the frost moon ice wolf and the blizzard monster, which were both ice element creatures, was severely suppressed. They could only roar from afar and use deterrent support. At this moment, the 9-Li war beast had already entered the thunder armor state. The Diamond Ape King also used the super skill giant body. Its muscles multiplied, and it turned into a violent gorilla that charged towards the frost ancient tree. As expected of the strongest battle power in Pingcheng. For example, President Feng and regiment commander He had to send all their pets out to cooperate when dealing with a monarch-level ferocious beast alone and use their beast-taming talent. But for Lin Hongnian, both trump cards had the ability to fight the frost ancient tree alone. Under the pincer attack of the 9-Li war beast and the Diamond Ape King, the ancient frost tree immediately summoned a super blizzard to wrap itself in the ice and snow domain. The crazily spinning snowstorm had a powerful protective effect, as if it could freeze and expel everything. However, it was still useless. The 9-Li battle beast was like a bolt of lightning that relied on its body to withstand the power of the snowstorm. Its inner power erupted, and it directly used the thunder palm to penetrate the snowstorm and break through an entrance. The Diamond Ape King was even more domineering. After the 9-Li battle beast helped to break through the snowstorm, with a roar, it cooperated with the giant body and used the high-level metal element skill, Giant Arm Beat, to swing at the core of the frost ancient tree in hopes of knocking the cold core out. The wind and snow roared, and the ferocious beasts roared. The battle had reached the most critical moment. Behind it, the 9-Li war beast and the Diamond Ape King bore the frostbite and launched a crazy combo on the ancient frost tree. The entire icy plain suffered intense destruction at this moment. If the Battle of the Kings was in Pingcheng, a large area would probably turn into ruins. The iron-eating beast's evolution form is indeed impressive, Lu Qingyi said at the side. As expected of a race that required hundreds of millions of evolution materials. This strength was worth this investment. Sure, you said, it's impressive, but it's just a monarch-level frost ancient tree. It's a pity, a pity. The corners of Shiryu's mouth twitched as he looked at the frozen ancient tree that was being beaten up by the 9-Li battle beast and the Diamond Ape King. Why was he so ruthless? He glanced at President Feng and Commander He, who had ice element talent enhancement. Neither of them showed any intention of contracting it. It seemed that the two of them were relatively traditional beast tamers and weren't willing to take a huge risk to directly contract a wild monarch that had grown up. The battle is almost over. Let's go over too, Lu Qingyi said. Skill, Energy Fruit. And LT, Introduction and GT, it's a wood element skill. An energy fruit created with wood element life force can be filled with various attributes. Within a certain range, the creator can detonate the fruit at any time and cause various effects. Under the roars of several ferocious beasts, the ancient frost tree fell to the ground. Everyone immediately surrounded it. The frost moon ice wolf and the blizzard monster also rushed over with drooling. This plant-type monarch was full of treasures. It really was nutritious. Why would a wolf drool at a fruit otherwise? Shiryu also came over. He casually touched the remains of the dead frost tree and glanced at the traumatized baby ginseng. I'll teach you when I get back. Ginseng baby, Baby ginseng was still immersed in the battle. Humans were too scary. Such a huge monarch was annihilated just like that. On the other hand, Eleven and Buggy looked curiously at the ice wolves and other pets surrounding the ancient frost tree, eating the broken leaves. Could this thing be eaten? President Feng and Commander He looked at the dead frost ancient tree and looked at Lin Hongnian with mixed emotions. Old Lin, as expected of you. Originally, as a relatively backward suburb, master-level beast tamers were relatively weak. But now, with Lin Hongnian, Ping Cheng's overall strength could also be ranked among the top in Icefield City. Howl, Roar, the Frost Moon Ice Wolf and the Blizzard Monster also greeted Big Brother 9 Battle Beast. As a monarch-level creature, it was so strong. They were blessed. Those broken materials were also a rare delicacy for them. Woo! The 9 Battle Beast expressed that it was all the power of his daughter's dowry. Hee hee, you guys take the materials. Lin Hongyan said to President Feng and Commander He, I'll apply the medicine for them first. At that moment, the 9 Battle Beast and the Diamond Ape King's bodies were covered in frost injuries. They resisted the snowstorm's attack, and it was obvious that they had also suffered considerable damage. An injury of this level was not even something that ordinary healing skills could treat. It was also because they had the physical strength of monarchs that they appeared harmless. If it were any other commander-rank creature, its body would have already been completely frozen to death. Master Lin used the frostbite medicine that he had prepared in advance and started to apply it to the 9 War Beast and the Diamond Ape King. As for Shiryu, he was considering whether to replicate other skills. In the end, he chose to give up. Although there were still super skills, he couldn't teach them at the moment. It was a waste of time to replicate them. Besides, he didn't have a pet that specialized in ice. The worm could only be considered half ice element. It wasn't worth it to occupy the skill column for an ice element skill. After all, the Ice Dragon Phantom was just excessive. There was no need to be too obsessed with perfecting it. The upper limit was only the Overlord race. Perhaps, after the worm evolved, it would be. Shiryu admitted that he was being arrogant. They didn't even fancy Overlord races anymore. If he wanted Buggy to invest a lot of energy to cosplay, he would have to invest a lot of energy to perfect it. How could a mere dragon do that? At the very least, he would need a mythical-level divine dragon. Ha ha ha. As he thought about it, Shiryu could not help but laugh. This smile immediately attracted a few gazes like they were looking at a fool. Lu Qingyi stood beside the frost ancient tree with her arms crossed and observed this monarch. The other 3 masters and pets were actively dissecting the materials. When they saw Shiryu standing on the spot and smiling, they couldn't help but cast puzzled gazes. I'm a little excited to see the 9 War Beast so strong. Shiryu looked up into the sky. Let's continue on our way. Lu Qingyi glanced at the time and said. To her, encountering a monarch-level creature was just a small interlude. The most important thing was still the subsequent Ice Dragon ruins. All right. President Feng and the others dissected it more diligently. As for these materials, they would divide them carefully when they returned. An hour later. The 5 of them left the snowstorm area. Perhaps because of the battle just now, even if the Green Phoenix did not release its deterrence during the flight, there was not a single ferocious beast on the road. This made Buggy very depressed. After the leader finished fighting, it wanted to fight too. But it was fine if he didn't fight. After flying for the whole way, Buggy felt that it was going to die of exhaustion. Fortunately, it had the ginseng baby and absolute sleep to support it. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with the other pet's speed. Finally out of the snowstorm area, Buggy gasped. Sob. 11 looked at it in disappointment. What a good training opportunity, and it was actually complaining about being tired. It still had to improve his thinking and awareness. 11 still wanted Shiryu to ride it and race with these flying pets, but unfortunately, Shiryu didn't want to. He felt uncomfortable. Buggy, QAQ, I was wrong. Baby Ginseng chuckled. Outside the snowstorm area, the sky instantly recovered. The white snow mountain and the blue sky appeared extremely beautiful. This also meant that they were about to reach the Ice Dragon ruins. The Ice Dragon ruins was located at the top of a snow-capped mountain. It was a semi-developed ruins area. It looked like a blockade building made of countless impermeable ice stones. From time to time, dragon might would be emitted from inside and outside the building. This also resulted in no creatures daring to come into contact with this place other than humans. Even monarch-level creatures were in the same situation. This is the place. In the sky above the Ice Dragon ruins, with Lu Qingyi as the lead, everyone slowly descended outside the ice stone building complex. In the past, many researchers and archaeologists had come here to study. Unfortunately, the huge building complex didn't reveal any useful Information. The entire ruin looked like an ordinary building without any secrets. However, the dragon might that leaked out from time to time told everyone that everything was not that simple. This is only the surface. The real Ice Dragon Ruins is an independent ruin space inside the hidden surface. But up until now, no one has been able to find a way to open the ruined space. After landing, Lucini looked at the entire building complex and said, "Little brother Shiryu, what do you plan to do?" He Biao looked at Shiryu, who had come down from Ice Dragon. Master Lin Hongnian and President Feng also wanted to see what plans the genius archaeologist, Shiryu, who had cracked that trial-type ruin, had. At this moment, after arriving at the Ice Dragon ruins, Shiryu fell into deep thought. This is a tool I obtained from the ruins of the trial. Shiryu took out the Ice Dragon's whisker and threw it to the Ice Dragon formed by the worm. Then, he said to it, "Try it first. Take this and call Ice Dragon Daddy, I'm here. Mommy misses you." The masters. Buggy. Was this how you do archaeology? In the face of this ruin without any hints, I can only take an unusual path. Shiryu was serious. The change in the iron-eating beast ruins had opened a frivolous path for him. Shiryu looked at Buggy. At this moment, Buggy was stunned as it held the whiskers of the Ice Dragon and roared according to Shiryu's instructions. Roar. Ice Dragon Daddy, I'm here. Mommy misses you. Moreover, it released the Ice Dragon might to verify his identity. Suddenly, the buildings of the Ice Dragon ruins that had not changed for thousands of years trembled slightly. In the Ice Dragon ruin space, the Frost Dragon on the seal slowly opened its eyes. It sensed the bloodline connection and revealed a blank expression. It was a female. Where did this fellow child come from? It must have been mistaken. However, what was with this bloodline connection? Chapter 144, Origin of Dong Huang. Chapter 144, Origin of Dong Huang. F***CK. As Buggy finished shouting, the ruins started to tremble. Commander, he widened his eyes and pointed at the shaking ruins, losing his ability to speak. Did it really react? This F***King worked. President Feng and Hall Master Lin also had strange expressions and shock. As for Lu Qingyi, she looked at the Ice Dragon Buggy. Apart from silence, there was only more silence. It must be because of that Ice Dragon's whiskers. Lu Qingyi kept comforting herself. That Ice Dragon whisker was the key to the ruins. It had to be. At this moment, as the Ice Dragon ruins shook, Shiryu revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. It really moved. But soon, his expression tightened. If he really baited out a response, didn't that mean that there was really an Ice Dragon inside? The few masters also quickly thought of this possibility and couldn't help but freeze. A terrifying dragon roar suddenly came from the sky, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. Buggy's eyes widened. It was almost scared to death. It really made a dragon daddy come out. The dragon roar didn't hurt, but it seemed to contain a deterrence that made one's heart tremble. Apart from Lu Qingyi, everyone present was a little pale. Everyone's expression was a little stunned. Because this dragon roar clearly conveyed some meaning. I'm a female. I've never done it before, so where did this child come from? However, what's with this bloodline connection? Where did you guys get it? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Ice Dragon ruins. Not only was there an Ice Dragon, and it was a living, conscious Ice Dragon that could talk. This wasn't the first time the Ice Dragon ruins released dragon might. But having dragon might not mean that there were living creatures inside. Spirit plants like dragon soul grass or transcendent level deterrence might be preserved. But a dragon's roar that could answer questions, definitely meant that there was a living dragon. Let's go. Old Feng's eyelids twitched. A frost dragon that had lived for 2,000 years was at least an overlord. Moreover, as a dragon, it was definitely the overlord with the highest battle power. Even if the few of them added up, it wouldn't be enough. Unless a titled legendary beast tamer came. There was indeed something wrong with this ruin. I feel that it means no harm. Shiryu said, perhaps, history isn't like legends. At least, the stone statue had said time and time again that the legend passed down from the icy plane was wrong. Perhaps Ice Dragon was a good dragon. Its answer was quite down-to-earth and friendly. "It's all right, try talking to it," Lu Qingyi stood at the side and said. It was as if she had the confidence to face the dragon overlord without fear. Shiryu glanced at Lu Qingyi. He didn't believe that Lu Qingyi was a titled legendary-level big boss. Even if it was an ordinary legendary or top-notch master, it was a little exaggerated. However, it seemed that this rich lady had a lot of backup plans. That made sense. As an archaeological big shot who often explored mythical ruins, how could she not have a few trump cards? "Sorry, my pet is playful. It was just kidding. It's not your child, but we have an ice dragon whisker." "Excuse me, is this yours?" The bloodline connection might be from this. Shiryu used telepathy at the ruins. In the ruined space, the frost dragon on the seal was slightly stunned and fell into deep memories. Ice dragon's whiskers. It seemed to have indeed given away a single strand of dragon whisker as a keepsake. It had been 2,000 years. Someone had finally brought the whisker here. The frost dragon roared. In an instant, a huge door appeared in the outside world, in the buildings of the ruins. It was a passage that connected to the ruins. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of Shiryu and the others changed again. "You guys, come in." The frost dragon sent a telepathic message. When purebred dragons reached the monarch level, they would awaken their telepathy abilities. Some spiritual-type creatures also had the aptitude to awaken telepathy. This talent was not exclusive to humans. Their telepathy reached everyone's hearts, and everyone hesitated. "You guys wait outside, I'll go in," Lu Qingyi said to everyone. "I'll go with you," Shiryu said. Lu Qingyi glanced at Shiryu and said, "Then don't leave even 1 meter away from my side." The three masters looked at each other. "Are you archaeologists crazy? How could they enter?" "It wanted you to go in, so you went in." They collectively cowered. They kept feeling that it wouldn't be so easy to come out of the ice dragon ruined space after entering. "No. I'll go in too," Master Lin Hongyan said. He had promised his daughter to protect Shiryu well. Although he felt that his battle power was useless at the moment, he couldn't let Shiryu and Dr. Lu take the risk themselves. "Then we'll follow in too." Commander He and President Feng's eyelids twitched. Lu Qingyi glanced at the three masters. Seeing their uneasy looks, she couldn't help but feel speechless. Then, she looked at Shiryu. Now, Shiryu looked curious, expectant, and excited. She didn't know if she should praise Shiryu for being brave. "It doesn't matter. Just remember to stay 1 meter close to me." Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and stepped forward. Shiryu and the others hurriedly followed behind her. Space changed, and the stars changed. Shiryu and the others appeared in a completely frozen world where time seemed to have stopped. The extreme cold was several times colder than the deepest part of the snow mountain. As soon as they entered, the 5 of them saw a huge monster at least 10 meters tall lying on a huge ice and snow altar. The creature in front of them had a strong body made of ice rocks. The color was ice blue and dark purple. It looked cold to the bone. Its body, its neck, head, long tail, sharp claws, and fangs, its 4 strong feet, as well as its pair of wings, were all made of ice and stone. Its scales revealed coldness and snow lingered. Roar! The ice dragon, who was lying on the altar, glanced at everyone and roared. Instantly, snow and wind condensed. It was identical. It was identical to the ice dragon that Shiryu had seen in the ruins of the trial. At this moment, Ice Dragon glanced at the insect that had transformed into a frost dragon. It felt the ice dragon's whisker in its hand and fell silent. A worm. This skill was so familiar. Gee. Being stared at by the frost dragon, Buggy cried. This was all its beast tamer's mission. Don't look at it. The pressure that the real ice dragon gave Buggy was too strong. It wasn't the only one. The 3 masters' pets, 11, who was on Shiryu's shoulder, and baby Ginseng, who was in his pocket, all had nervous expressions. Only Lu Qingyi's green phoenix could still maintain its calm at this time. Are you here to complete the contract? Ice Dragon raised its head and spoke to everyone. Contract? What contract? Shiryu and the others were confused. They felt that they weren't on the same wavelength as Ice Dragon. What contract? Sure, you asked carefully before filling it in with his info. There's a historical legend outside. It says that the human tribe living in Icefield City once fought with an ice dragon and sealed the ice dragon on the snow mountain. However, some people say that this historical legend is wrong. We came here to explore the real history. Ice Dragon raised its huge claws slightly. What was going on? It was sealed. Why didn't it know? I obtained this ice dragon whisker from a dream shell in another ruined space. It was it who told me that the historical legends of the icy plain were wrong. As for what this contract is, we don't know. The frost dragon listened quietly. When it heard the name Dream Shell, it recalled something. I see. Looks like no one remembers the contract anymore. The Donghuang dynasty and the Icefield tribe didn't manage to survive that calamity. The ice dragon sighed. It conveyed a message that everyone present was rather concerned about. Sister Ice Dragon, I feel that the outside world has misunderstood you. Why exactly are you here, and do you know the reason why beast tides often happen in the snow mountains? Can you tell us so that I can explain to the outsiders when I go out? Sure, you said. The moment he spoke, the scumbag's true colors were revealed. Lu Qingyi and the others looked at him silently, especially Buggy. Good lord, he called it daddy just now, but now he called it sister. The ice dragon hit the altar with its claw and showed a dissatisfied expression. It was dissatisfied that the Icefield people outside had actually forgotten its existence. I am the battle beast of the ice dragon general, Mu Huiyin, under the command of the Emperor Shi of the Donghuang dynasty. I'm here to suppress the ice river totem. You guys say that I'm sealed here. Did they want it to fly away directly and release this ice river totem? As soon as Ice Dragon finished speaking, the expressions of the 5 people present changed again. Emperor Shi. Totem. Was it kidding? The Ice Dragon ruins that they thought were at most overlord level actually involved such a deep thing. Emperor Shi. That was the title of the first ruler of Donghuang. As for totems, they were known in ancient times. In modern times, they would be guardian level. More than 2,000 years ago, a beast tamer with time-strengthening talent rose and stepped into the legendary domain. He issued a god annihilation decree and destroyed countless totem clans. He threw them into pitfalls, sealed them, and expelled them. He ended the era of totem rule that lasted for tens of thousands of years and established the Donghuang dynasty. He was known as the Time Emperor. He was also one of the legendary beast tamers closest to the mythical domain in human history. This was the beginning of the rise of the Eastern people, and also the birth of Donghuang. You're saying that there's a totem under the altar? Lu Qingyi's expression was solemn. The totem era was not a very good era for humans. Although there were very few kind totems that were willing to protect humans, most of them raised humans as food. Even after humans developed the beast-taming space talent and entered the mid-stage of the totem era, this phenomenon still did not change. At that time, humans had become the growth nutrition of many transcendent creatures. Many powerful totems used the excuse of protecting humans to make humans use the beast-taming space to help them nurture their clansmen. In this era, it was common for beast tamers to be forced to contract pets that exceeded the limit of the beast-taming space. Their lifespans were average below 30 years old, and they would die from being drained dry by their pets. At that time, countless powerful totems competed for the territory of Blue Planet. All races lived together. Humans were very low and small, just servants who did odd jobs for many totems. Of course, it was precisely because of this kind of contempt that they didn't treat humans as competitors. The thousands of races gave humans a chance to grow. At the end of the totem era, in the East, the Shi Emperor rose and issued the God Annihilation Decree. He gathered some beast tamers who had escaped the control of the totems and launched a counterattack against the totems. From then on, the totem era in the East ended and entered the beast-taming era. In the country, humans were supreme, and only pets became slaves. This history was still clearly recorded, and everyone was not unfamiliar with it. Chapter 145, The Truth About the History of Icefield. Chapter 145, The Truth About the History of Icefield. It's just a totem that died in an attempt to be reborn. By the way, are you humans of Donghuang? Faced with this question, Ice Dragon breathed out cold air. Yes, we're all from Donghuang. But, rebirth. President Feng frowned. He had a bad feeling. Rather than having a totem revived, it would be better to let the ice dragon go berserk on them. The threat between the two was on a completely different level. Well, the ice river giant is an elemental creature. After reaching the totem level, it's almost immortal. It slowly looked at everyone. It thought that everyone was here to complete the agreement. Boring. But it was also good. It could continue to absorb energy. Every time the ice river giant wanted to revive, it would absorb its energy. After 2,000 years, the ice dragon felt that it was almost at the totem level. It was awesome. It felt that it could suppress the ice river giant for thousands of years. Sister, tell me in detail, sure you said. Ice dragon said, call me grandma. Damn, why didn't these dragons follow human social rules? Grandma ice dragon, tell me in detail, sure you said. Then I'll tell you. It was rare for an outsider to bring a keepsake over, after all. Ice dragon yawned. Probably thousands of years ago. I don't know how long ago. An ice river totem was born in this icy plain. This fellow is very greedy. He wants to expand his territory and enter the sea area. Therefore, it began to use the excuse of protecting humans to let human beast tamers help it nurture its clansmen, the frost stone giants. This is also the origin of the Icefield tribe. Under the rule of the Ice River Totem, the Icefield human tribe and the Stone Giant tribe have marched into the ocean many times. The war lasted for a long time. In this war, the entire Stone Giant race and humans were severely squeezed dry. In the end, the human beast tamers and frost stone giants wanted to resist and didn't want to fight the sea anymore. Later on, just as you humans were rising, the Ice River Totem was directly killed in a large-scale battle. However, the Ice River Giant is an elemental creature, and it's extremely difficult to die. In a few decades, the Ice River Giant that was killed will be reborn due to the rich ice elemental power. My beast tamer, Muhuain, was the strongest expert of the Icefield tribe at that time. He was also one of the generals under Emperor Shur and was named General Ice Dragon. Her lifespan is coming to an end, so she might as well directly modify the beast taming space into a sealed space, permanently sealing the Ice River Totem here, cutting off the opportunity for the Ice River Totem to revive. As for me, as her partner, I assisted in suppression and became the guardian of this place. Ice Dragon glanced over. How did you guys turn this story into that mess about me being sealed here? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. President Fong and the others looked embarrassed. Then, what is the agreement about Earth Token that you mentioned? Back then, Muhuain and I agreed to assist in suppressing the Ice River Totem. The agreement is that when I break through to the totem level and have the strength to completely destroy the Ice River Totem, I can resolve the hidden danger and leave. Apart from that, when the Icefield humans in the outside world have the strength to resist the Ice River Totem, there will also be people who will come with a keepsake and cooperate with me to completely destroy the Ice River Totem. So, just now, I thought that a beast tamer more powerful than Muhuain appeared from the Icefield tribe with a keepsake. Ice Dragon looked at everyone. Looks like I'm overthinking. President Fong blushed. In the current Icefield city, there wasn't even a legendary beast tamer, let alone a mythical beast tamer. It was difficult to fight against overlords, let alone totems. But it's also within my expectations. Ice Dragon lay down again. After that great calamity, I'm afraid that the Icefield humans don't have any records of the Ice River Totem anymore. Initially, it didn't expect to rely on humans. Senior Ice Dragon, the disaster you mentioned just now means, Lu Qingyi asked with a serious expression. The first generation of the Dong Huang dynasty established by Emperor Shur was destroyed for unknown reasons. This was also a question that modern historians had yet to explore. Although Dong Huang's scripture was rebuilt by someone else, this reason had always been an unsolved mystery. I don't know. It might be war. Ice Dragon didn't mind. At that time, I was sleeping here. When I woke up, the world outside seemed to have changed. All right, I've helped you solve your confusion now. You guys can leave. Ice Dragon looked at Buggy. The blue dragon whisker instantly flew from its hand to the Ice Dragon. It directly took back its Ice Dragon whisker. It was afraid that someone would use this to pretend to be its descendant in the future. After waking up, it suddenly had an additional worm descendant. Who could stand this? After the Ice Dragon casually took away the Ice Dragon whiskers, Buggy's eyes widened. Shiryu's heart was also bleeding. At least level 7 or 8. This top-notch ice and dragon dual-element resource was directly taken away. The problem was that Shiryu didn't dare to ask for it back. Since we brought a keepsake over, then. Do you need us to cooperate with you to completely destroy the Ice River Totem? Lu Qingyi wasn't in a hurry to leave, but said to the Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon was just about to close its eyes when it suddenly opened them and looked at Lu Qingyi. In this way, you can also leave here and be completely free, right? Lu Qingyi said. Ice Dragon was in a strange mood. The problem was, it didn't want to leave. It could still sleep every day here and absorb the power of the Ice River Totem to quickly become stronger. It liked this place very much. Otherwise, why do you think Mu Huiyin made me stay? You think you can kill the Ice River Totem? On the surface, Ice Dragon looked at Shiryu and the others in disdain. It felt that his breath could freeze everyone and their pets here. If it really let the Ice River Totem be revived, it would be trouble. That guy would be even fiercer than it. Monarchs, overlords, guardians, totems, and myths. Among them, totems were also called quasi-mythical by beast tamers. At that time, in the entire Donghuang dynasty, only Emperor Shi alone could kill totem-level creatures. Those generals given titles by Shi Di could at most barely resist the totems. It didn't believe that Lu Qingyi and the others could do it. A mere totem. We can't, but the humans now can. They can take out the power to destroy totems at any time, Lu Qingyi said calmly. President Feng, Master Lin, and Commander He's hearts trembled. Mere totem. However, from the perspective of the entire human race, this was indeed true. A mere totem. The Frost Dragon widened its eyes. Were all the beast tamers of the later era so fond of bragging? If the Ice River Totem really revives, I can apply for a forbidden weapon. The high temperature triggered by hundreds of millions of energy points is enough to instantly kill the Ice-type totem with its attributes. Lu Qingyi said. Compared to ancient times, the reason why modern human societies were relatively peaceful was because the overall strength of humans had increased by more than a little. A legendary-level beast tamer who could defeat overlord-level creatures. A top legend who could resist totems and was given a title by the Beast Tamer Association. There were also beast tamers who could kill totems. The number of beast tamers in modern times definitely exceeded that of ancient times. Not to mention that there was also a super forbidden weapon whose attack range covered half of the blue planet and had the power of a guardian. With this, it was enough to make those overlords and totems not dare to enter the human countries on a large scale. They could only stir in a small area of the border battlefield. Seeing how serious Lu Qingyi was, Grandma Ice Dragon's body stiffened. It felt like this group of people wasn't lying to him. These human beast tamers who came with a keepsake really had the ability to destroy totems. Forget it. I won't trouble you guys. I'll continue to suppress it here. Ice Dragon yawned and said, there's northwest better place to stay than here. When I'm tired of suppressing it, I'll ask for your help. Everyone looked at each other. Good heavens, it was a shut-in dragon. Although that was the case, after everyone learned that a totem was sealed here, they definitely wouldn't be able to sleep well when they returned. Perhaps the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain would be strictly monitored by the Donghuang nation for 24 hours. That beast tide, He Biao said. The beast tide was also caused by the Ice River Giant. It's revenge on the Icefield humans and the clansmen who betrayed it, Ice Dragon said. This time, everyone's confusion was completely cleared. So, Ice Dragon was taking the blame for the Ice River Totem the whole time. In that case, we'll bid farewell first, Lu Qingyi said. Since this Ice Dragon didn't have any thoughts for the time being, they would talk about it later. Moreover, they weren't qualified to negotiate with this Ice Dragon. Since they knew the situation here, it was easy. Later on, there would be higher-level beast tamers coming. Wait, Ice Dragon suddenly said and looked at everyone. You won't use that forbidden weapon to blast the Snow Mountain when you go back, right? Ice Dragon was suspicious. In theory, these people were far too different from the group of Icefield humans it had promised to protect. It didn't know what the other party was thinking. No, of course not. No, Lu Qingyi was speechless. That's good. I've shed blood for the human race, and I've done meritorious service for the human race. I can be considered your guardian dragon. I was sealed by the Time Emperor, so you guys have to show some respect. Ice Dragon was still worried. Actually, it's not impossible to think about completely destroy the Ice River Totem now. We have to take our time to consider this. Ice Dragon thought about it. It had slept long enough. After finishing the Ice River Totem, it would be good to go home and take a look. How about this? It glanced at everyone, especially Shiryu, who came in with the Ice Dragon whisker. I'll return the keepsake to you. Ice Dragon blew back the Ice Dragon whiskers as if nothing had happened. Well, the energy in that one is almost exhausted. Give you one more. It blew another one at Shiryu. Shiryu took 2 Ice Dragon whiskers with a stunned expression. However, what stunned it the most was that the second Ice Dragon whisk was filled with vitality and even contained faint dragon might. The second one has my dragon might. With this, the ferocious beasts on the snow mountain won't attack you. After Ice Dragon finished speaking, Shiryu was still in a daze. Skill, Skyfrost Cold Energy. It's a dual skill of ice and time. It's a special type of ice power. After mastering it, you can transform your ice power into heavenly frost cold energy that can freeze time. Do you want to record? Ever since he entered the ruined space, Shiryu had always felt that the time flow here was a little strange. Holy shit, what the hell was this skill? If Shiryu remembered correctly, the Frost Dragon didn't have this skill at all. How come the Frost Dragon even had a time-type skill? This wasn't scientific. However, the Ice Dragon in front of him was indeed different from other Frost Dragons. Shiryu was silent for a moment, wondering if it had something to do with that Emperor Shur. Previously, when he learned about this history, he was very excited. He thought that it was an emperor with the same surname as him. Perhaps there was another fate. Later on, after careful investigation, he realized that the other party was called Emperor Shur, Time, purely because he had time element talent. His surname was not Shur at all, and this made Shiryu happy for nothing. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.